This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Begin Again by April Kelley, narrated by Simon Dornay. Prologue. Ramsey Somerset held the basketball under one arm and tried to sneak out the front door. He had his hand on the knob when his mother walked into the room. "You'll break Bennett's heart if you don't take him with you, Ramsey. You know that." Mother Estelle sat on the couch. Vaughn clung to her leg like a monkey. He might be 5 years old, but he still sucked his thumb and refused to be away from Mom for any real length of time. Vaughn arrived 3 months ago, and so far there weren't any improvements in his behavior. Ramsey let go of the door handle and walked across the room. When he put the ball on the coffee table, Mom narrowed her eyes. He snatched it up again and put it at his feet, even as he crouched down in front of Vaughn. "Want to play basketball?" He wouldn't get out of the house unnoticed anyway, so he might as well include all his brothers, not just Bennett, who followed Ramsey around everywhere he went. He didn't mind the hero worship. His brother was his best friend, and he would always want him around. But lately, his chest tightened, and he sometimes couldn't breathe. It was like the air stopped at his heart, and he couldn't draw it in any further. His brain also malfunctioned from time to time, as if he couldn't think past basic stuff. In those moments, he lost himself a little, and he didn't want Bennett to be around if he did shift. His first shift was coming. He could feel it under his skin. Ants crawled underneath the surface, walking on top of his flesh like an army. Every so often, he would get a twinge of pain in one of his limbs, but it wasn't enough to cause concern or stop him from doing anything physical. He could still play basketball. What if he lost his humanity completely when he shifted? He didn't know any other water monsters, so he didn't know if he would only get the animalistic side or not. He knew wolf shifters were cognizant, and others were too, but dragon shifters were somewhere in between. They could be volatile in certain situations. Vaughn shook his head, bringing Ramsey back to reality. "Are you sure? Bennett will come too." Vaughn was small enough that the guys at the park wouldn't push them into playing. They wouldn't want to play with such a small kid, but all bets were off when it came to Bennett because he was big enough, although still smaller than most of them. Vaughn shook his head again. "Just want Mama." Ramsey ruffled his hand through Vaughn's blonde hair. "Okay, buddy." He stood, taking the ball under his arm once again, and met his mother's gaze. "He wants to be like you, Ramsey. You should be flattered." So, they were back to talking about Bennett again. "I know. It's only this time, Mom." He rolled his eyes and huffed out a sigh. "Jeez." She reached out a hand, attempting to touch him, as was her way. Since she was a witch, all she had to do was touch, and she'd be able to see inside his mind. He took a step back. "I don't need you to read me." She cocked her head to the side and looked at him as if she tried to see into his soul. "Mom!" He knew he whined, and since he was a teenager, he shouldn't do that anymore, but he couldn't help it. "I didn't do anything wrong." "How are you feeling?" She completely ignored what he said. "Fine." What he really wanted to tell her was he felt annoyed by the whole interrogation, but it would get him grounded, so he kept his mouth shut. "No, you don't. And when you get back, we're going to talk about it." Ramsey rolled his eyes. "I'm not asking, Ramsey. You'll tell me how you feel so we know how close you are to your first shift." She scowled and tapped a finger on her leg. "I need to find out more about water monsters." How did she know everything? He thought he hid it well, but apparently he couldn't keep anything from her. She picked up the phone that sat on the table beside the couch and dialed. Who she was calling, Ramsey didn't know. "Can I go?" She nodded her head. "Be careful, and just come home if you're feeling weird." Ramsey started to tell her it wasn't that easy, and his water monster took over his mind even in human form, even before his first shift started, but she began talking into the phone by then. He would tell her later. Ramsey dribbled the ball, waiting to take the shot. He blocked Lars Greer with his free arm, keeping him from getting what they all coveted. Ramsey also turned his body sideways, so he faced the right side of the park, away from the basket. The park was part of North Lake. The village of St. Lakes put in a couple of basketball hoops and a swing set. The swing set's thick metal poles were planted in the dirt and secured with cement around the base of each leg. But the hoops were on a square piece of pavement. Ramsey looked around, trying to see which of his teammates were open. He saw Bennett trying to get around Mike. Bennett, who was the smallest kid playing, tried to gain an opening, but Mike blocked him too well. The other guy on his team was a cougar shifter named Tim. Tim was almost as big as Ramsey, and because of it, he had two guys in front of him, keeping him from the ball. Tim was a farm boy Ramsey only associated with on the court. Something about Tim had always rubbed Ramsey the wrong way, so they didn't hang out much. Ramsey pivoted on his feet, turning completely around, and made a fake pass to Tim before taking a shot for the basket. Lars's hands were in his face, which was the only reason Ramsey missed. Or so he'd like to think. Shit. Ramsey didn't wait for the ball to make a landing, but went for it. Lars was right there with him, their sneakers making a scraping noise on the pavement as they ran to the hoop. The ball practically landed on Bennett, who grabbed it the same time Tim did. Tim yanked the ball hard, and at the same time, Bennett pulled back. Bennett didn't have a chance against a stronger boy like Tim. "We're on the same team. Just give me the ball." Bennett did have a way of saying exactly the thing everyone else was thinking. "Give it to him." Ramsey deepened his voice on the last few words. He cleared his throat and shook his head, trying to dislodge whatever gave him the menacing quality. "Let go, Tim." It was Lars's turn to plea. Tim's mouth turned up into a smile, and his eyes narrowed, right before he let go of the ball. It snapped back onto Bennett's face. Bennett's whole body froze, and then he dropped the ball, his hands going to his face. It bounced on the pavement once before Tim snatched it with a laugh. Blood trickled out of Bennett's nose. Ramsey went to Bennett and tilted his head back. It wasn't the blood, but the tears gathering in Bennett's eyes that made Ramsey's water monster take over his mind, his control slipping away. From somewhere behind him, he heard the ball dribble, and then it had hit the backboard of the hoop before a swooshing sound came. Tim let out a whoop right before Ramsey saw him out of his peripheral vision. Ramsey's gums ached, but he still bared his teeth and slowly turned. Tim's eyes widened, and he held his hands up in front of him as if it would keep Ramsey calm. "It was an accident." Ramsey gnashed his teeth together and discovered they were longer and grew in number. He let Bennett go but kept him at his back, putting his body between him and the threat. "Liar." The word came out like a growl, and he took a step toward Tim. "He's gonna shift, guys. Someone go get his mom." Tim didn't take his eyes off Ramsey, which was a smart move because Ramsey would have pinned him to the pavement as soon as he let his guard down. Just as he had the violent thought, he experienced an ache so deep it hurt the bones in his body. He fell to his knees when they buckled and fought the urge to scream. Tim came around him, reaching for Bennett. Despite his pain, Ramsey growled again and took a swipe at Tim, only his arm wasn't there anymore. In its place was a small fin-like appendage. He was a gray color. He tried to stand because his body was lower to the ground, but he couldn't get his feet under him, but discovered he didn't have feet. Instead, his body was long and slithery. He managed to sit, but instead of sitting on his butt like a human, he sat on the underside of his belly. He was somewhere in between a snake and a fish. He tested out his long body strength and discovered he could sit high above everyone else around him. He liked the advantage. He looked at Bennett and saw the blood on his face. His shifted eyes distorted Bennett's image as if he were looking at him through a tunnel. At the same time, he could see things he couldn't make out with his human eyes. Bennett's tears looked blue instead of clear, and Ramsey could see tiny particles in every drop. Tim's breath came out in fast pants as if he were running a marathon. Spit flew out with each exhale. "Get back, Bennett. He doesn't realize he has a tail." Tim pulled on Bennett's arm, and that's when every instinct in Ramsey told him to protect his family member. He roared right before he latched his teeth around Tim's arm and pulled him away from Bennett. The flesh in his mouth gave way, just slightly, but that wasn't why he pulled away. It was the taste of blood in his mouth. The metallic flavor was not something he enjoyed, even in water monster form. He let go of Tim's arm and shook his head in an attempt to get rid of it. Tim clutched his arm and backed away. Ramsey leaned down so he was at eye level with Tim and roared again. The hair on Tim's head blew back, and he blinked rapidly in an attempt at keeping all the offensive air out of his eyes. Ramsey took a few deep breaths and moved away, the adrenaline leaving him slowly. His body began changing all on its own, his bones reforming and snapping back into place. His ripped clothing hung from his body haphazardly, but they still covered all his bits in human pieces. Ramsey pulled Bennett into his side. "Did it hurt?" Bennett met his gaze. "When you shifted, I mean?" "Yeah, a lot. But not on the way back to human. That didn't hurt at all." He had a hard time getting his brain to shift back to his human thoughts, but he couldn't quite make it work. His mother came around the corner, Vaughn at her side, and Lars, plus 3 other boys that they had been playing basketball with, following behind her. Storming across the park's lawn, she had on her mom face. She drew him into a hug at the same time she took Bennett into her arms. "I'm here now. Everything will be just fine." "Tim's hurt. I hurt him." After Ramsey had said the words, it was like it finally sank in, and his heart hurt. His throat clogged, and he couldn't speak past the lump of tears. "Your friends told me what happened, Ramsey. Tim deliberately hurt your brother." Mom turned and narrowed her eyes at Tim. "Which his father will hear about." She turned back and took his face in her hands. He could feel her poke around in his thoughts and memories, and he let her without fussing about it like he usually did. "Your water monster is very protective. We'll figure out how to control it. Together." Ramsey nodded, and she let him go. She kept Bennett at her side, though. Bennett looked at Ramsey with a smile, the blood on his lips making him look even more pathetic. "Water monster was cool, brother." Ramsey smiled and swiped at the tears on his cheek. But before he could comment, Mom's voice rang out. "Come on, Tim. I'll fix your arm before taking you home." "You gonna tell my dad I was mean to Bennett?" "Nope. You are." "Isn't teeth marks punishment enough?" Ramsey shook his head. "I barely bit you, so quit whining." "Well, it still hurts." "That's what you get for messing with a Somerset, right, Ramsey?" Bennett looked up at him for confirmation. Ramsey put an arm around his shoulder. "Right." Even as he said the words, he thought it was a bit more complicated. "We'll learn to have control, Ramsey." "I know." It's what came next. The gossip would be off the charts at school on Monday, which would suck. Ramsey sighed. Chapter 1. Ramsey Somerset glided through the cold water as if he were flying. Being able to swim would forever remain one of the best things about being a water monster. A fine layer of snow barely covered the ground. A few stray flakes fell from the sky, letting all of St. Lake Snow winter clung to life, even as the cancer of spring continued to grow. Ramsey loved the winter because his monster took the cold air better than he did the warmth. He twisted his long monster body so he floated just underneath the surface, facing the sky, keeping his head above water. He blinked when a snowflake landed on his eye, but otherwise didn't move. The night sky held a few clouds, but stars peeked around them, and the half-moon let him know he wasn't alone. Swimming in his monster form remained one of his favorite activities. Sometimes it was the only relief he had from the stresses of every day. He sighed, which came out more like a growl. The impending war with the Stavros Coven hung over him, as if it were a giant rock hanging from a chain with a broken link. Protecting everyone in the clan remained the most difficult part. No one had prepared the clan of St. Lakes, least of all Ramsay. They would lose if the war started tomorrow. That wasn't a pessimistic response, because the situation stressed him out to the gills, either. Ramsay wasn't cut out for the alpha role anymore. Maybe he never had been. But things had been quiet and easy until a few months ago. He could run the clan when there wasn't a threat. But with Lucas among those he counted as a clan member, not to mention he was family, all bets were off for peace and quiet. It had been a long time since he was a newly shifted, out-of-control teenage water monster. The situation with Stavros' coven would push him right back to his beginnings if he didn't get a handle on himself. Kristen's voice penetrated the dark and cut through his thoughts. It was late, and she should have been at their mother's house sleeping. Ramsay flipped over, not making a ripple in the water. He glided toward the sound of her voice. A second, deeper voice came next. "I don't know what to do." Ramsay lay under the surface of the water, listening to the conversation. They stood next to his picnic table. Kristen folded her arms at her chest. The backs of her legs were against the bench seat, as if she needed to touch it to remain grounded. Why Kristen chose to meet Josh Pike on his property, Ramsay didn't know. If Kristen intended for the meeting to be a secret one, she picked a dumb spot for it because she knew he'd be at his cabin. He went every few days, even though he had ordered his brothers and sisters to stay with his mother until the war with Stavros came to some conclusion. He was lenient with them about the policy as well as himself, mostly because there were a lot of bodies in the house, and it created unnecessary conflict. He understood needing peace and quiet all too well. Maybe she didn't intend for the meeting at all, but it had just happened. If Josh were harassing Kristen, he would have a problem with Ramsay.
"I'm tired, Josh. You've made me tired with this whole fucked up thing. Aren't you sick of the back and forth we do with each other?"
Kristen sighed and shook her head. Her shoulders came up to her ears and she moved her arms lower, hugging herself around the middle.
"Just go back to your daddy and leave me alone. That's what you want, right? Permission from me to do what you're going to anyway? So just go."
"That's not why I'm here." Josh tried to reach for Kristen, but she took a step to the side. She glared at him, and he lowered his hand.
"Don't touch me, Josh. I mean it."
Josh hung his head. "Sorry." Kristen folded her arms over her chest, and her eyes narrowed.
"I haven't needed you since the day you rejected me, so back the fuck off."
Josh sighed. Stubborn woman. Those two words would set Kristen off like a rocket, and she would say things she didn't mean. Of all Ramsay's siblings, Kristen was the strongest, and she was also the most vocal when someone hurt her feelings, as Josh obviously had a long time ago. Ramsay would bet money on them being mates. Ramsay came to the surface of the water with a splash, gaining their attention. He shifted even before he was out of the water. The frigid weather penetrated his human skin, sending shockwaves through him. Goosebumps sprung out on his skin. Kristen and Josh both followed his movements as he stood on the bank of the lake. "You here for a reason?" Ramsay met Kristen's gaze when he spoke. She visibly relaxed. Her arms fell to her sides, and her shoulders lowered. She smiled and took a step in his direction.
"Yeah, Garrison sent me to come get you."
Ramsay looked at Josh and then back at his sister, silently asking her if she needed help. She shook her head, indicating she didn't want to talk about it, which was the response he expected. Ramsay wouldn't butt his nose into the situation any more than eavesdropping already had, so he nodded. "Follow me inside, Kristen." Ramsay didn't wait for her to follow or Josh to leave. The drops of water clinging to his skin drove the cold into his muscles quicker than it normally would have. The familiarity of the feeling drove him to seek the warmth of his cabin. "Go home, Josh."
"Kristen."
Josh's voice held a pleading quality to it. Ramsay didn't have a mate, and didn't understand how the physical and hormonal changes felt. Maybe the utter defeat in Josh's voice had something to do with the mating hormones. Or maybe Kristen really was being unreasonable. Ramsey didn't know the history of their relationship, mostly because Kristen kept the hard situations of her life to herself, and always had. The second he opened the door to his cabin, the warmth washed over him, and he sighed. He heard Kristen behind him. Clothing rustled around, and her shoes hit the rubber mat right inside the door. Ramsey went to the bedroom and quickly dressed.
"Thanks for sending him away. He was starting to piss me off."
Kristen was close by, probably standing right outside the door with her back against the wall, giving him some semblance of privacy while still needing the emotional closeness. He doesn't know you very well. Calling her stubborn was a bad move. Anyone who knew Kristen knew that. The word did fit her well, though. If Ramsey's memory served him, Vaughn had been the last person to say it to her. She had nearly sent his balls into his throat, and not one of their brothers called her it again.
"How much of the conversation did you hear?"
"Enough."
"What will you do about it?"
Ramsey pulled on a pair of jeans and then poked his head out of the room. He found Kristen with her back against the wall. She turned, meeting his gaze. "Do?"
"You're alpha, Ramsey."
Ramsey shook his head and went back into the room. He went to his closet and pulled a sweater off a hanger. "Whatever's between you and Josh."
"Nothing, because he's an asshole."
Ramsey rolled his eyes. "Or isn't between you is your business. I won't step in unless it's needed."
"Okay."
Kristen followed him across the room to the kitchen. She leaned against the counter.
"Because I don't want anything from him."
Ramsey lifted the tea kettle off the stove and took it to the sink's faucet for a fill-up. His back was to Kristen, so she didn't see the slight smile on his face. "Of course you don't."
"Shut up."
Ramsey put the kettle on the stovetop and turned the knob. The thing puffed to life, and an orange and blue flame appeared underneath. Ramsey turned and smiled. He leaned against the cabinets closest to him. "I agreed with you."
"Sarcastic agreement doesn't count."
"In this case, it should." He gave her a knowing look.
"Okay, but you don't know how it feels. He's my true mate, Ramsey. He rejected me first and had never said why. That's an asshole move, right?"
She looked at Ramsey expectantly. Ramsey nodded.
"See? I didn't start the turmoil, he did. And now he's acting like I'm the one who's being unreasonable."
She deflated like a balloon. Her shoulders sagged and her chin wobbled. Ramsey knew better than to comfort her. She hated crying and wouldn't appreciate the kindness. Better to let her come to him if she needed it.
"I've known since high school. High school, Ramsey. Years. And I'm so close to caving. I think he knows it. Maybe. I don't know."
"He just started coming back around?"
"Yeah."
"And you think he can sense you giving in to him?" Ramsey didn't get the impression Kristen was giving in at all, but then he had always had difficulty reading her. Kristen shrugged.
"I wish I had the words to describe how it feels inside, but nothing I say would do it justice. My body is rebelling against staying away. Every primitive instinct I have pushes me toward him. I even shift to my eagle and fly over his farm to get a glimpse, and you know I'm the last Somerset alive who would stalk a person, much less admit it."
Yeah, Ramsey did know that about her. Kristen had always given off the air of not needing anyone for anything. Maybe she learned it from their mother. After all, Mom did raise a bunch of children by herself. That sort of spunk and independence had to rub off on Kristen to some degree. Being the only female in a house full of males also may have played a part. She wasn't the soft princess type, and hated when someone treated her like one. Maybe something else is pushing him. The same instincts you have?
"He has them, I know that. I think we both got used to the ache. I know I did. He hasn't let it push him before."
"When did he start coming around?"
"A couple months ago. And can we talk about something else, like the fact Garrison needs to talk to you? Sean found something, I guess, about the humans knowing about paranormals."
Ramsay conceded, not pushing anymore. "You want to stay here for a while?"
Kristen nodded and wiped her cheeks clean of tears. "You're coming back after your meeting, right?"
Ramsay smiled and nodded. "Spare bedroom still has some of your clothes in it from the last time."
Kristen stood and walked around the center kitchen island. She hugged him around the middle. Ramsay returned the hug.
"I'm sorry you've been hurting, sis."
"Thanks. I knew you'd try to do something. It's why I've never told you before now."
"I could kick his ass like a good brother would."
He wanted to demand Josh mate with her and struggled against the instinct. His water monster didn't like that she was hurting. At all. "But then, you're the alpha." Ramsay chuckled at the way she finished his sentence.
"Exactly."
"We could ask Bennett." Ramsay couldn't see her face because she had it pressed against his chest, but he could hear the smile in her voice.
"Hell, if we're going to do that, we might as well just ask Lucas to freeze him with his witch mojo."
Kristen laughed, but sobered quickly. She turned her head so her other cheek pressed against his chest. "Why does he have to be so difficult?" If the anguish in Kristen's voice was any indication of what being mated felt like, Ramsay wasn't sure he ever wanted a mate. When Ramsay walked into the back door of his mother's house, Garrison and Sean sat at the kitchen table. The light over the stove glowed throughout the room, casting shadows in the corners and on each of their faces. They both looked up when they heard the sliding glass door open.
"Sorry, I know it's early."
Garrison's voice came to him on a whisper.
Ramsay nodded. "Was Kristen already up when you sent her over?"
"Yes.
Why? Is she okay?" "She's fine, just asking, is all."
Ramsay nodded to the closed office door right off the kitchen and started to it without a word. He didn't wait to see if they followed. They both would, but for different reasons. Sean would follow because he gave a silent order and would follow what his alpha told him to do. Plus, Sean looked like he was about ready to jump out of his skin, what with the way he clutched papers in both of his hands, as if he held the key to the universe and was excited about it. Garrison would follow because he wanted to grill Ramsay on his emotional state. Garrison was better at reading Ramsay than anyone else, including his mom. Ramsay wondered if it had something to do with Garrison being feral at one point, so he knew what it felt like to fight against his most primitive instincts. Garrison also had a parental instinct that rivaled his mother, and he didn't care if Ramsay was the alpha. Ramsay flicked on the office light when he walked in the room, sitting on the couch. Sean immediately handed him papers, which he took. Sitting down on the coffee table in front of Ramsay, Sean's leg shook, which irritated Ramsay, so he reached out and put a hand over his knee, stilling the shaking. "Sorry." Sean looked as if he hadn't slept in at least 24 hours.
"Where's Gabriel?"
Ramsay wondered if Gabriel knew Sean's current state. Ramsay doubted it. Sean's eyebrows drew together. "Sleeping? Why?"
"Does he know you're doing computer research at all hours of the night?"
"No, but you can tell him after you look at those papers." Sean grinned and wiggled his eyebrows. "He'll take me to bed and keep me there. Large chance of getting lucky."
Ramsay chuckled. "Well, then why don't you tell me what's in the papers? The sooner you get to it, the sooner you can get some sleep."
Sean leaned forward and pointed to a logo at the top of the page. "Okay, well, the website is one of those conspiracy theory ones who want to believe in vampires and werewolves." Sean winced when Ramsay's eyebrows went up. "Sorry, shifters. In my defense, they call all you guys werewolves, so it's their word, not mine. Anyway, they don't have evidence other than the forum. The forum is basically a bunch of humans who give eyewitness accounts. I'd say it's a 50-50 mix of truth versus lie."
"Did you read through them all?"
"Almost all. There's nothing about St. Lakes, although people have reported giant birds in the sky near us more than once."
"So, why is this important? It's not evidence for our existence. It sounds like it's one human, not a whole government of them."
"Right, but the human who set up the website is named Wesley Swenson.
As far as I can tell, Wesley is the assistant of a senator, or at least I think he is. I know for a fact there's a guy named that working for a senator, and the senator is a strong supporter of scientific research using animals. Sean bit his lip and scowled. What's wrong? It's just that I'm not very good at all this research stuff. I'm average at best, so I'm not positive I got the right information on this Wesley guy. Ramsey started to tell Sean what he thought of Sean's skills, but Sean held up a hand. I am Ramsey. I love that you trust me enough to help out with all this, but my knowledge is limited. He would think about getting Sean a good teacher another day. Ramsey smiled. It's somewhere to start. I'll send Magnus to dig a little further. You want me to go get him? Sean was practically asleep on his feet. I want you to get some sleep. I'll talk to Magnus myself. Garrison scowled. Well, that was Garriden's natural facial expression, but it deepened for some reason unknown to Ramsey. Garrison sat in the chair next to the couch. Go to your mate, Sean. No more working for at least 24 hours. Sean sighed and stood without a word. He was halfway across the room when Garrison spoke again. Good job, little human. Sean turned and smiled. Thanks, giant dragon shifter. Garrison gave Sean a slight smile. Go. Sean saluted Garrison and left the room. As soon as he was gone, Garrison turned to Ramsey. He didn't speak, but glared at Ramsey. What? You're not sleeping either. Got a lot on my mind. And not sleeping will change things around here. Things with Stavros will heat up whether you sleep or not. Garrison was the only one who ever put Ramsey in his place. They both knew it was needed from time to time, but it didn't make it any less annoying. Ramsey rolled his eyes. I know. It's not like I want to stay awake all night. Is there something one of us could do? Ramsey smirked. You could be Alpha instead of me. Garrison growled. It was an old argument. Stop. No one is taking the Alpha position from you. Yeah, well, sometimes I wish you would. He wasn't cut out for the Alpha position for a lot of different reasons. At some point, they would realize and stop burying their heads in the sand about it. Ramsey included. I know. It won't happen, though. Garrison nodded to the papers in Ramsey's hands. Let's talk about that instead. Gladly. Sending Magnus won't be enough. We need more information. Information Sean can't find. Magnus might be able to get us this Wesley guy. Ramsey raised his eyebrows. Kidnapping? Garrison's scowl deepened again. Maybe. We at least need to talk to him. Garrison tapped his fingers on the arm of the chair. I'll look into getting Sean some help. Need to think about it for a bit, but I might have a solution to the problem. I'll get back to you about it after I make a few calls. I have an old friend. Rocky and his crew were investigators back in the day. Ramsey stood. He would look at the papers later. I'll go talk to Magnus. I'll send him to find the Wesley guy. Are you staying at your cabin? Yeah, Kristen's with me. Probably for a couple of nights. Garrison scowled. Is she okay? Ramsey nodded. Yeah, she will be. Does she need Mother Estelle or me? Probably, but she won't ask for it. Garrison nodded, and that was all it took for Ramsey to know Garrison would be visiting Kristen at his cabin later that day, when the sun rose. Chapter 2. Ramsey walked into the diner and stood inside the door for a few seconds, letting his body adjust to the temperature difference. He shook off the cold, and the few snowflakes still brave enough to cling to the heavy material of his coat and the stocking cap covering his head. Ramsey's human form longed for a beach on a tropical island where the weather was warm but not hot. He would also like one of those umbrella drinks, and a sexy little cabana boy fanning him with a big green leaf as he lounged on a beach chair, taking in the warm rays of the sun. Ramsey sighed. His water monster preferred the cold, but his human side was ready for a change in season. Winter had gone on long enough. He wouldn't get it, though. So he vowed to shift and go for a swim after he finished his lunch and listened to his clan members' problems. He shook the last remnants of cold from his body and began making his way to his usual booth at the back. He passed the counter and winked at Sage, who smiled. "You want the usual, Alpha, but with water, right?" Ramsay stopped and lifted his eyebrows. It was like Sage read his mind and knew he drank one too many cups of coffee at home during breakfast. Sage smiled. "I saw you drink some at home this morning. Figured you'd need to flush out Layden's sludge." Normally, Ramsay could drink coffee all day long, but not when his brother Layden made it. Lately, the kid had woken up first, and the rule was the first one awake made the coffee, whether they drank it or not. Layden made the stuff so strong Ramsay couldn't drink more than 2 cups, and even then he had to do something to burn off the caffeine. Ramsay nodded. "Find out what he's doing up so early in the morning, will you?" Sage bit his bottom lip, and his eyes sparkled with determination. "I'm on it, Alpha." Ramsay chuckled. Sage would recruit Sean on his new mission, and the two would sneak around spying on Layden, which might cause some drama around the house if Layden caught them, but it would also cultivate the friendship between Sean and Sage. The two were exact opposites in personality, but in all the ways that proved helpful to each other. Sean was a feisty little thing who didn't take shit from anyone, and Ramsay had noticed that particular trait of Sean's had drawn Sage out of his shell a bit over the past few months. Sage's quiet, contemplative nature had improved Sean's tendency to say the first thing on his mind, making him realize there's benefit to choosing his words wisely instead of spouting off. Layden would have to suffer through how annoying those two were going to be together. Plus, something was up with his little brother, and Ramsay needed to know what it was anyway. So, win-win all the way around as far as he was concerned. He passed Jenny Bonner and her wife Carmen. "Hello, ladies." "Alpha." "Has the situation with Mr. Lowry improved?" Jenny shuddered and her lips curled. Ramsay wanted to laugh and barely managed to keep a straight face. "I see it hasn't." "Nope. We still see his naked, wrinkled ass first thing every morning." "I'll talk to him later today." "Thank you, Alpha." She shook her head. "Never thought naked gardening was a thing, and Mr. Lowry should not be the one to popularize it." Ramsay chuckled. "I'll make sure he doesn't start a trend." He patted her on the back as he passed, and made a mental note to see George Lowry after he finished his meal. As soon as he sat down in the booth, Sage came over to him with a glass of ice water and lemon in it. "Did she say naked gardening?" "Yes. Apparently it's Mr. Lowry's favorite pastime." Sage made a face, much like Jenny had moments before. "That's just... the man's losing his mind." Yeah, it was what Ramsay was afraid of. George was a very old shifter. Ramsay didn't know how old, but shifters lived to be pretty old without age wearing the body down right away. Some shifters lived longer than others, too. Dragon shifters lived hundreds of years without aging very much. Ramsay didn't know how long water monsters lived because there weren't very many in existence, so he'd never met another one. "He may be ready for a roommate." Sage nodded, understanding Ramsay meant George needed a caregiver. "Are you seeing clan members right now, or is this a legitimate lunch?" "You can send anyone over who needs to speak with me." Leaving himself open to discussion in the most public place in St. Lakes was a habit Ramsay had maintained for several years. It tended to curb everyone coming at him all at once during clan meetings. Ramsay picked up his drink and took a sip from the side of the cup, ignoring the straw. It didn't take long for Josh Pike to slide into the booth opposite him. Considering Ramsay saw Josh last night, and their meeting hadn't gone well, Ramsay was a bit surprised. Josh eyed Ramsay with caution, as if he expected an attack. Likely, Josh didn't know what reaction he would get. Maybe he thought Ramsay would have harsh words for upsetting his sister. Ramsay smiled and decided to make small talk, pretending last night never happened. Josh would either talk about it or not. Either way, Ramsay would learn if Kristen was a priority to Josh just by letting Josh lead the conversation. "How are things on the farm?" "Fine." "How's your father?" "He's why I'm here, actually." Josh looked behind him, as if fearful of someone entering the cafe. When he turned around, he leaned forward, nearly whispering every word he said. "I have a problem, Alpha. I'll help however I can." Right before Josh covered his face with his hands, Ramsey saw the anguish there. "I don't know what to do." His hands muffled his voice, and it sounded like Josh spoke through a tunnel, only without the echo. Ramsey sipped his water again and waited him out. When it didn't appear Josh would speak again, Ramsey cleared his throat. "Tell me, Josh." "My father has found a cougar shifter for me to mate with." "What do you mean? Like, your dad arranged it?" Shifters have never arranged matings, as far as Ramsey knew. Not at any point in history. So Ramsey was confused. "Exactly." Josh took his hands away. "She's not my true mate, Alpha." "If you don't want to mate with the girl, then don't." "It's not that simple. Not for me. Dad, he believes species shouldn't intermingle. Mom and his mating were arranged, so he sees nothing wrong with doing the same thing to me." "Your parents weren't true mates. I remember when your mother left town. It was a shock because I thought they were." Normally, a true mated pair, once bonded, couldn't separate without some serious mental stress to both of them. "Yeah, Dad's parents were just as prejudiced against interspecies mating. Mom and Dad were miserable, and I don't want that for myself." Josh's shoulders slumped. "I've tried to reason with Dad, and he's not hearing me. You probably guessed Kristen is my mate. I've backed off bonding with her to give him time to come around. He's gonna fuck up my life if I don't do something now, though." "He can't make you mate with anyone. No one can. That's not how it works in this clan." Josh nodded. "I don't have a problem standing up to my father. I just don't want to lose the relationship. I'm all he has left since Marshall never comes home anymore." Ramsey had his doubts about Josh's ability to stand up to his father, but he kept his mouth shut about his concerns and waited to see what Josh needed from him. "Kristen is pissed. Like, really pissed. I want to mate with her. I know Dad will disown me, but it's a better alternative to being miserable my whole life." "Tim won't like you mating with Kristen simply because she's a Somerset." "Yeah, I know. I don't understand what he has against your family, but whatever." Josh waved his hand in the air, dismissing the reason entirely. Ramsey smiled, not commenting. It was in the past as far as Ramsey was concerned, but then he wasn't the one with puncture wounds in his arm. "So, you're choosing Kristen?" It was a shitty question, and probably seemed unnecessary to Josh after their conversation, but Ramsey had to be sure, especially if Josh really did have to give up one relationship to have the other. "Yes, even fate wants me to be with her. Dad denying me goes against the gods." "How would you like me to help?" "I'm hoping you would talk to Kristen for me." "I can try, but I won't force her to do anything she doesn't want to do. I'm not that kind of alpha." Josh nodded. "I know." Sage dropped off his food and eyed Josh with curiosity. He knew enough not to say anything, though. "What can I get you, Josh? The usual?" "No, thanks. Just came in to talk with the alpha." Sage nodded and smiled. "Flag me down if you change your mind." Sage left them. Ramsey picked up his burger and took a bite. When he finished chewing, he said, "I'll talk to her." "Thank you, Alpha." "I can't promise anything." The problem with having everyone together at one time was the crowded house, which grew extremely loud most of the time. That's why it didn't surprise Ramsey to hear Sean shriek with laughter, or Gabriel growl as he chased him around the kitchen's center island. Sean braced to run, but squared off with Gabriel all at the same time. Neither said anything, but both eyed each other. "Have either one of you seen Kristen today, or is she still at my cabin?" "Living room." Sean watched Gabriel, which was a smart move. The second Sean gave Gabriel an opening, he would pounce. Ramsey left them to whatever game they were playing and headed through the kitchen and dining room to the living room beyond. Layden sat on the couch with Jules curled up on his lap, sleeping like a little cat. Kristen sat on the other end with her feet tucked under Layden's leg and a blanket wrapped around her entire body. They watched some old sitcom on television about a middle-class family with kids and an ordinary life. Ramsay vaguely remembered the show when it first aired, but he hadn't seen it since. The star of the show was a down-to-earth comedian who made every day seem funny, somehow. Ramsay bent and kissed Jules on the top of his head as he passed, and patted Layden on the shoulder. "Is he okay?" "He's fine, just napping. You don't have to worry about Jules. He's got his head right where Hasten and Thomas are concerned." Jules sighed and popped his eyes open. "They have to come to me with an open mind, or they can both piss off. I'm not compromising, Ramsay." "You getting sick?" Of all his siblings, Ramsay worried about Jules the most. When Jules first came to them, he was so fragile emotionally and physically weakened from being Nikolaos Stavros' prisoner, Ramsay thought any improvement seemed impossible. Layden was as protective of Jules, but then Layden would be an alpha when he shifted. Ramsay could already feel his strength. Layden's alpha nature would make it impossible for him to ignore someone as passive as Jules. The fact that Layden protected Jules meant he would be a good leader. And it also meant Ramsay could let his instinct to protect Jules go, because Layden was capable. Ramsay would have to talk to Garrison about Layden before his first shift. They would need to figure out how to utilize Layden's strength so he would serve the clan in the best possible way. Jules's voice cut through Ramsay's thoughts. "I'm just tired from being on my feet all morning. Garrison had a ton of new furniture at the store, and I had to move it around so the space flowed better. FYI, never ask Garrison his opinion on interior design. I guarantee he doesn't have one, nor does he care at all." Ramsay chuckled. "Yeah, I could have guessed that." Ramsay looked at Kristen. "Want to go with me on a little errand?" "Not really, but I can tell you weren't asking anyway." Kristen threw off the blankets and stood. "I was so warm, too." She left the blanket wadded on the middle couch cushion, so Layden picked it up and put it over Jules and himself before settling in again. Layden caught his gaze and lifted his eyebrows. "What?" "Nothing. I was just thinking about your first shift. It's coming soon. When it does, you and I have a few things to talk about." Ramsay could already see Layden had grown a few inches in just a couple months. He was nearly as big as Ramsay already. "Like what?" "We'll talk about it another day." "You brought it up, just tell me now." Ramsay gave him a hard stare, which was all it took to school Layden on his disrespectful tone. "Sorry, Alpha." Ramsay patted him on the shoulder again and followed Kristen out of the room. "So, what's up?" They weren't even out of the dining room before Kristen asked the question. "We'll talk on the way. Why'd you leave my cabin?" "Just got bored. Wanted to stop thinking about, him. You know how it is around here. Always chaos of mass proportions, but it's a welcome distraction right now." Living all together like they were might not always be comfortable, but it was never dull. Ramsay couldn't wait for the shit with Stavros to be over so they could all go back to their own homes, and he was sure they all agreed with him. Still, the family stuck together no matter what, or how much they annoyed each other. If keeping them all in one place did nothing else, he hoped it cultivated that lesson. "Where are we going?" "To tell Old Man Lowry to stop naked gardening." "Are you fucking serious?" She spun around, her long dark hair fanning out as she did. "Very." "Oh, gods. I hope he's not doing it when we get there." "You and me both." Kristen laughed. Her laugh had always been infectious, so Ramsay followed suit. "What's so funny?" Sean asked when they made it to the kitchen. It seemed Gabriel had caught him, and the game was over for those two because Gabriel wrapped his arms around Sean, holding him from behind. "Naked gardening," Kristen managed to get out. "That's not a thing, right? I mean, it sounds dangerous. Like, what if you're going along hoeing a row of tomatoes but your dick gets in the way? Hoes have sharp edges. There could be blood and body parts missing in the dirt." Sean looked serious, which made Kristen laugh even more. "I'll let you know if Mr. Lowry has safer gardening practices." "Mr. Lowry?" Sean hadn't been in town long enough to meet the whole clan, and Mr. Lowry was getting up there in years, so he sometimes didn't come to clan meetings. "Wolf Shifter. Very old, crazy man. Ramsay filled him in as he herded Kristen to the door.
Take pictures.
Kristen snorted and held her thumb up, as if she honestly planned to come back with photographic evidence. Ramsay shook his head. No way would he let her entertain Sean's propensity for mischief. Ramsay waited for Kristen to get her coat on before shuffling her out the door. Ramsay opened his truck door for her and waited for her to get in before shutting it and getting in on the driver's side.
So, am I in trouble or something?
No. He backed out of the driveway and started down the road before speaking again. Talked to your mate today. The only thing Ramsay heard for the longest time was the sound of the car engine and the shifting of the automatic transmission from one gear to the next. He looked over at her, and he could see the way her lips thinned out and her hands fisted. She clearly wasn't going to say anything, so Ramsay decided to just lay it all on out there. He says his father is making him marry some cougar shifter. Apparently, Tim Pike doesn't believe in species mingling, not even different types of shifters. It's news to me, but it makes sense given Josh's mom leaving. Anyway, Josh doesn't want that, so he asked me to talk to you. He wants to bond.
Josh Pike is a fucking asshole who can go to hell.
She stared out the window. Ramsay could hear her breathing out numbers, whispering them backward from 10 to 1, twice before she gave up and pounded on the dashboard with her fist, growling with each pound. She must have done it a good dozen times before she calmed down enough for Ramsay to speak.
I don't want to care.
Ramsay shook his head. But you do, and it's something to think about. If there was anyone who could stay unmated, even while living in the same town as their mate, it was her. She would also be the first one to cave if she thought it was the right thing to do.
So, he's losing his family if he mates with me?
Sounds like it. He'll lose living a content life if he doesn't, and he knows it.
He told you that?
Yeah, pretty much.
Kristen narrowed her eyes and looked out the side window again. She tapped her fingers on the door. Will you do me a favor?
You know I will.
Would you call a meeting with him and his father?
He wasn't surprised she'd gone with the direct approach. It was a bold move, and would force Josh to face his problems with his father head-on. Ramsay needed to talk to Tim about arranging other people's matings. It didn't matter that Josh was Tim's son. No one told another person who to be with. Not in the St. Lakes clan. Chapter 3. Ramsay walked into the office to find Kristen already there. She sat behind the desk, with her head in her hands as if it were too heavy for her neck. He took to the couch and waited, fighting the urge to go to her. Her anger would get worse if Ramsay didn't play the next few minutes exactly right. The stench of it was unmistakable, and permeated the air even outside the office door. Ramsay's water monster went crazy at the unperceived threat, and it was everything he had in him to stem his aggression and need to protect.
When will Josh be here?
Kristen kept her head down the entire time, her long dark hair flowing around her face like a curtain, concealing her expression. Any time now.
Is Garrison coming to the meeting?
Ramsay smiled. Even Kristen, who liked to stew in her anger longer than was probably healthy, wanted the parental guidance Garrison provided. Would you like him here?
Yeah, or Mom.
Ramsay stood and headed for the door. I'll be right back.
If Josh comes in here while you're gone, I'm going to kick his ass out.
Ramsay wasn't sure if she was talking about Josh or Tim, but either way it prompted him to hurry the hell up. He didn't have to go far because Sage came through the kitchen door at the same time Ramsay came out of the office. He smiled at Ramsay by way of greeting. Would you let Garrison know I need him in the office?
Sure.
Sage's expression went blank as if he were concentrating on something. Ramsay knew he was talking with Garrison through their bonding link.
He's on the way. He's at the store, so it might take a few minutes.
Would you mind hunting down Mom for me then? Sage's eyebrows drew together in curiosity, but he knew better than to ask. Ramsay wouldn't have told him anyway. As far as he was concerned, the issue wasn't a clan matter, but a personal problem Kristen was having with her mate. The only clan issue was Tim arranging matings. Ramsay knew a lot of personal things about his clan members. They came to him, expecting him to solve their issues, just as Josh had. Sometimes Ramsay could fix it, but more often than not, he was a silent listener while they talked through their own problems. The latter would be the case for Josh and Kristen. Ramsay would just be there for her and to make sure Tim stayed level-headed. Ramsay walked back into the office a second later. Kristen stood when he entered. She looked as if she was about ready to kill someone. Instead of killing Ramsay, Kristen walked to him and threw her arms around his waist. Ramsay rubbed her back and tried to give her as much comfort as he could.
He was so against bonding. I avoided him as much as I could. I left him alone like he asked, and now he's doing this to me. Tell me I shouldn't be as mad about the whole situation as I am.
You have a right to feel the way you do, Kristen. Ramsay could smell both cougar shifters when they entered the house almost immediately, and apparently so could Kristen, because she pulled away and stood behind the desk chair, as if she were a sentry waiting for her king to take his throne. In reality, she was waiting for Ramsay to sit behind the desk because it gave her some semblance of protection against their guests. Ramsay wouldn't let anyone hurt Kristen physically. Josh already had hurt her emotionally, so it was too late. He might accept the fact, but it still pissed him off. He also didn't like Tim. Both of those things combined put him on edge just enough for him to create an air of volatility in the room. Both Josh and Tim felt it when they walked in, if the way they stopped and stiffened slightly was any indication. Having Kristen and Josh in the same room together did make it easy to see how much Josh wanted Kristen for his mate. Josh's cougar eyes trained on Kristen and his teeth elongated. The chair moved when Kristen moved around him. It appeared as if she were going to Josh, which was completely against her character. Apparently, Josh thought so too because he reached for her. But she moved around him and headed straight for Garrison, who had just entered the room. Garrison bent down and they whispered to each other. Satisfied Garrison would help Kristen come to some sort of understanding, Ramsay focused on Tim and Josh. Both men had their heads turned to the side in submissive respect as they stood on the other side of the desk. "Have a seat." They did as he directed, but Josh kept looking back at Kristen. He sat on the edge of his seat as if he were ready to go to her at the smallest provocation. "It's come to my understanding that you arranged a mating for Josh." Ramsay stared Tim down, waiting for him to either admit or deny it. Arranging a mating was a slap to Ramsay's alpha status. Yes, that's how our family does things. Ramsay sat forward with his elbows on the desk and his hands steepled in front of him. "Let me be very clear here. That's not how the clan does it. And if it were, then I'm the only one who has that kind of authority." Ramsay hardened his expression when Tim's face turned red. He let his water monster out just enough for his eyes to turn reptilian. He knew they were unique. Not quite like a crocodile's, but close enough it scared most who saw it, and their history also didn't help Tim in his bid to keep the fear from showing. Ramsay would give him points for trying, though. Tim visibly swallowed, and his face went slack. "If you don't like it, then you are welcome to find another clan, but you won't undermine my authority again." "Yes, Alpha." Just based on Tim's tone, he would give Ramsay problems. Ramsay would let it go until the problems presented themselves, though. Kristen left Garrison and came back around the desk. Ramsay watched her the whole time and knew the hardness was all for show. She would break down as soon as she was alone. Ramsay met Josh's gaze. "Your mating is your choice." "Well, I picked my true mate." Ramsay's back was to Kristen, so he didn't see her reaction, but based on Garrison's slight amusement, he could tell she was going to give Josh a hard time. "Your true mate doesn't want to mate with someone who's weak." Tim slapped a hand on the arm of the chair and stood. "You will not talk to my son that way." Ramsay stood and started around the desk. His water monster growled in his mind, and it was everything in him not to shift and protect his sister against the presented threat. Ramsay was better at fighting his instinct since the last time he had a run-in with Tim. It had been years, after all. Ramsay wasn't needed because Josh came around the side of the desk, standing right in front of Kristen, and growled at Tim. Kristen still looked pissed, but some of her bravado slipped, and her eyes changed to her eagle.
I don't need your protection.
Josh ignored her, not taking his eyes off the threat his father imposed. Ramsey's respect for Josh went up about 10 notches. Ramsey's protective instincts quieted. You can't come back home if you choose her. Josh squared his shoulders. I'll get my stuff in the next couple days. Tim nodded and walked out. Ramsey followed to make sure he left the house and property peacefully. As he was leaving, he heard Garrison say, Do you need me to stay, Kristen?
No, I think Josh and I have a few things to discuss alone. Like how this mating of ours is going to go. Because if you think for 1 second I can't take care of myself, then I'll be happy to demonstrate by kicking your father's ass all over the fucking yard. It looked like things were going to be okay between Kristen and Josh. A fucking Somerset. It figures Josh would mate with one of them. Either Tim wasn't aware Ramsey followed him or didn't care. Either way, Ramsey would have a talk with Tim. You have 2 choices, Tim. When Ramsey spoke, Tim turned. The way he turned, as if Ramsey had poked him in the ass with a stick, confirmed his suspicions. He didn't know Ramsey followed. Considering Ramsey's scent was all over the place, it didn't surprise him that Tim couldn't use his shifter senses to tell. Ramsey was also light on his feet, and always had been. Tim cleared his throat. What are those? Ramsey smiled, but he knew it came off as menacing. Either fall in line, or get out of my territory. Anything other than that will get you more than puncture wounds. Your kind runs on instincts and not much else. It makes you no better than an animal. Tim spat on the ground at Ramsey's feet. Ramsey laughed. Have you ever seen what a dangerous animal can do to someone? Not personally. It's best if you do what I say, so you don't find out. Ramsey shifted the teeth in his mouth. He'd looked at himself in the mirror a time or two, so he was aware of the picture he made. Each tooth in his mouth pointed at the ends. They looked like a small double-bladed knife, and were so numerous they distorted his face. Get away from me, Tim, before I do something we'll both regret. His voice was gravelly and slightly slurred because it was hard to talk around the half-shifting. Tim nodded and scrambled away. Ramsey watched as Tim got in his truck and pulled out of the driveway. Fane felt the hunger for blood in the pit of his stomach. He would need some soon. Didn't want to starve like last time. Nope. Need blood. I have some bagged stuff in the cooler just for you, Fane. Forrest smiled at him when he looked across the bench seat at him. Forrest reached down between his legs and opened the top of the cooler lid. He reached in and handed him a bag. Fane shook his head, but took it all at the same time. Had blood from a human once. Just once, Fane? Angel looked at him out of the rearview mirror as he drove. Yep, at the lab, after I escaped from my cell. The word escape floated around in Fane's brain like a balloon. The rest of the space was empty and black. Escape. You don't remember anything before that? Nope. Fane moved his hands around his head. It's all empty up there. Except sometimes he remembered things before the lab, but they were flashes of pictures. He remembered a room with mirrors covering one wall from ceiling to floor. He remembered being still and silent, but now he couldn't be either, because all the black space scared him. The darkness was a jail cell he couldn't escape. Escape. Fane let his teeth fall before he stuck them in the bag. The ache in his stomach eased with each swallow of blood. I knew a guy who was feral and came back from it once. Zadimus probably knew a lot of people. He was old enough to know everyone in the whole world. He wasn't the same after, although he did meet his mate and it helped him get some of his memories back. He was a real dickhead before anyway, so it wasn't a hardship. Forrest reached up and hit Zadimus on the arm. There's nothing wrong with Fane. Did I say there was? No, but you sort of implied it. Fane pulled the bag off his teeth and let it fall to the seat beside him. What did I tell you about trash, Fane?
Forrest sighed and picked up the bag, throwing it into another bag that sat on the floor. "Trash goes in the bag for the entire car ride." Fane mimicked Forrest. Forrest chuckled. "You could do impersonations and probably make a living. You sounded just like me." Fane held out his hand. "Want another?" Forrest reached into the cooler again and handed Fane another one. "Can I borrow your phone, Angel?" "And just what will you give me?" Forrest smiled and reached up, running his fingers through Angel's hair. "Anything you want, baby." Zadimus snorted out a laugh, but Fane didn't want to take the time to ask what was so funny. Instead, he sank his teeth into the second bag. Angel chuckled and handed over his phone, all without taking his eyes off the road. Forrest took it and immediately punched in numbers. "I'm going to put it on speaker. That way we all learn what's going on in St. Lakes at once." "Who you calling?" The bag in his mouth was a hindrance, but he still managed to get the words out. "My brother Ramsey. He's the alpha of St. Lakes. He'll want to know the progress we've made with the Shifter and Vampire Council." "Ramsey." The name floated around in his head like the other word had, but it was gone quickly. "Yes." A ringing came from the phone, but sounded as if it came through a can. It took a couple of rings before someone answered. "Hello?" The man who answered had a deep voice, which made his stomach flutter. He'd never experienced it before, and the unknown made him giggle nervously. Fane took the bag from his teeth and threw it on the seat beside him. "Hey, so I have good news and bad news. Which do you want first?" "Bad news." "Nicolono Stavros was brought in by the council and jailed. He escaped, though. Got me pretty good when he did, too, but I'm okay now." When the person on the other end of the phone growled, the sound went straight to Fane's cock, and he couldn't help but rub it. Forrest grabbed his arm, scowling at him. He shook his head. "Not appropriate." "What?" That deep voice spoke again. "Nothing, you're on speaker." Forrest shook his head. Fane squeezed his eyes shut and folded his body down until his chest lay against his lap. "The good news, Forrest?" "Right. Well, I accomplished the thing you needed me to. I got the Vampire and Shifter Councils to unite, and I'm also coming home for a few days with a couple of friends in tow. Also, Angel and I are mated properly now." "Good job, little brother, and congratulations on your mating." "How's everything there? Anything we need to know?" "Kristen has news. I'll let her tell you." "Oh, that's just mean. Now I'm going to be drowning in curiosity the whole time." The man on the other end of the phone chuckled, and that's when Fane looked over at Forrest. Fane felt something build in his chest, but he couldn't identify what it was, so he started singing. He didn't remember where he had first heard the song, but somehow he still knew it. "My only sunshine, you make me happy when skies are gray." Even as Fane whispered the words, he giggled around them. Chapter 4. Ramsey clicked the button on his pen absently and thought about the conversation he had with his brother Forrest. He was glad Forrest worked it out with Angel, and the two were mated properly. He wished the problem with Nicolono Stavros would have been solved permanently as well. "Stop with the pen, please." Garrison narrowed his eyes at the thing, as if it was the pen's fault it clicked. "Sorry." Ramsey still held the thing. It helped center his thoughts on the biggest problem Ramsey had. "I'm pretty sure the human government knows about us. I know we need more evidence, but even without it, I have a gut feeling." Would the council merging and all of the paranormals banding together be enough to stop what the humans had planned? "Our immediate problem is Stavros. He'll attack soon, and we're not even close to ready for it. We need to have a clan meeting and assess who can fight and who we need to protect." "Yeah." Ramsey rocked back in his chair. When Sage peeked around the corner, Ramsey barely paid attention to him. "Forrest and Angel arrived in town, together. Guess it means they got their mating worked out." Ramsey didn't tell the others Forrest had called because some of the main parts of the conversation would have worried everyone, and he didn't need that. He was so worried he couldn't sleep, so it was enough for everyone. And as for Forrest and Angel bonding, well, it wasn't Ramsey's information to tell. Well, Garrison knew, but Ramsey didn't keep most stuff from Garrison. As the beta, Garrison had a right to know certain information when it pertained to the clan, especially a family member, simply because he was the beta. They were in charge of the well-being of everyone. Garrison crooked his finger at Sage. He always got that predatory look on his face whenever Sage wore reading glasses. Ramsay rolled his eyes and tried to ignore them. When Sage straddled Garrison's lap and the smacking of lips sounded, Ramsay shuddered and fought against the urge to make vomit sounds like a child. The last few months, Garrison had been treating him less like the alpha and more like a son, which Ramsay preferred anyway. It only made the makeout session more disgusting. Ramsay decided to get them both back and clicked the pen in a rhythm designed to drive anyone crazy. It took less than 30 seconds for Garrison to hold out his hand, although he didn't let Sage go far. Sage sat on his lap with his cheek pressed against Garrison's chest, right where his heart was. Ramsay leaned forward, putting the pen in Garrison's hand before settling back in his chair again. Garrison whispered something to Sage, which Ramsay couldn't hear. Sage nodded and stood, moving from Garrison. He held onto his hand until he couldn't anymore, and he walked out of the room. Garrison watched Sage until he disappeared into the kitchen. Ramsay chuckled. Garrison turned to him. "You'll know how it feels when you meet your mate." "I'm sure," Ramsay sighed. "Okay, so I'll call a clan meeting. We'll assess the fighters in the clan. I just fear there aren't enough. I know the Wingspan clan will help, and so will the Warlocks, but if Stavros attacks, it will be sudden. They may not have enough time to get here. If we're prioritizing our problems, that one should be at the top." Garrison grunted. Ramsay spent enough time with Garrison to know it meant he agreed. "We could attack first. Everyone who's willing to fight would be available then." Ramsay shook his head. "We'd lose the backing of the Council. We need them if we want to find out more about the bigger problem with the humans. The Council has enforcers who can get behind the problem much better than we can." The enforcers were the ones who could stop the humans long-term. Ramsay ran a hand down his face and then shook his head at Garrison. "If I fuck up or lose my focus even a little bit, St. Lakes is doomed. I mean, we still haven't found the Fae, right? If Stavros' people get their hands on him, or her, we're screwed. If Stavros attacks before we get all our problems sorted, we're screwed. If the humans go public about paranormals, we're screwed." Garrison gave him that classic frown he had probably perfected well before Ramsay was even born. "Stop. It's not all for you to fix. I'm the Alpha, and no good to us if you break down psychologically." Shit. Garrison was right. It's easier to concentrate on the clan members' problems. They're smaller compared to the other issues. One thing at a time. Ramsay took a deep breath, trying to dislodge the stone of worry sitting on his lungs. "Right. Clan meeting, then. The Wingspan Alpha may be able to help us prepare. Call him. And I found investigators. Rocky and his crew are in Forrest's cabins. They're here for the duration." "Yeah, okay. We'll need their help with the humans." He reached for the phone to call Gavin, Wingspan's Alpha, when he heard a commotion outside. "Sounds like Forrest just got here. I'll go and leave you to your phone call. Tell Forrest I'll be there in a minute." Garrison nodded and left the room. Ramsay dialed Gavin's number from memory. Lately, he'd been calling Gavin a lot. Ramsay was thankful he had an ally like him. Ramsay tapped his finger on the desk as he waited. When he heard the familiar voicemail greeting telling him to leave a message, he did as prompted. Maybe it was for the best he didn't have a lengthy discussion with Gavin. He missed Forrest and wanted to see him anyway. Forrest had never left St. Lakes until he had chased after Angel, and Ramsay never went a day without seeing him at least once. Forrest made up for that, though. And in the time he'd been gone, Forrest had accomplished a lot, including bonding with Angel. Ramsay was proud of him in ways he probably wouldn't be able to express well with words. He pushed the red button to shut off his phone and stood from the desk. All his problems disappeared for the moment, and the only thing he thought about was hugging Forrest. Then a smell hit him, unlike any other he had ever scented. His human eyes turned reptilian. Every thought left his mind but the need to mate with whoever the smell belonged to. He braced a hand on the wall beside the office door in an attempt at control. Ramsay had no idea how Kristen had lived with the need to bond for so long without being able to. Maybe her eagle wasn't as strong-willed as Ramsay's water monster. Or maybe she was stronger than Ramsay all the way around. Ramsay growled and moved off the wall. He heard someone say, "He's not the smell!" That voice was the sweetest sound Ramsay had ever heard, and so was the giggle that came after. "We'll find him, buddy, don't you worry." Vaughn's voice was closer than the stranger's had been. "I need him!" The stranger's desperation was palpable. Ramsay could almost feel it radiating through the air. He stalked from the room with one singular purpose. He didn't even get 5 steps into the kitchen when he saw the person who belonged to that wonderful lavender smell. The man had a halo of blonde hair surrounding his delicate features. His eyes were wide and had a blue glow to them that completely obscured their true color. He bared his teeth, but not in a violent way. No, Ramsay's little vampire mate was even more keyed up than he was, which amazed him. Vaughn put a hand on the little ball of Sexy's shoulder, as if trying to hold him back, which brought Ramsay's water monster even closer to the surface than it already was. Ramsay growled, letting all his teeth drop, not just his canines. He tried to get himself under control, but Vaughn didn't take the hint. Instead, he stood in front of Ramsay's mate. Before Ramsay could say anything, his mate growled, pushing past Vaughn. The vampire ran to him, and several people shouted, but Ramsay braced himself to catch him. "Shit, Fane, hold on, man!" Vaughn chased after him. "Mine!" Ramsay gnashed his teeth at Vaughn, needing him to back off or Ramsay would hurt him, which was the last thing his human mind wanted. Vaughn tried to calm the situation so everyone could think clearly, but Ramsay was a long way from that. His water monster took over by slow degrees. Ramsay fought against it, but it was a losing battle, and his human side knew it. Ramsay didn't even stumble when his mate launched himself into Ramsay's arms and legs wrapped around him. From a distance, his mate looked fragile. His shorter stature and thin frame were deceptive because Ramsay could feel hard muscles underneath his hands. He used his arms and legs to hold himself in place, not relying on Ramsay. Ramsay's cock grew hard when he felt his mate's hardness against his abdomen, and his mouth changed back so his canines were longer. When his mate moved his hips forward, clearly wanting friction, Ramsay grabbed his waist in an attempt to hold him in place. The last thing he needed was to cum in his pants in front of his whole family. They were already looking at him as if watching an action film where shit blows up. His mother even stood there with her mouth hanging open, frozen in place by what she witnessed. Ramsay had to admit the alpha of St. Lake's getting molested by a cute little vampire who looked like he couldn't hurt a fly had to be quite a sight. What little control Ramsay had slipped away completely when his mate sank his teeth into his neck. "Oh, fuck." Ramsay stumbled back a few steps, the kitchen cabinet stopping him. He slumped against them, closing his eyes as the pleasure built in white, hot bursts. His mate grunted and then moaned. His hard cock pressed against Ramsay even more. And then Ramsay felt a wetness through his t-shirt. "Mate!" The bond was there already. He could feel it and his mate in his mind, although the link was weak and not yet complete. He didn't even know his name yet, and already they were partly mated. Ramsay moved his hands up his mate's back, trying to soothe him. His mate still had his teeth buried in his shoulder, although he didn't drink from him anymore. Fane's body relaxed against him, and he seemed to take comfort in rubbing his hand over Ramsay's head. Ramsay's hair was cut short, so it was practically non-existent. His mate must like the feel of it. Ramsay opened his eyes at the same time his water monster backed off, leaving his human brain to take over by slow degrees. As soon as he came back to himself, he sought out Forrest. "You have some explaining to do." Ramsay lifted off the wall, carrying his mate into the office. At least he'd get privacy then. "Lucas, Forrest, and Angel, get in here." "Why, am I in trouble?" Of course, Lucas would see it that way. Ramsay shook his head and didn't explain himself to any of them. Instead, he sat down on the couch and fought the urge to bite his mate with everything he had. He needed to calm the storm swirling around inside his mate's mind, not make things more complicated by giving in to his baser instincts. So instead, he kissed into the mess of curly hair and he whispered, "You're safe, sweet." Forrest, Angel, and Lucas stood staring at him as if he were about to bite their heads off. It pissed Ramsay off, because none of it was his fault, and based on the unsettled mind of his mate, Ramsay strongly suspected his mate wasn't at fault either. Ramsay narrowed his eyes at Angel and then Forrest. "Do you have something to tell me?" Forrest grinned. "Ramsay, meet Fane. I think he's your mate." Ramsay growled. "I fucking know he's my mate, Forrest. I'd like to know why he just took the choice to mate away from me." Ramsay thought he already knew the answer and feared the truth of Forrest's words. The smile fell from Forrest's face. It told Ramsay everything he needed to know and ramped up his protective instincts. Ramsay tightened his hold on Fane, trying to protect him as best he could. He rubbed a hand along the span of his back. "Fane isn't well, Ramsay. He's feral." Ramsay shut his eyes, laying his cheek against the side of Fane's head. Paranormals said going feral meant a fracture of the mind, and he supposed it probably felt like something broke inside. The memory centers of the brain were the first to go, and were also the last to come back. It was possible Fane remembered a little, and if it was so, then he wasn't as broken as others who had experienced the same thing. Once they bonded fully, Ramsay might be able to get a better sense of Fane's memories and the depth of the brain injury. Since Ramsay didn't intend to bond right away, he'd need Lucas to assess Fane. "Do you have anything else to share, Forrest?" Ramsay just wanted it all out and said so he could concentrate on Fane's needs. "Angel and I work for the council now." Forrest grinned. Forrest wouldn't find anything funny if he knew how badly Ramsay fought his more primitive nature. All he wanted was to protect his injured mate. The need built in his chest the longer Fane left his teeth in Ramsay's shoulder, because that alone screamed Fane's need for help. "Which means I outrank you, so you can tell Mom I'm traveling the country with my mate for the unforeseeable future. Also, I need someone to take over the cabins for me. Do you know anyone?" Angel sucked in a breath. "Oh shit, that's right. We do outrank everyone. And I think Zad is staying here. He thinks his mate is a water shifter of some sort. You'll want someone to show him around because he can be a bit pushy." Forrest gestured to Fane. "Not as pushy as that, but close." Ramsay had no idea who Zad was, and Ramsay couldn't care less. Whatever alpha duties he might have took a back seat. Ramsay looked over at Lucas. "Help me fix him." "If I do, he'll likely pass out for a while, and I can't fix everything." Despite his words, Lucas still took a step toward them. A ball of light came to his hand. "You'll have to get him to let go." Ramsay nodded and waved Forrest over. If anyone could help Fane come back to himself, it was Forrest. Ramsay had always suspected Forrest had some Omega tendencies. Ramsay counted on his persuasiveness. "Get him to let me go, and I'll do all the shit you just told me to do." Not that Ramsay paid attention to the list of things, but he'd deal with it later. Forrest closed the distance between them and began rubbing at Fane's back. Ramsay nearly bit out something about not touching his mate, but swallowed the possessiveness down long enough to let Forrest help. Ramsay couldn't keep the growl from coming out, though. "Fane, you should let Ramsay go so he can talk to you." Fane sighed and moved into Ramsay. "I won't leave you," Ramsay whispered against his hair. "You might be hurting your mate. Did you ever think of that?" Ramsay winced when Fane's teeth pulled out of him. They were sharp as needles, but Ramsay hadn't really felt them until they left his skin. Fane met his gaze, and Ramsay could see the wide-eyed stare was a symptom of being feral. Fane turned to Forrest and said, "I need to feel him inside me." Ramsay sucked in a breath, and he knew his teeth dropped down because they felt larger in his mouth. Why Fane told Forrest and not Ramsay was anyone's guess. Probably another symptom of the bigger problem. Ramsay whispered in Fane's ear, "Let Lucas fix some of your problems, and then we'll talk." Fane nodded, meeting his gaze again. He giggled, which made Ramsay smile. Ramsay leaned in and kissed Fane on the cheek. "Can you stand, sweet?" Fane moved away from Ramsay, and the second he did, Lucas's light left his hand and entered Fane. Ramsay wanted the opportunity to explain to him what was about to happen, not surprise him with it. Fane cried out, holding his head as if he had a headache. Ramsay couldn't hold back any longer. He let his water monster get as close to the surface as it wanted. A part of him found some relief in not having to hold back any longer. He didn't feel contained within his human body the way he usually did. Fane grabbed his arms, and he frowned, pain marring his brow. Ramsay lifted him into his arms, and he turned away from the others, keeping Fane away from them. He turned and growled at Lucas, flashing his teeth. "You're causing him pain." Lucas opened his mouth and then closed it again. He shook his head and tears gathered in his eyes. I'm sorry." "Fucking fix him, now!" "Whoa!" Forrest stood in front of Lucas, blocking him. "Ramsay, Fane needs you to soothe him, not yell." A part of what Forrest said sank in enough for Ramsay to realize the yelling might ramp up Fane's stress, just as Forrest's words suggested. Then Forrest reached out to touch Fane. "Mine, get out!" His heart ached when Fane went limp in his arms, his body sagging against Ramsay's as if he would never wake up again. "Oh, gods." He sat down on the couch, holding Fane close. "Please, I'm going to snap at one of you again. Just leave us alone." If anyone got near him, Ramsay would likely go after them, and he'd regret it in the long run. "Just get away from him." Chapter 5. Someone put Fane's head in a vice grip and slowly turned the handle. He rolled to his side and lifted his hands to his forehead, feeling around for the vice, but nothing was there. No metal clamp surrounded his head, which confused him. In fact, he felt nothing but his own hair. Why the headache? Someone made a sound that came out as if they were in pain, and Fane wanted to help them, but he didn't know if he could open his eyes, not to mention get up from his prone position to help the poor person. The sound came again, and he finally registered it came from him. The pain so sharp it stabbed through the side of his skull came. He moved his hand to the spot, but didn't feel a wound on the outside of his body. A flash of pictures sat in his mind like a slideshow. The first to come was a picture of a large room. The room had mirrors covering one wall from floor to ceiling, and he saw himself in it. He wore black flowing clothing, with a belt wrapped around his waist. He had his arms raised in front of him, as if getting ready to fight his image. His dark blonde hair was longer on top, but shorter around the bottom. That, more than anything, made Fane realize the flash was a memory. Through the mirror, he could see a large red bag hanging from the ceiling. It was the type a boxer would use, and had a slight indent in it, as if someone had recently kicked it. He could practically feel the hard, leathery material of the bag against his knuckles, as if even his skin remembered how the fabric felt. The familiarity of the room comforted him, even if it didn't take away the pain. The entire room itself wasn't a memory he had ever had before, but he remembered elements of it. The second slide on his wheel of life was being locked in a police car, watching his father hand an officer money. Fane knew the man was his father, although he wasn't sure how. A part of him was glad for the memory. It meant he hadn't sprung to life with one sip of blood from the human he drained. He wanted to remember more, but didn't, all at the same time. He thought about the room with the mirrors again. He used to meditate in that room. He took a deep breath, concentrating on inflating and deflating his lungs, like filling a balloon with air and then letting it out again, pulling in through his nose and out through his mouth. He moved his hands away from his forehead. His palms met something so soft and silky he never wanted to stop touching it. He moved forward until he pressed his cheek against the softness too. It helped him relax the muscles in his face, although the whole process took several seconds of concentrated effort. The deliberateness of the breathing and calming of his muscles held a comforting familiarity. He pretended to redirect the pain in his mind, working it through his body, starting by putting it in his throat. He coughed, gagging on the bitterness of all that pain until he could work it down. His heart boomed in his chest, the sound so loud he could hear it in his brain. It made him tense again, which broke his concentration, and he had to start the meditation all over again. The smell of water and hot sand tickled his nose and enveloped him in a comforting cocoon, making it much easier to continue his meditation. A warm body covered him from behind, and arms held him close. "Mate," he whispered. An image of a big male with dark hair cut short entered his mind. He had the taste of his mate's blood in his mouth, he realized all at once. "I won't leave you." "Head hurts." A hand covered the top of his head, and a low rumbling growl rolled to his ear. It vibrated from his back through his body like a purr and quieted his mind even further. Fane covered the hand at his chest with his own, running his fingers over it until he memorized the strength underneath the smooth skin. "Meditate." "My name's Ramsey." "Meditation will help." "Do whatever makes you feel better." Fane sighed. "No, you meditate. Helps with your focus." "Meditate?" Fane made the mistake of nodding his head and groaned with the movement. "I'll get Lucas to fix your headache." "No, don't want his magic anymore. Hurts." "It'll help heal the fracture." A fracture? He didn't understand what Ramsey's words meant. "No." "Please, let Lucas fix you again, just a little bit more." Apparently, Ramsey took his negative answer to mean he didn't want the help. It was partially right, but Fane could fix his headache on his own if he could concentrate enough to quiet his mind. Shh. If Ramsey would stop talking and relax, then Fane could as well. He hadn't lost all Sensei had taught him. He still knew how to be silent with himself. Even as the thought of Sensei entered his mind, he realized it was another memory assaulting him. He pictured Sensei in his mind quite clearly. The gray hair on his head that was so shocking it was nearly white, and the man's blue eyes flashed at him as they sparred together. Fane smiled at the flash of pictures. Fane had more love coursing through him for the man who could best some of the strongest paranormals than he did his father. His chest tightened, and he wanted to curl in on itself when the next image came. He cried out when that bullet bit into Sensei's temple. Ramsey tightened his hold, not letting him be alone in his grief the way he wanted. He fought against the hold, confusing Ramsey enough that he let go. Fane moved from his prone position on a couch and looked around frantically for a place to be alone. He saw a desk sitting in the center of the room and ran to it. Pushing the chair out of the way, he crawled into the open space, his knees up to his chest as if they were the guards to his heart. The memory of the day Sensei died burned in his eyes. The pain was a free-flowing parasite in his blood, eating at every good thing he'd ever felt. "I want to go back!" His mate drew closer. Fane could smell him, and he wanted to get away from his kindness. It would break him if he let it. He jerked away from the hand on his shoulder. "Let me help, Fane, please." "Just take me back. I want to go back." The memory was a living thing, working through his body. It would attack anyone who got too close, if Fane let it out of his mind, which was why he brought his hands to his head in an attempt to hold it in. Gods. He could feel the cold metal of the gun at his temple, and he felt the familiarity of the rug on his knees when his father's henchmen forced him to kneel. Sensei's calm, loving expression had never wavered, not even when another henchman pressed a gun to his head the same way they had Fane. They mirrored each other, separated by only a yard and facing each other as they sometimes did when they meditated. Sensei's lips had moved, calling him son, and saying he must remain strong through whatever torture his father's people would inflict. The words had held a finality that burned his heart. When the gun went off, Fane remembered holding his breath until his lungs hurt. His mind had gone numb and had stayed that way through needles and the doctors refusing him blood. The image of the blood and pieces of skull landing on the floor assaulted him. Sensei had swayed on his knees, the life leaving his eyes within seconds. They remained open, fixated on Fane, and then his body fell to its side, his arms flopping on the padded floor in front of him. Sensei had on a white t-shirt because he had only been there to tell Fane breakfast was ready. They hadn't been in a session, as it was too early in the day for that stop on their routine. The t-shirt bunched around the bottom, the white skin of his abdomen showing. Blood began to pool around his head, coating his hair until it couldn't hold all of it, and then it moved on to his shirt. The hand on his shoulder left, and strong arms lifted him from his hiding spot. Fane buried his face in Ramsey's shoulder, needing the strength. Ramsey's steps were purposeful and sure, indicating he had a distinct destination in mind. He used his arms to crawl up Ramsey's body, pressing his face in the crook of his neck. No matter how close he got to his mate, it didn't erase the memories. "They won't leave me alone," he whispered, his lips moving against Ramsey's skin. "What won't?" "The memories. I have them all, and I don't want some of them. I need to go back where I was before." Ramsey stopped walking. His hands rubbed down Fane's back and then up again. "You don't want to remember?" "It's better if I don't." "Oh, sweet. I'm so sorry." Fane heard footsteps nearby, and then his mate began talking again. "Can you take his headache away?" Fane barely heard Ramsey or paid attention. He knew he wasn't talking to Fane, which was good. Fane could get into his own headspace a lot easier if people left him alone. "I can try. Let me look." Fane knew the person who spoke was the witch, Lucas. He was partly to blame for Fane's memories. The other person was his mate, although Fane blamed himself because he had acted on instinct when he bonded. Bonding got the healing started. Fane felt someone else in his mind, as if his mind had a window and someone peeked in through the dark. It pissed him off, so he projected that, and the person left as quickly as he arrived. "He definitely doesn't want me intruding. I don't think I can help anyway. The headache is happening because he's healing. After he does that, he'll be fine. The only thing is for Garrison, it took months to heal, and for the headache to go away. For Fane, it seems he's healing at a faster rate. Not sure why." "Training," Fane murmured, answering Lucas. "What?" Ramsey's deep voice whispered right next to his ear. "Sensei's training." "Sensei?" Fane nodded. "Just want to go back. Shouldn't have bonded." Even as he said it, he gripped Ramsey even tighter. "Lucas, can you look in and see what's going on? He barely makes sense." Fane lifted his head and turned towards the blonde witch with the kind eyes. Kind or not, Fane wouldn't let the witch in again. Not if it meant more pain. He flashed his fangs and hissed to get his point across. "No more healing!" He couldn't take it if there were more bad memories. The last one would break him if it didn't stop. Lucas held up his hands. "I won't fix anything else. I'm just going to look in. See if I can explain things to your mate so he understands what's going on with you." Fane didn't want him seeing his thoughts. What if they had the power to break everyone? He couldn't let that happen, so he imagined a wall so large no one could get over it. In front of the wall, he imagined himself flipping off anyone who came close. Lucas tried entering, but then pulled back again, sucking in a breath. Ramsay looked from Lucas to Fane and back again. What? What did you see?
Nothing. He blocked me. No one has ever been able to do that.
Fane lay his head back down on Ramsay's shoulder, but he turned to meet Lucas's gaze.
It's too much to know.
But if you let someone know how you're feeling, then we'll be able to help you. Lucas smiled with the same kindness he held in his gaze. It put Fane at ease with him in a way he hadn't been up to that point. Maybe telling them one thing might help in some small way.
Father had Sensei killed.
Who's Sensei, Fane? Ramsay asked.
Not a who. What? Sensei was my teacher.
What happened?
Took me away from Father when I was 8 years old. Father found us, though. He killed Sensei and sold me to the humans.
Why'd your Sensei kidnap you?
The word kidnap sounded so dirty, as if Sensei hadn't saved Fane the night he came and took him away. It was the single most important moment of Fane's life. Fane hissed at Ramsay for using such an ugly word.
Fane?
No!
He wouldn't talk about it anymore, and there was nothing even his mate could say to make him. Chapter 6. Fane's headache lasted for 2 solid days, and he spent most of the time in bed, laying like a slug. He needed to move, even though the sun hadn't come up yet. He lifted his head and looked around, testing his headache. The physical pain had dimmed yesterday, even if the pain from reliving his past had not. He felt itchy under his skin and couldn't sit still. He sat up and drew his legs to his chest. Sensei had always said sitting like that left him closed off to his thoughts and emotions. He focused on the big body next to him, pinning him against the wall as if protecting him from everyone in the house. Fane touched Ramsay's big shoulder, seeing if he would wake up. When he didn't even move, Fane sighed. When a giggle escaped, he slapped a hand over his mouth, which made him giggle even more. Once he got started, he couldn't stop, and he wasn't sure why. Shh, go back to sleep, sweet. Why Ramsay called him sweet, Fane didn't know. Fane wasn't sweet. A tiny parasite lived inside him, and sometimes it was too full to feed. Fane didn't feel so raw when the parasite rested. His nerves weren't frayed at the edges, and he didn't fidget. The parasite had slept while he had the headache, quieting his thoughts. When the parasite ate at him, it swept through him until there was nothing left. Survival had been the only thing he could think about. Energy zinged through his body so quickly he couldn't keep up with it all. He would like to blame it all on gaining his memories, but he had always had extra stores of energy ready to take over his mind. Before the starvation, Sensei gave him tools to quiet things down. The only good thing to come out of Lucas fixing the fracture was remembering what those tools were. Can't sleep. Ramsay turned over on his back, his gaze meeting Fane's in the dark. You want to talk? Fane nodded. Talking was one of those things Sensei said would help, but Fane couldn't really tell Ramsay about his life before Sensei. Maybe he'd be able to tell eventually, but not when the rawness made him feel unsettled. You haven't bitten me. Don't you want to bond with me too? Your mind needs to heal first. Fane shook his head. I won't get better than I am. You're already more coherent, and your eyes seem clearer than before. I'm not like you or the rest of them. Sensei always said the way I am is okay. I don't know if you'll like me once you find out this is as good as it gets. And you're my mate, so you should like me. At least a little, right? Ramsay smiled. I like you. I tried to kill myself once. Sensei found me in the dojo. I took a razor blade to my wrists. You know, like humans sometimes do, but that doesn't work on a vampire. I started healing before Sensei even found me. If the abrupt change in topics annoyed Ramsay, he didn't show it. How old were you? 9 years old. I remember because Sensei bought me a coat for Christmas.
And I wore it for the first time that day. My first Christmas gift made me—"
Fane waved his hands in the air, twirling them around.
"Nervous."
Ramsay's eyebrows drew together. Fane had a sudden urge to smooth the wrinkle. He wasn't one to deny himself, so he ran a thumb over the creases. It didn't take them away. "You didn't receive gifts before then? Not even one?"
Fane shook his head. "I think my mother gave me gifts when she was alive. Probably. I don't remember."
"What happened to your mom?"
"I don't want to talk about it."
Fane turned his head, his cheek laying on Ramsay's bare chest. "Okay, let's talk about something else."
"Like what?"
"I don't know. What's your favorite thing to eat?"
Fane shrugged. "Sensei made a stacked grilled cheese sandwich. He made it every Wednesday for lunch."
"Why Wednesday?"
"Sensei said that routine was important for me, because I didn't have to be anxious about what was coming at me next, like how it was with Father. With Sensei, everything was scheduled. Meals, learning, training."
"It wasn't like that with your father?"
"Nope, and I don't want to talk about it."
"Okay, so tell me what a stacked grilled cheese is."
"Ham, onions, tomato, and a lot of cheese."
"Are you hungry? We could make that."
"What day of the week is it?"
Ramsay chuckled, his chest jostling Fane up and down. "Monday."
"Then no, it's not grilled cheese day yet, and not lunchtime."
"What did you eat for a late-night snack on Monday?"
"Nothing. If I couldn't sleep, I woke Sensei and we did our routine in the dojo."
"Do you need to do your routine?"
"Yes, but Sensei isn't here."
The knowledge he would never see Sensei again lodged in his throat, stopping his breath. Wetness leaked out of his eyes, and gravity pulled it down to Ramsay's chest. Ramsay ran a hand down Fane's back. "I'd miss my mom if she were gone."
"Sensei loved me. He gave up everything for me."
"What did he give up?"
"His job, Father's coven, Mama because they were mates."
Ramsay's body tensed. "Your mother was Sensei's mate?"
"Yes, she cleaned my father's house. I came before Sensei. We lived above a store in an apartment. I played with the neighbor while Mama worked."
One day, she never came back home from work. One day he had a mother, and the next, he had met his father for the first time. The second he walked into his father's big house, he had wanted to play and run, but that's not what happened. The 2 years he had lived with his father was hell.
"Father locked me in a cage, the kind you keep pets in when they're misbehaving. For 2 years. I had problems after that. I couldn't sleep, and my mind wouldn't stay quiet. Always noise. Always. Even now."
"You've been through a lot of trauma, sweet."
Fane knew Ramsay referred to the lab and then the prison. Some of the energy working through his body might have to do with all that, but most of it came from before, when he lived with his father.
"Did you tell your sensei what your father did?"
"I didn't have to. He saw."
Fane straddled Ramsay's lap.
"Sensei would tell me to begin training. It'll help quiet my mind."
Training without Sensei would be weird, but he still should do it. Sensei would tell him he needed to begin again.
"You're not broken unless you stay down, kid. Start over." Fane met Ramsay's gaze and noticed the slight smile on his face. "That's what Sensei would say."
"He sounds like a smart man. Do you want company?"
"Only if you want to."
"I'd like to see what your training entails."
Fane held Ramsay's hand as he pulled him down the stairs. He stopped halfway down to look at the pictures hanging on the walls. One in particular caught Fane's attention. He looked from the picture to Ramsay and then back again. The boy in the picture had on a t-shirt and shorts. He held a basketball in his hands. Fane looked at Ramsay again. "This is you." Ramsay smiled, which he did a lot. Fane wasn't sure what he did to earn such a beautiful look, but he definitely liked it.
"Yeah, that's me in junior high school. We won All-State that year."
Fane had no idea what All-State was, and it didn't matter. "You're thinner in the picture."
Ramsay chuckled. "Hadn't shifted yet." Shifting came a year later.
I remember school. Mama dropped me off every day. I went to a human school, though.
Fane began to walk again, but Ramsay tugged on his hand. Fane stopped and turned, waiting for him to speak. When did your mother die?
When I was 6 years old, as I said before.
You didn't go to school after she died, did you?
No.
He turned and started down the stairs again. Do you know how to read, Fane?
Fane giggled. Of course. Sensei taught me. He taught me language arts, history, and math. Mr. Scully taught me several of the sciences.
Who's Mr. Scully?
My teacher, Ramsay. Fane rolled his eyes.
What else was he?
Ramsay had a hint of a laugh laced through his words. I don't understand your question.
Was he human?
He's human. A professor.
What's his first name?
Robert, I think. I'm not sure.
How old were you when you saw him last?
19 or 20, maybe 18, around that age.
And how old are you now?
24. How old are you?
Much older than that.
You don't look it.
Paranormals age slower than humans.
I know. It's an epigenetic shift in a genome that developed over time. Probably has something to do with surviving harsh climates and humans hunting us almost to extinction. Aging slower gave us time to repopulate. It's just like the fact that I don't need as much blood as I used to. My body got used to not feeding and then taking in a lot all at once while I was in the lab. After that, when I was in prison, the guards didn't have to give me bagged blood nearly as much as a normal vampire. My physiology changed, which just goes to show how quickly paranormals adapt to changing conditions.
When Ramsay released his hand, Fane turned to find out why. Ramsay stood there staring at him as if he had two heads.
Why are you looking at me like that?
How the hell do you know all that?
I was taught. I just told you. Mr. Scully, remember?
But that's beyond what I learned in high school, Fane.
Science is easy.
It wasn't for me.
But we're not the same. Learning stuff is easy for me. It's quieting my mind that's a difficult task.
Oh.
Ramsay smiled and held out his hand to Fane, which he took. He let Ramsay pull him into a hug. Fane's arms came around Ramsay's waist, and he lay his cheek on Ramsay's chest.
I'm sorry, Fane.
For what?
For underestimating you. It won't happen again.
I don't know what you mean, but okay.
Fane turned when he heard footsteps on the stairs. He tensed and prepared himself to defend his mate if needed. A big, dark-haired male who smelled like fire carried a human down the stairs, cradling the human close to his chest. The fire smelled dangerous, and he moved in front of Ramsay, hissing as the man came down the stairs.
Nice meeting you too.
The male rolled his eyes. Ramsay put a hand on Fane's shoulder and turned him into his chest once again. Fane wasn't sure if Ramsay held him that way so often because he wanted to protect Fane from others, or the others from Fane.
He makes fire,
Fane whispered. Ramsay didn't respond, acting as if Fane never said a word. Is Jules okay, Layton?
Can't sleep anymore and crying.
Fane wiggled around enough that Ramsay took the hint and let him go. When the firemaker came down the stairs, Fane went up to him. The hiss slipped out, his more primitive nature still taking over. He couldn't control that part of himself, especially when such a powerful shifter was close to his mate. Still, he had enough presence of mind not to attack him. Anyone who held a human the way the firemaker did had enough sense not to attack blindly.
Don't get close to my mate.
The firemaker shook his head.
No worries, little dude. He's my brother and my alpha. I wouldn't ever hurt him. Or you. Now get out of my face, please.
Fane hissed again and took a step closer to him. The human in the firemaker's arms interested Fane. He looked sad, with his eyes all red-rimmed and his forehead crinkled with anguish.
What's wrong?
The human met his gaze and then looked over Fane's head at Ramsay. Fane deciphered the look to mean the human thought he was a threat.
I won't hurt you.
The human looked at him once again.
Okay.
Fane touched the human's dark curls with the tip of his fingers to feel if they were soft.
You are soft. Are you injured?
No, my mates are asshole pricks.
Why?
Hasten is prejudiced against shifters, and Thomas goes along with it.
Nothing I say fucking matters, and I'm tired of the whole thing.
Maybe you're using the wrong words to express yourself to them.
What do you mean?
Fane took a step back, and then another until he was leaning against Ramsey. Mating is biology, that's all. You still have a will of your own. Ramsey doesn't want to mate with me because I'm crazy. He has decided that, despite what his body is telling him to do. Ramsey's strong arms gripped his shoulders and turned him around. Ramsey looked at him in such a way that commanded him to hold his gaze. Fane swallowed. If the firemaker was strong, his mate was doubly so. Fane could see why his clan made him alpha. I never said I wouldn't mate with you. And stop calling yourself crazy.
It's been true since Father's cage.
I'm starting to understand you've had problems before going feral.
Fane held up a finger. I never went feral. Vampires physically can't go feral. We starve, and it changes our physiology enough to...
Yes, Mr. Science, I get it. And it's not my point.
Then what is monster?
Fane sighed. All he wanted was to train. Now more than ever because his thoughts were a jumble. Ramsey laughed and held him close. Monster.
It's what you are, and if anyone is feral, it's you. Your monster has been on the surface for days. I can feel it, even through the partial bond.
I've always been that way. Ramsey cupped Fane's face in his hands. I have a lot to consider.
Like what?
Like how I'm going to balance being alpha of this clan now that I've found my mate.
You mean with a crazy mate? I know what I am.
No. Ramsey's eyes changed, shifting to that of a reptile's. It has nothing to do with you directly. Fane let his own eyes change, except his glowed red. He hissed at Ramsey and turned from him, not wanting to hear his lies anymore. He'd always been shy of centered, even as a child. And it seemed it might cost him a mate.
The human needs to train with me.
Fane didn't turn to see if anyone followed. He walked through a door that smelled like the cold outside. You need a coat, Fane. Ramsey's voice came from directly behind him.
No, I don't. It's restricting.
It's too cold out.
So? I can block out the pain.
Would you stop walking? At least put on shoes. Fane did stop then, and grabbed a set of shoes by the door that he thought would fit him. Ramsey grabbed his arm, and Fane turned, meeting his gaze. Coat.
No.
Fane.
Monster.
Fane had never been very good at being social, and couldn't tell when someone was poking fun at him. He thought Ramsey was playing some sort of social game with the stare he gave Fane, but he wasn't sure. If he were, Fane would let him win. Fane looked at Jules, who was still in the firemaker's arms.
You coming?
Yeah. I just need to get more shoes. Jules pointed down at Fane's feet.
Those are mine.
Fane nodded once and left the house. Ramsey, hot on his heels with a thick coat in his hand. Put on the damn coat.
You need to train as well. Maybe it'll teach you how to take no for an answer.
And maybe you should listen to the words coming out of my mouth, because you only seem to hear what you want to hear. Fane turned abruptly.
What do you mean?
You want to make me not biting you about you, and it's not. I'm not an asshole, and I don't care if you have problems.
Why then?
Because I can't fucking think about the clan when I'm near you. Chapter 7. Ramsey would have trained with Fane right alongside Jules, but Fane was hugely distracting, so he hung back with Layden. Gods, he could watch Fane move for the rest of their lives and never get bored. The attraction he felt ramped up by 1,000, sending his dick into overdrive when it should have still been in park. The urge to mate was certainly there, alive and well within him, and only growing in strength. Ramsey crossed his arms over his chest and watched Fane move so fluidly it was like a fish in water. Fane stood in one spot in the backyard, Jules a few feet behind him. He put his hands together, palm to palm. Jules did it too.
Thank the gods for being alive on this day. You may thank them for anything you like, but you can never ask them for anything. They know what you need.
Fane waited in the same praying position for a full minute before moving. His routine was similar to the one Garrison performed every morning. Ramsey knew the routine because he'd joined Garrison several times a week. Fane's routine was slow. his arms moving out with deliberation, and he spoke in low tones. "Hold your strength in your muscles with each movement. It will remind you strength comes to you naturally." Fane's voice hitched, and he didn't speak for long seconds. He cleared his throat and continued. "It's already there waiting for you to utilize it, so there's no need to search." Ramsay could see the tears flowing down Fane's cheeks. Fane didn't fight with his grief, but let himself experience it, even as he went through each movement. When Fane lifted his right leg, nearly touching his head, and kicked out at the knee, Jules stopped trying to keep up. Jules looked at Ramsay and then pointed to Fane. "I can't do that." Fane never missed a beat. Instead, he pivoted around in a circle, kicking out slowly. He acted as if Jules never said a word. When he made it completely around, he stopped and turned, looking at Jules. "I'll teach you that. Just do what you can this time around." Jules nodded and gave Fane a sad smile. Anyone could see Fane was in mental anguish, and Jules was sensitive enough for it to affect him, too. "We should stop. You're crying." "No, I want to remember. I need to. I miss him. His voice when he gave me instruction. What I'm saying to you, he said to me hundreds of times." Fane turned back around, holding his arms firmly in front of him and perfectly parallel with Fane's chest. He curled his fingers in front of him. "Sensei would tell me not to shut off my grief, but to feel it. Use the emotion as a teaching tool. Feel the hurt, but don't ever turn it into anger. Anger is a secondary emotion. It stands in front of you, blocking your truth." Jules nodded. Not that Fane could see him, but he was probably reacting to Fane's words. Fane fell into a trance, was the only way to describe it. He closed his eyes and worked through the blocks and kicks, completely comfortable doing them. At some point, he started over, and halfway through the second round, Jules stopped, bending over at the waist to catch his breath. He walked over to where Ramsay and Layden stood when he recovered. "That's harder than it looks." Ramsay never took his eyes off Fane. Fane was right when he said he needed to train. Ramsay could see why working the body would help. It grounded him, and had to give him the time he needed to calm whatever fires were smoldering in his mind. Ramsay had a feeling Fane's whole life had consisted of him chasing his own sanity, which was a sad way to live. If that were the case, then Fane was also correct in saying he'd never get better. Seeing Fane fight so hard, doing something familiar while his mental anguish took residence inside his soul, hit home the fact Fane knew his limitations better than Ramsay knew them. Ramsay sighed. The back door to the house opened and closed, and Garrison slid next to him. He nearly sighed again, but this time in relief. Garrison was Ramsay's sounding board in all things. His mating was no exception. First things first, though. Ramsay had to talk clan business. "Fane told me about Robert Scully, some human who taught him the sciences. He's a professor somewhere, I guess. We need to look into him." "More computer work." "Yes." "The clan will have a problem with Fane as the alpha mate." "Yes." Garrison nodded his head toward Fane. Ramsay watched as Fane began those high kicks again. "He's better at that than I am. I could take a lesson." The admiration in Garrison's gaze was clear. Garrison rarely smiled. Sage teased him about his scowl all the time, but then Sage could get away with just about anything where Garrison was concerned. Garrison had a smile on his face as he studied Fane, though. "Yep, he can probably teach us all something useful, especially with the war coming at any time. He says he does this because he needs to. From what he said, he wasn't mentally healthy at birth." Ramsay sighed. "The clan won't accept him because he's a vampire." "You don't know that for a fact." "I've known the clan members most of my life. I can take a pretty good guess. And that's not really what has me hesitating anyway." No, it was the lesser of the two problems. The other one had more to do with his primitive instincts than anything else, and while the feelings themselves were more basic, they complicated his life. The clan had never needed him more than it did at that moment. It's a bad time for him to come into my life. You didn't mate with him yet? No. I don't know if I should. Layden and Jules both sucked in a breath, and then Jules narrowed his eyes. He didn't say anything because Ramsay was his alpha. Jules might be human, but he knew not to disrespect Ramsay by putting a voice to his sudden anger. Even the harsh look could be taken negatively. But Jules was his brother, so Ramsay let him get away with it. Jules didn't need to say anything anyway. The look was suitable chastisement. It has to do with me, not him. I'll hurt someone if they even look at him wrong. I've never felt so protective of someone as I do him. Jules and Layden both sucked in a breath. Shit, man, you're like the king of protective. Layden was the one who spoke. I know. Ramsay looked from Layden to Jules. Imagine how I'll be if I complete the bond. Leading the clan would be impossible. They need me in ways neither of you understands. Garridan patted him on the shoulder. I'll take over your duties until you find your footing with your mate. Make him a priority, Ramsay. If you do, then everything else will fall into place. Ramsay remembered saying that to Gabriel not too long ago. He might need to take his own advice. I'll take you up on that. Introduce him to the clan in a small way, sometime before the clan meeting. Maybe take him to the diner. That way, if it doesn't go well, the shop is right next door. Jules raised his eyebrows. I'll be at the shop too. I want to be there for both of you if you need me. The whole family does, Ramsay. Ramsay smiled. Got the message loud and clear, Jules. Well, he's a part of this family the same as I am. We don't abandon each other. You don't have to deal with everything alone, Ramsay. I might have come into the family later than the rest of you guys, but I paid attention when Mom taught that lesson. Mom taught you it too, so don't pretend you don't know. If you're half feral or whatever and you need to focus on your mate, then do it. We got the rest of it. Frankly, I'm pissed that you'd give up a chance with Fane for the clan, alpha or not. It makes you no better than Hasten and Tommy. With that, Jules walked back into the house. Layden grinned at Ramsay. Schooled by the human brother. Nice. Go inside with Jules before Ramsay ends up schooling you all over the damn yard. Garridan didn't leave room for argument, and Layden knew it. Unfortunately, being in the last stages of youthfulness, Layden didn't seem to have a filter. Hey, Jules is right, and if the truth hurts, then whatever. Layden was smart enough to walk away as he said it. Ramsay wished he didn't agree with Layden. The clan still needs to be a consideration, Ramsay whispered, more to himself than to Garridan. Fane is your mate. You won't get another one. For that reason, he should be your only consideration. Garridan turned, following Layden inside. Glad you all are against me being alpha. Garridan shook his head. It's not about you being alpha. It will be if I mate with him. I can't have both. Garridan didn't answer, but walked inside. Ramsay was pretty sure that meant Garridan agreed with him. Ramsay redirected his focus and walked the few steps it would take to get to Fane, although he wasn't close enough to impede Fane's movements. Breakfast, sweet. Fane never said a word or stopped. Fane? No. You need energy, and you need a damn coat next time you come out here. Fane blocked an imaginary punch and kept right on moving through his routine. What I need is Sensei. He'd probably tell you to eat breakfast, right? Energy is life, Fane. We eat to sustain, so get your ass in the house and eat what I made. Fane's voice deepened as he mimicked his sensei. Ramsay chuckled. Exactly. Fane stopped what he was doing, bringing his feet and palms together. Thank you for the clarity, he whispered to the wind as he bowed. Whatever compulsion Ramsay had to take care of Fane, he didn't fight it. That's why he slid next to Sage, who stood at the stove flipping bacon around in a pan. Sage turned to meet his gaze. Breakfast will be ready in 20 minutes. Ramsay smiled. I'll make Fane's. Sage raised his eyebrows. Luckily, he didn't comment, but only nodded. Ramsay turned to Fane, who stood against the wall next to the back door, as if he were going to bolt at a single provocation. He refused to look at Ramsay, which told him more than anything could. Fane had heard the conversation Ramsay had about him and the clan. Ramsay should have been conscientious of his mate when he spoke, but he hadn't thought past his own problems. Fane didn't look angry at Ramsay potentially not mating with him, and he didn't speak about it. Fane? Ramsay whispered his name so low he barely made a sound, testing to see how well Fane could hear. Fane looked up, his gaze going to Ramsay's forehead instead of his eyes. Come here, sweet. Fane lifted away from the wall and walked across the room to Ramsay. He stood about a foot away, not coming any closer, his hands at his sides. Fane radiated a calmness he hadn't had up to that point. I'm sorry. I have to think of the clan. Fane's eyes snapped to his. I have value. More value than you appreciate. You're making a mistake to think otherwise. I know you have value, Fane. It's more complicated than that. Fane sighed and shook his head. You hurt me with your words. Arguing makes the feeling worse. Ramsay reached out and took Fane into his arms. I'm sorry. You don't have to lie. It's not a lie. I am sorry for hurting you. But not the cause, which makes it a lie. Fane's forehead rested against Ramsay's chest. You need Sensei. I miss him, but the need isn't there for me. By the gods, the pain is so sharp it feels like a knife in my stomach. Ramsay held him closer. I'd take it away if I could. You say that, but would turn your back on our mating. I don't want to, Fane. I know. That's the first truthful thing you've said so far. You lie to yourself more than anyone I've ever met. Sage snorted out a laugh, so Ramsay glared at him. I'll try to do better. Don't strain yourself. Ramsay couldn't help but laugh. Fane said the first thing that came to his mind, even though the truth hurts sometimes. It was hard to be angry at such innocence. I'm serious. I know, sweet. Ramsay let him go, ending the hug, but he still kept Fane tucked against his side. Will you stay next to me while I make you breakfast? You need me close. Ramsay knew it wasn't a question, so he didn't answer him. Instead, he leaned down and took the kiss he'd been thinking about all day. What do you want to eat? I have yogurt, granola, and fruit. That's what Sensei made on Monday mornings. Ramsay went to the refrigerator to see if they had any of that. He still had his arm around Fane as he searched. What do you need to have for lunch? Turkey on whole wheat with lettuce and tomato. Mustard, too. Fane sprouted it off as if he were reciting a menu. We don't have turkey here, Ramsay. We can make that at the restaurant, though. Sage spoke, cutting through their intimate moment. Ramsay smiled at Fane. We'll make sure you get it one way or another. For the first time, Fane smiled back at him, and Ramsay felt accomplished for making it happen. Chapter 8. Fane couldn't empty his mind the way Sensei had taught him, not during any of his daily training. He kept the lights off in the bedroom he shared with Ramsay and sat on the floor with his legs folded, one on top of the other. Even concentrating on his slow, even breathing didn't shut down the energy zinging through his brain. Unfortunately, all the energy centered on thoughts of Ramsay, who he could feel watching him from across the room. For someone who said he might not ever bond with Fane, he certainly spent every moment of his time with him. Ramsay thought Fane needed him, but he didn't. What Fane needed was to focus on the quiet he could never quite grasp, no matter how hard he tried. He sighed and slumped when someone knocked on the door. Before Fane could jump up, Ramsay was already to the door, opening it enough to see the person on the other side. Sorry to interrupt. Garridan's deep, rumbling voice rolled through the crack in the door to Fane. Bennett and I are training the mates, and I wondered if Fane would come help. Fane jumped to his feet. Yes. Ramsay pushed the door open even more so Fane could see Garridan. Fane slipped under one of Ramsay's arms to get out, and when he did, Ramsay wrapped an arm around his waist, pulling him against his side. Ramsay's need for constant contact had something to do with his water monster, but Fane didn't mind. Garrison looked at him the same way Sensei did. Do all fire breathers have green eyes? He wasn't sure what made him ask, but went with it when the word slipped out. Garrison smiled. All dragon shifters do. How can you tell I breathe fire? I can smell it. One other fire maker and the witch's mate too. Lots of fire. It's a rare trait, and odd 3 dragon shifters who aren't blood-related would all share it. So not all dragons can make fire? No, not very many. Did you live anywhere besides here? I was imprisoned for 40 years. Longer than me. What about before that? If Fane annoyed Garrison with all his questions, he didn't show it. I lived in a dragon shifter village. How many dragons? About 130. No, about. I need an exact number. Instead of the scowl Garrison almost always had, he smiled, as if something Fane said amused him. I don't know the exact number. Fane waved off the comment. Fine. How many were fire breathers? Just me, Bennett, and one other. Fane waved him off. That's not a big enough village to get an accurate number to determine the rarity of having 3 fire breathers in the same family, but the fact that none of you are genetically related intrigues me. I'll ask the Wingspan Alpha to give me his village's numbers. I was there with Forrest and Angel while they were talking with the Bear Shifter Council male. The Alpha was nice. He'll share his information. It's not important. Garrison waved him off and turned from the door. Fane knew the expectation was to follow him, so he pulled away from Ramsay, only to stop short when Ramsay held him plastered to his side. They walked behind Garrison together. It could be important. Maybe it's not a coincidence. It could be nothing or something. I'll cooperate. DNA and blood samples. First, I need to speak with Zadamus. He's the oldest vampire in existence. He'll know some of the old legends. Legends are where to start in this project. Fane smiled and looked at Ramsay. Got something to do now. You don't have to worry about me anymore. You making Garrison and my brothers a science project makes me more worried, not less, sweet. Ramsay chuckled, which took some of the sting out of his words. Fane was going to ask Ramsay for lab space to experiment, but after Ramsay's statement, he didn't know if he should. The not knowing made him nervous, which came out as a giggle. Hell, if you're going to study anyone, study Lucas and his healing ability. Garrison led them down the stairs and through the living room. He went through the door leading to the kitchen, putting on his shoes when he arrived at the back door. If he can heal, it stands to reason he can also destroy. One doesn't happen without the other. One important rule about the universe is everything has a counterbalance. He can, yes, and the ability to free someone. What we need to know is what will happen if Lucas and an elf are together. You need to know about the elf? Yes. Get me one and I'll experiment. Or we can ask him when we find him. Ramsay let Fane go long enough for them both to put on their shoes. We find one first. Nothing else matters until then, not even Lucas's abilities. Fane stood next to Ramsay behind the ones Garrison called the mates. When he had called them that, he probably referred to Lucas, Sage, and Sean. However, Layden and Jules also stood in the lineup. The whole family was outside, bundled in coats and hats. They looked cold, all huddled together like penguins in the Arctic, but they never complained. Instead, they looked ready for things to get started. Ramsay's mother smiled and winked at him, giving him a knowing look Fane couldn't begin to decipher. It was one of Ramsay's brothers who clued him in. Fane should be learning this stuff too, Ramsay. How did you miss the fact that Fane is fucking fierce, Gabriel? Sean was the most outspoken one out of everyone in Ramsay's family. He didn't hold anything back, and that often started arguments between him and Gabriel. Fane didn't understand what they liked about arguing, but they were in their bedroom fucking when the fighting ended. Fane already knows it. Ramsay leaned down, kissing him right below the ear before whispering, You should stand next to Garrison. Fane nodded and started across the yard. Ramsay patted his behind as he went, which made him look back. Ramsay smiled reassuringly. He turned and moved across the yard, taking a position opposite Bennett, the other fire breather, on Garrison's other side. Except for the other day with Jules, Fane had never been a sensei before. But that's what Garrison asked him to do, so he'd do it. He wiped the palm of his hands down his pants and tried to ignore the butterflies causing a ruckus in his stomach. Fane's going to lead the self-defense this time, and you're going to do everything he says. Garrison turned to him. I just need to teach them how not to die if they get attacked. That's the most important thing for now.
Defense is only half. They need to know how to kill their opponent too. We can't always run away.
Garrison smiled and nodded. With that, Bennett and I are taking a step back and letting you teach.
Fane nodded. He took a deep breath and tried to remember everything Sensei taught him. To teach it all at once wouldn't do. He'd have to break it down and start with basic movements. But first, he'd have to see what each of them needed. Killing means someone is dead, and you made them that way. Death is permanent. What I teach is for your survival only, nothing more. Do you understand?
Several mumbled, disjointed yeses came. Fane clapped his hands in a bid to get everyone's attention, especially Lucas, who looked at the ground as if searching for something. Lucas looked up in mild boredom, so Fane pointed to him and motioned for him to come to the front. Fane pointed to a spot behind him and to the right, which Lucas went to.
If you want to die, then you can get out.
What did I do?
You don't take this seriously, so spending your last days before the war with your mate is better for you. It's the last you'll get, most likely.
Damn. Lucas stalked back to the lineup, and he looked at Fane with narrowed eyes.
You'll not look at me that way either.
He met each one of their gazes and pointed at them in succession.
The battle will happen. Nothing will stop its momentum now. Your peaceful existence in this town is over. You either prepare to die or fight. There's no time for anything else. You understand?
Yes. When they said it the second time, they were nearly in unison, and their voices blended.
Monster, I need you to help me.
Ramsey nodded and walked to him. Fane took a stance with his fists in front of him, facing Ramsey. He turned his head to address everyone in the group.
Just watch.
Fane turned back to Ramsey.
Attack me.
Ramsey took a step back. You want me to shift and attack? He shook his head. Wait, it doesn't matter. I can't do that. Fane straightened and pointed to Garrison, who shook his head. No, I feel paternal. It's not something I can do.
By the gods, seriously.
It was Sean's mate Gabriel who came over to him. Ramsey moved out of the way.
I'll do it. You guys do realize it's all so he can teach them, right? He fucking needs help, and he's probably never taught before.
Gabriel smiled at him. As a teacher, I completely understand how nervous you must be right now.
Yeah.
Fane held his hands up again when Gabriel stood in front of him. He nearly pushed Ramsey aside.
I won't hurt you, I promise.
Gabriel raised his eyebrows and paused right before growling and coming at him. Fane intended to show his students the block he wanted them to learn, but Ramsey stood in front of him and had Gabriel down on the ground in seconds with a hand around his throat.
You need a sensei.
Fane grabbed Ramsey's wrist and pulled it away from Gabriel's neck. Ramsey pushed Fane behind him. I need you safe.
Behind glass, like the vampire prison.
No, Fane. Fane nodded and stepped around Ramsey, offering his hand to Gabriel, which he took, and Fane pulled him up to his feet.
You hurt Gabriel, all over a mate you don't even know if you want.
An arm came around Fane's waist, pulling him against Ramsey, back to chest. I want you, sweet, more than I've ever wanted anything.
Let me go so I can teach them?
Instead, Ramsey pulled him closer. The need to protect you is overwhelming.
And not helpful to your family members. They'll learn to run to their mates for protection when the war starts instead of standing and fighting.
Ramsey sighed. You're right.
I know I am.
Ramsey chuckled, and Gabriel joined him.
Why is that funny?
Because you're so blunt. It's cute. Fane curled up his lips.
I'm not cute.
You're very cute, sweet.
Go back inside while I teach.
Fane pointed to the sliding glass door. Ramsey chuckled again. That's not happening.
Yes, it is.
Fane wiggled, trying to get out of Ramsey's hold, but his arms tightened around him even more.
Let me go.
No.
Fane was well aware they had become somewhat of a show for everyone else in the yard.
Ramsay either wasn't aware or he didn't care. Fane wasn't sure which. "See? You hold me, prisoner. I should be used to it by now, shouldn't I?" "Quit with the drama, sweet." Ramsay's body was hard against his own, and a certain part of him grew harder as they stood there in the embrace. "You need a sensei, more than anyone here. Your control is slipping." Ramsay growled and let him go. He stalked to the house. "My control slipped the day I met you." He never looked back as he spoke. Fane sighed and then turned back to Gabriel. "Come again." Chapter 9. He wouldn't be able to ignore the urge to bond for much longer. Ramsay knew it even as he led Fane through the parking lot to get to the diner. Fane looked around at everything he could see without pulling away from Ramsay's side. Ramsay wouldn't let him go, and Fane likely knew it. He didn't seem to mind Ramsay's need for physical closeness. "This should be a gentle introduction to some of the clan." "Never been to a restaurant before?" Fane giggled, which meant he was nervous. Ramsay smiled. "I'm glad our first date is a new experience for you." "Date?" "Sure. We should get to know each other better, don't you think?" "You'll leave me for your clan." The way Fane said it, as if it were a foregone conclusion and he had resigned himself to it, tightened Ramsay's stomach. "I don't want to. Hell, I don't even know if I can." Since Fane was completely honest with every word he spoke, Ramsay decided to be as well. Fane gave him a wide-eyed look. "That's because you don't want to, but you still might in the end." Yeah, sometimes Fane was honest to a fault. "And you have no filter." Ramsay smiled to take the sting out of his words. "What do you mean?" The question made it seem as if Fane didn't do it on purpose, and Ramsay had to admit that despite the martial arts training that suggested he could kill with one single kick, Fane came off as innocent. So much so, it was part of the reason Ramsay's water monster was going nuts. Not only was Fane his mate, but he was an innocent. "You say what's on your mind." "Oh, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings." "No, sweet. You never have to censor yourself around me." "I can't anyway." Fane made a hand gesture, turning his finger around his head. Ramsay took Fane's hand in his and stopped them from walking. They stood in the middle of the parking lot, surrounded by cars. But Ramsay didn't care. All he saw was Fane. He brought Fane's hand to his lips, kissing his palm. Ramsay wasn't sure what possessed him to do it, but Fane rewarded him with a smile. Ramsay pulled Fane in such a way so they were facing each other, letting go of his hand. He was so much taller than Fane, he had to bend down slightly, so Fane didn't have to strain his neck looking up at him. How could someone hold such an open, innocent expression and experience anything corrupt? Forrest and Angel broke Fane out of the vampire prison, which meant the guards might have gotten rough with him. And then there was something about his past Fane wouldn't share with Ramsay, which suggested Fane was familiar with corruption in some form. He was also experimented on for gods knew how long. He certainly didn't make it through all of it without having some damage. Ramsay didn't see any of that in Fane's gaze, but only the innocence. Ramsay's heart jumped. He would bet money Fane had never been kissed a single day in his life. Ramsay let go of Fane's hand and cupped the back of his neck. He bent, his lips a breath away from Fane's. "I'm going to kiss you, sweet." Fane's lips parted. "Oh." Ramsay's cock took notice of the way Fane's lips looked forming that one word. His bottom lip was plump and stuck out a bit more than the top one. Ramsay smiled right before going in for the kiss. Fane's mouth moved under Ramsay's, relaxing the muscles of his mouth without being prompted. Ramsay tilted his head to the side, moving away so he could deepen the kiss. Fane's hand pressed against the center of Ramsay's chest, and he leaned into him. It was all the incentive Ramsay needed. Ramsay took one tiny taste, licking at the opening of Fane's lips. Fane moaned and moved closer still, his arms working their way around Ramsay's shoulders. Fane opened for him. Ramsay got the first real taste of Fane, his control slipping one sip at a time. Ramsay lifted Fane, wanting him closer still so he could take even more. He knew he was demanding and couldn't stop himself. The world could fall apart around them, and he'd be okay, as long as he kept kissing Fane. A car horn honked, and they didn't stop, which proved Ramsay was right about himself. It wasn't until someone poked him in the shoulder that they finally broke apart. Ramsay growled, letting his eyes change. Sage stood there, his complexion going white. He took a step back and turned without a single word spoken. Shit. Ramsay would have to apologize for scaring Sage. Garrison came out of his store, which was right next to the diner in the shopping complex. He looked like he was about ready to challenge Ramsay, which was fine with him. Maybe then Ramsay wouldn't have to be alpha anymore. Garrison didn't have to push Sage behind his back. He went there automatically.
I did what you asked, Garrison. Ramsay got all scary.
Ramsay looked around the parking lot then, taking his eyes off Garrison, which wouldn't have been a smart move with anyone else. But Ramsay knew Garrison wouldn't do anything to him. Ramsay saw several people standing around, watching him. Act like the damn alpha, boy. The only people who heard Garrison were the four of them. He spoke so softly it was impossible for anyone else to hear, even shifters. Ramsay's shoulders slumped. You're right. Sorry, Sage. He pulled Fane close to him in an attempt to get him away from everyone else around them, including the scowling Garrison. I won't hurt him. Garrison shook his head as if the thought was ridiculous. It's instinct. Instinct for you to protect him from the clan? Garrison's scowl deepened and lost some of his anger, all at the same time. Yes, it's what I've been trying to tell you. If that's the case, we have a problem. A big one. One we can't discuss in a public setting. Fane and I will have lunch and then come by the shop. Garrison nodded and turned. In the same whispering voice, he talked to Sage. Sage nodded and then kissed Garrison on the lips before going back to the diner, where he worked as a server. The second he entered the diner, he realized what a big mistake it was. He couldn't keep his water monster contained completely. Everyone felt like a threat to his mate, to the point he growled at everyone who looked at him wrong. If he could dial down his primitive response, he would, because it made Fane's experience in the diner awkward, but it wasn't possible. Ramsay's eyes turned reptilian, making him look menacing. He growled at Sage again, who he passed as he walked Fane to the back table. He guided Fane into the booth and slid next to him. Sage hesitated when he walked to their table. He stood looking at Ramsay as if he had grown an extra head.
Are you okay?
No. Sage just lifted his eyebrows.
You want your usual?
Yeah. Ramsay leaned down and whispered in Fane's ear. What would you like to drink?
Water.
No soda or coffee, sweet?
Fane giggled. No caffeine.
Yeah. Ramsay could see why caffeine was a bad idea. Fane seemed to work hard to remain calm, and caffeine would counteract all his hard work. Water for Fane. Sage nodded and turned to leave, but Ramsay's next words made him stop and face Ramsay. Sorry for scaring you again. Sage gave Ramsay a sympathetic look, as if he knew the struggle within. Ramsay turned to Fane. Moving so close, he pressed Fane against the wall. Their gazes met, and Ramsay's teeth dropped down as if he would fuck Fane and bond in the booth. You want to bite me? Yes. The word came out like a growl. Ramsay was so engrossed with Fane he barely noticed someone standing at the end of the table. Tim, Josh's father, along with two other shifters, glared at them. Carl, the bank manager, was one of them. He was an older wolf shifter whose mate was also a wolf shifter. The other man, Gerald, was a cougar shifter, the same as Tim. He worked at the grocery store, stocking shelves, and wasn't mated. Of the three of them, Gerald was the oddball of the bunch because of his age. He was only a few years older than Leighton. Old enough to have gone through his first shift, but he was still young and impressionable. He was also big in his human form, which was why Tim had him come along. Ramsay blocked Fane with his hands on either side of the wall and gave the three men his back. He turned his head to meet their gazes, though. "Rumor is you mated with a vampire, and I see it's true. Next clan meeting, I'm going to petition for a new alpha, one who's mated to a proper shifter." Ramsay was out of the booth and had his hand around Tim's throat before he could say anything else. He saw Gerald and Carl come at him, even as he pinned Tim to the floor. 1 minute, Fane was behind him, and the next he was standing between the two shifters and Ramsay. The two men stopped their forward momentum and even backed up. They were more than likely stunned at seeing Fane jump over Ramsay and Tim. Fane had his hands up, protecting himself and preparing to fight all at once. Ramsay wanted to shift. Instead, he growled at Tim again right before he said, "Until challenged, I'm the alpha and you will respect me and my mate." Ramsay bent down, getting inches from Tim's face. "Stay out of my way, cat. You'll live longer if you do." Ramsay let him go, and then grabbed Fane around the waist. He lifted Fane off his feet and carried him out of the restaurant. To Fane's credit, he didn't fight the hold. His muscles grew lax until he dangled in Ramsay's arms. Fane's hair tickled Ramsay's neck when he rested his head on Ramsay's shoulder. The second they left the restaurant, Fane whispered, "Feel better now?" No, Ramsay didn't, and probably wouldn't ever again. Ramsay set Fane on his feet once they were in the relative safety of Garriden's store. Okay, it was technically a public place, but it wasn't nearly as busy as the diner. Garriden sold handcrafted furniture. His work was so good it drew humans and paranormals alike to St. Lake's, which meant Ramsay's little display in the diner wasn't the smartest thing to do, considering some of them could be humans oblivious to paranormals. Fane's gaze met his, and Ramsay kissed him again. Only it was a quick peck on the lips, and not the deep fucking of their mouths like he wanted to. Ramsay sighed, and let Fane go completely. "You need to talk about me, right? With Garriden?" Ramsay wasn't sure why he found Fane's honesty so sexy, but he did. "I need to talk about my lack of control around you. As the alpha, I shouldn't have attacked Tim. I could have handled it better, but I overreacted." Ramsay ran a hand down his face. "I need time to think." "Away from me?" "Yes, I don't know. All I know is I can't fucking stand anyone coming within 2 feet of you, and I want to wear you like a damn shirt all at the same time, and I have no fucking idea what to do about it. I have to do something because I'm the alpha, and alphas don't act like that. They certainly don't attack a clan member for speaking his mind, even if I didn't like what he said." Fane looked at the floor and stood like that for long seconds. "Going away might be best, for a while." Ramsay wound his arm around Fane's waist. "I'd love to run away with you, but I have problems to fix. The one with myself is just one of them. I also have Nicolono Stavros to think about and preparing the clan for war. I can't leave." Fane pulled away and Ramsay let him go. Ramsay kissed him on the top of his head. "I'll fix it, sweet. I promise." Ramsay headed towards the back of the store. "Hang out with Jules until I get back. Just going to talk to Garriden." Chapter 10. Fane looked at the furniture. The wood was beautiful and gleamed when the overhead light hit it right. He ran his hand over a table that had fancy decorative legs. Garriden had given the wood a natural finish, which gave it a slightly rugged look. The contrast with the legs was oddly beautiful. Jules leaned against a counter that sat against the far wall. He smiled when Fane walked over. "Hey. Tell Ramsay I'm giving him time to think." Jules' smile fell. "What are you going to do?" "I'm leaving. I won't be far, and I'll come to your mother's house to train you, in the evening. Meditate twice a day before we train, and don't eat junk food. It clogs the mind." Jules opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it again. He looked at Fane as if he lost his mind, and Fane wanted to tell him he never had a normal mind, so losing it wasn't an issue. but he waited for Jules to collect his thoughts instead.
Ramsay wouldn't want you to leave, Fane. Not even to go somewhere close.
It's not for Ramsay to decide what I do. I have a choice, and I'm making it.
Not for good, right?
No. Even if Ramsay doesn't choose me, I won't go far. Not until Angel and Forrest come back from their council duties. Even then I won't leave with them if you still need my help.
That's next month, I think.
Jules' dark eyes widened. Fane nodded. Tonight we train. Tell the others.
Okay. I still think it's a bad idea. It'll piss Ramsay off, and he's been on edge even before he met you. Pretty sure Nicolono's shit stresses him out. Anyway, making him mad is like pissing off a bull. He'll keep charging over and over again until he gets what he wants.
Fane shrugged. Ramsay didn't know what he wanted. The separation would help him figure it out, even if he didn't like it. Fane rubbed at his chest. He would need to meditate when he got to a safe location. As it was, electricity zinged through his head like lasers. Blue streaks crossed his mind and stayed. They'd keep coming if Fane let them. I don't want to leave him, Jules. Jules put a hand on Fane's arm.
I get why you're going. I'm just saying he'll hunt you down as soon as he learns you're gone.
A giggle slipped past Fane's lips, giving away his nerves.
Maybe go to Magnus's cabin. Magnus is on a mission for Ramsay, so there's no one there. Well, I strongly suspect my mates are there, but I don't know for sure. I'm determined not to care. The assholes.
Which way to the cabin?
Jules' eyebrows drew together. I don't actually know. I can text Layton. He'd know since Magnus is his mate. Talk about a forced separation.
Jules shook his head.
Those two can't mate yet because Layton hasn't had his first shift, and it could mess him up physically if he mates beforehand.
I know about shifter physiology. I know why he can't mate. The explanation was a lengthy one and would take too long to explain, so he refrained. He turned and started for the door. I'm leaving.
Don't you want directions?
I'll follow the smell of your mates. Vampires smelled like blood, as if they bathed in it daily. Fane knew he carried the scent. Warlocks smelled like sulfur. Each was a distinctive smell, especially in a town filled with shifters. Fane could follow them without too much trouble. Fane headed out the door without another look back. He didn't know he needed a good run until he smelled the decay of leaves, dirt, and green plant life. Training was one thing, but running was another. The years in prison, and before that the lab, took a toll all their own. He didn't fully realize what the toll was until the muscles in his legs stretched and bunched. The forest animals didn't make a sound as he zipped through the trees. The tree branches snapping against his skin didn't stop him either. After feeling so free, nothing could stop him. He forgot about his destination and let his thoughts run as free as his body. His mind became clearer, as if running contributed to his healing, the way biting Ramsay and continuous training had helped. He forgot about everything but the crunch of the dry, dead leaves under his feet and damp earth. He jumped over a dead log lying on the forest floor, the wood partially eaten by worms and bugs. Shards of jagged edges made up one end. And then the log was behind him, like a memory. He caught the scent of some type of animal that was unfamiliar to him. Growing up with Sensei meant he was always in the dojo or the house. Both were on the outskirts of a large city where humans and paranormals took over every available space. Animals were shut out with each building, and the forest taken over by pavement. The city had its own movement. People and things moved around each other haphazardly, colliding and retracting. Everything blended with the other until the sounds fit together, and they all made sense with the colors, buildings, and people. Fane had been comfortable with Sensei in the city. Sensei helped make everything okay. But the forest held a magic in the quiet. The chirps and clicks, and the way the leaves fluttered when the wind blew through them drew him in, as if asking if he wanted a home. Ramsay's scent called to him in the same way. He had smelled like the trees and water, which was exactly how the entire town of St. Lake smelled. That's why Fane had to leave for a while. Maybe the gods needed Ramsay to lead St. Lakes. Maybe it was bigger than Fane and Ramsay being together the way Fane craved. What if the choice that Ramsay had to make meant the life or death of the entire St. Lakes clan? He couldn't be selfish and take what he wanted again. He could think past his own needs since being partially healed. He had to. And so did Ramsay. Because the question was important, and one wrong choice could shift things for everyone. That was the argument he would make when Ramsay finally caught up with him. He would make Ramsay understand, and to think past the mating lust, which was what drove him. Fane felt it too. Their bond wasn't complete, and it sent Fane's mind into an overdrive of turmoil. Fane stopped running, slowing down by small degrees so he wouldn't fly forward. Being a vampire gave him speed so great he had been told by his sensei he was a blur when he ran. The momentum that drove him forward would leave him unbalanced and topple him if he didn't slow down correctly. Looking around, he realized he had no idea where he was or how long he had been running. He closed his eyes and sniffed at the air, but came up with nothing but the smells of the forest. Next, he concentrated on Ramsay, using the small amount of bonding he did have to judge how far away he was to Ramsay's location, hoping he was still in St. Lakes and oblivious to Fane's leaving. Fane ran once he got a good sense of where Ramsay was, heading back the way he had come. Fane hunkered down, using the tall grass and bushes as cover when he saw Ramsay in the yard. Ramsay looked to be in a half-shift. One of his arms looked like a gray fin, and all his teeth were large and pointy, making his face look abnormal. Fane had never seen anyone in a half-shift before, but his experience with shifters consisted of a bobcat shifter at the lab, his time in Wingspan with Forrest and Angel, and the St. Lakes clan. The bobcat shifter at the lab was his first. No one shifted in Wingspan, keeping their human forms while they spoke of politics and merging councils, things Fane didn't care about and hadn't paid much attention to. Instead, he had listened to the cadence of Forrest's voice, because he had done most of the talking. He found Ramsay with his odd look fascinating. Fane tried to reason it out in his mind as to how someone could shift halfway, but he couldn't come up with a plausible explanation. Ramsay roared, the lines on his face etched in anger. He prowled around the yard, pacing back and forth. Most of the family stood around with wide eyes. "Where's Garridan?" Ramsay's mother said to Lucas, who stood beside her. Lucas shook his head. "Not gonna help. He's way too pissed off. He won't listen to anyone. Every time I look in, all I see is an image of Fane." Ramsay's mom narrowed her eyes. "Freeze him, then." Lucas looked at her sharply. "I can't do that. He's the alpha. And I'm his mother. His temper tantrum has gone on long enough." Lucas sighed. "Okay." Lucas said something else after that, but Fane was too far away to hear it. As it was, he only heard their conversation because of his enhanced vampire hearing. One minute, Ramsay paced and growled, and the next, he was like stone. Ramsay's mom came across the yard, standing in front of him. She had a fist balled on her hip and a finger pointed in Ramsay's face. Ramsay was a foot taller than her, at the very least, and the height difference made her look like a hobbit from the stories Sensei had read to him when he was a small child. "You will stop your nonsense, Ramsay Somerset, right now." If Ramsay had anything to say to her demands, Lucas had trapped it inside his body. "When you calm down, you'll tell us what's going on, not a minute before." Fane sighed. He would have to come out of hiding if Ramsay was so angry he couldn't even explain his behavior to them. He lifted himself off the cold, wet ground and walked across the yard. Every one of Ramsay's family members watched him as he stepped up next to the mother. "I left. Ramsay's angry." As he spoke, he met Ramsay's gaze and held it. "Why?" The mother put an arm around Fane's shoulder. As families went, they all seemed to want to touch him. He didn't know why, or if the touching had a deeper meaning. The mother was a witch, so it was possible the touch was her way of reading Fane, but he didn't feel her in his mind. He felt Lucas there and wasn't surprised by his presence, because Lucas lacked patience and control. Instead of building the wall as he always had before, he let Lucas explore, showing him his past. It would teach him a lesson about curiosity and not snoop when someone expressly told him no. Unfortunately, the lesson was a hard one. Lucas cried out as if in pain, but Fane knew he shouldn't look away from Ramsay, so he couldn't see his physical reaction to Fane's memories. Someone growled, and Fane would bet it was Lucas's mate. Lucas left his mind a second later. Oh my God. Ramsay needs time to think. Meditate. He's in a difficult position. His water monster wants to take over, but it's too primitive. Ramsay's more human side needs to understand and work through the problem. The next part, he spoke directly to Ramsay. I'm just giving you time to think. I'm not leaving you. I'll be at the cabin Jules mentioned. I'll help train, and we can talk when I do. Fane wanted to say so much more, but didn't. Instead, he ran again, following the scent of sulfur and blood. Chapter 11. There wasn't a moment Ramsay didn't think about Fane. He stood in the yard, froze in more ways than one. His skin grew cold, and with it, the stress of not knowing if his mate was safe, chilled his insides, until pictures entered his mind of Fane in one type of horrible crisis after another. All hopes of Ramsay rescuing him went out the window the longer he stood in the middle of the yard, which pissed him off the longer it lasted. He could smell Lucas and Mom coming out of the house. Lucas invaded his thoughts. He heard Lucas suck in a breath. The sound of the air entering Lucas's mouth sounded louder than Ramsay expected, which spoke of his proximity. He projected out the need to get to Fane, trying to be rational. Lucas wouldn't buy it. He saw his thoughts, after all. But if he put off a false calm, then Lucas would let him go. Hopefully, he'd get out of the hold before hypothermia set in. He's not calm, Mom. No, but he's cold. We should let him go. He'll run after Fane. Fane might be small, but I have a feeling he's about the only one who can handle Ramsay when he's like this. He was not irrational, damn it. Not the way his mother made him sound. What if Thomas and Hasten are at the cabin? They could hurt Fane. Or what if Fane got lost in the woods trying to find it? It was cold, and Fane could freeze to death. He projected out his thoughts to Lucas, pleading with him to let him go. Fane is the best fighter any of us have ever seen, Ramsay. Those aren't my words, but Garridan's. And you know Garridan can kick the ass of anyone, so it's gotta be true. He also gives off an aura that makes everyone in contact with him want to protect him. Fane will stay safe. Ramsay struggled against the hold. That wasn't the damn point. It was Ramsay's job to take care of Fane. Just his. No one else's. Fane was his. Only his. Geez, he's practically going feral. He sounds like Garridan did when his dragon was close to the surface. He had been all about Sage, remember? He kept growling and saying how Sage was his. Same thing Ramsay's shouting at me now. Mom's eyebrows came together, and she looked at him curiously, as if he were something odd in an old-time circus. He wished they would stop talking about him as if he weren't there. Mom laid her hand on Ramsay's arm. Her touch warmed him in that spot, and he wanted to get closer to her, ask her to warm him with a hug like she did when he was a child. She entered his thoughts, and he didn't hold anything back from her. He wouldn't. Not from his mother. You're right. His water monster is ruling him. Fortunately, we don't have the same problem with Fane as we did with Sage, so you can let him go. Mom looked directly at him. You'll be good, Ramsay Somerset. No retaliation for freezing you, or you'll have your brother out here and you two will be fighting. He's as protective of Lucas as you are of Fane. Lucas rolled his eyes. Yeah, only Fane could kick some serious ass if he wanted. I can't do crap. At least not without more training sessions, so don't fuck it up with Fane. We all need him, so grovel or whatever and get him back home. Rein it in, Ramsay. Seriously. Damn. Lucas let him go. and it took everything in Ramsey not to go after him. It wasn't Mom's warning not to that stopped him, but the fears running through him. He needed to get to Fane as quickly as possible, and attacking Lucas would delay him. He shifted the parts of his body that were his water monster, at least the parts he could. His skin itched on his shoulder and chest, which was a clear indication he still had smooth, leathery skin, although he didn't take the time to look. He didn't say a word to them, but took off for the front of the house, pulling his keys out of his pocket as he went. He'd get to the cabin quicker if he took his truck. Unfortunately, he didn't have the speed of a vampire or the flying ability of a dragon. His water monster was rather slow and clumsy on land. Honestly, the only reason he was alpha was his water monster could kill anyone with a single bite. No one dared challenge him because of it. He got in his truck, starting it and pulling down the road. The cabin wasn't far away. A few miles' drive down a dirt road past the Krieger's farm. He had his truck parked before he even realized he was already there. It was the walk through the woods that took the longest. As he drew closer to the cabin, he could smell Thomas. Warlock stood out in a shifter town like St. Lake's, even out in the middle of nowhere. The side of the cabin came into view. It still blended into the forest, but not as much since Garrett rebuilt it. Someone laughed, and it wasn't Fane. Not that he'd heard Fane laugh. The little nervous giggle didn't count as a real laugh because it wasn't out of joy. Ramsey vowed to make his mate laugh at least once a day. He had to get him to come home first. Someone pounded against wood, and something rattled around like coins on a table, jingling around madly because of the disturbance. He looked into a window because it was the closest to the inside as he could get, and he had to see for himself the pounding wasn't on Fane. He saw Thomas holding his middle, rolling on his chair, laughing hysterically. Hasten sat next to him, scowling at the playing cards lying face up in front of him. And Fane. Ramsey sighed in relief. Fane sat there lifting red plastic coins from the center of the table. He carefully stacked them, one on top of the other, until the only colored chips left was white. He repeated the process with those. "I regret teaching you poker." Hasten's words seemed to make Thomas roll with laughter even more. "You're not good at this game. You should quit." Ramsey smiled at the blunt honesty. "Probably. I don't get how you keep winning." Fane waved off the question. "It's easy. You have one deck, 52 cards, not counting the jokers because you took those out. I know what I had in my hand, which means I could eliminate them from the deck and your hands. When you're finished shuffling, you turn the deck up, so I saw the card at the bottom, Ace of Hearts, so 6 cards, so only 46 unknown. From there, I figure the probability of what's in the deck versus what's in your hand." "Wait, you're counting cards?" Fane shrugged. "Yes?" "That's fucking cheating." Fane scowled. "It's math. Math isn't cheating." "It's cheating." "Math. It's not my fault I know math and you don't." Hasten's chair scraped against the floor and he stood. "I know math." "No, you don't, or you'd use it." "I don't use it because it's cheating." Fane shook his head. "Math." "I'm not playing with you anymore." Thomas snorted. "You sound like a little kid." Hasten flipped him off as he headed for the door. Ramsey moved away from the window and made his way to the front of the cabin, just as Hasten stepped out of the door. Hasten's body stiffened, and his eyes turned red, but he didn't make a move on Ramsey. "What the fuck do you want?" "My mate." Ramsey took a couple of steps to the cabin. "He doesn't want to talk to you. If he did, he wouldn't be here." "Fane!" Ramsey yelled and headed for the door. Hasten stood in front of it, his arms loose at his sides, as if he were getting ready for an attack. "Don't block me from my mate. I've never once done it to you with Jules, even though you're a fucking shit to him. As his alpha, I've had the right to step in. You have no rights with Fane. He's my friend, and he doesn't want to see you. Maybe he figured out how fucking shitty shifters are." "Fane!" Ramsey sighed in relief when the door opened, and then growled when it was Thomas. He took a step closer, but Thomas grabbed Hason's arm and pulled him off the porch.
Let's go. The Alpha has a point. He could keep Jules from us, and he isn't.
No, Jules is doing that all by himself. Hason scowled.
Because you're acting like an asshole, but we can argue about it for the 1,000th time somewhere that isn't here.
Thomas pulled Hason past him. He smiled.
Sorry, Alpha.
Ramsey didn't say anything. Instead, he walked to the door, which Thomas had shut behind him. His instinct was to barge in, throw Fane over his shoulder, and take him back home. It wouldn't get his point across, though, so he suppressed the urge, pushing his water monster as far down as he could. Knocking on the door, he waited for Fane to answer. He didn't have to wait long. Fane pulled the door open and looked at him with that wide-eyed innocence he always had. Ramsey's eyes changed. His world became brighter. His teeth dropped down as Fane's scent washed over him. Fane never said a word, and Ramsey knew he wouldn't. Fane wouldn't argue. At least, not for the sake of arguing. He wasn't capable of it. He'd throw logic at Ramsey the same way he had Hason with the poker game. The last thing Ramsey needed was a logical discussion about why he needed to leave Fane here. Ramsey was so far beyond reason he wasn't ever coming back. Picking a fight with Fane was fucking pointless. He knew he still needed to try to be a good alpha, but as he met Fane's gaze, being an alpha took a back seat. He took a step closer to Fane until he was inches from him. Ramsey bent down, leaning in until he buried his nose in Fane's neck. He pulled in Fane's scent. Mate. Fane wrapped his arms around Ramsey's neck and gave a little jump, wrapping his legs around Ramsey's waist. He caught Fane, his hands splaying across Fane's ass cheeks, holding him. Ramsey kissed Fane on the neck, the urge to bite so strong it burned inside him. Instead, he kissed Fane again. I need you. His lips moved against Fane's skin when he whispered those words. They were probably the truest thing he'd ever said.
The question is, what will you do with the need?
Ramsey growled, and the sound built in his chest, rumbling out. Don't test me, Fane.
I don't know what you mean.
My fucking control is slipping. I'm about ready to fuck you against the damn cabin.
Oh.
Fane buried his face in Ramsey's neck, his hips moving forward to find friction on his cock. Ramsey's grip on his ass tightened, keeping him there, wanting him to take what he needed. If Fane did, and he lost all control as well, at least Ramsey wouldn't be alone.
Monster.
Fane's teeth grazed his skin, not piercing, but silently asking permission. Ramsey walked into the cabin, shutting the door behind them. He lifted his head long enough to spot the bed against the far wall and walked over to it, laying Fane down in the center as gently as he could, and then straightening. He took his coat off and let it fall to the floor, kicking his shoes off awkwardly at the same time he pulled his shirt over his head. Fane watched him with wide-eyed fascination that held a tinge of lust. Fane's tongue peeked out past his pointy teeth and licked his lips. Ramsey smiled at the look, liking that Fane found his body attractive. When he moved his fingers to the button on his jeans, Fane's gaze trailed down to that spot, not looking away. He unbuttoned and unzipped, and pushed his pants down his hips, taking his underwear with him. Take your clothes off, Fane. Fane lay there, staring at Ramsey's cock.
Your penis is big.
Don't worry, it won't bite. It likes you. Ramsey didn't wait for Fane to follow directions, but took action, pulling Fane's pants off. They came off inside out for some reason, and Ramsey had to yank them when they got to his ankles. Fane had lean muscles that surprised Ramsey, given his small size. When he pulled his underwear off next, Fane's hand immediately went to his own dick, stroking it even as he watched Ramsey's every move. His dick was in proportion to the rest of his body. Ramsey climbed on the bed, pushing Fane's hand away. He moved Fane's shirt, wanting more skin, kissing him right below his belly button. As Ramsay moved down, he took deep pulls of Fane's scent, feeling the hairs on Fane's abdomen against his nose as he went. He pressed his lips against the head of Fane's cock, holding them there until he tasted Fane's pre-cum on his tongue. Once he did, he sank down, taking the full shaft into his mouth. Fane's hips came off the bed and he cried out. Ramsay smiled around his shaft, more than pleased with the reaction. He pulled off partway and sank down again. Fane's hands touched the top of Ramsay's head, his fingers clenching and unclenching as if he needed something to hold on to and wanted to use Ramsay's hair. The only problem was, Ramsay didn't have any. It was so short it was just stubbles on his head. Still, Ramsay found Fane's responsiveness sexy. Ramsay pulled off his cock. "Is there lube in here?" Fane moaned and pushed Ramsay's head down until his lips were against Fane's wet shaft. Ramsay kissed it and licked from root to tip, but didn't take it in his mouth. "Lube, sweet." "Don't know. No one touches me, except you." Ramsay leaned over, reaching for the bedside table and pulling open the small drawer. He smiled in victory when he pulled out what he needed. Ramsay popped the top of the lube and squirted some on his fingers before giving his attention to Fane's cock again. He licked at the head, swirling his tongue around it teasingly. Fane whimpered. "Please." His hands came to Ramsay's head again, trying to get Ramsay where he needed him most. Ramsay swirled a finger around Fane's puckered hole to the rhythm his tongue made on the head of his cock. "Oh!" Fane pulled his legs back, stretching them nearly to his sides, and he lifted his hips into the touch. Ramsay rewarded Fane by taking his cock into his mouth once again, sinking down slowly at the same time he pushed a finger into Fane's hole. He immediately curled his finger, rubbing over Fane's prostate as he pulled it out. Fane cried out. His eyes were wide when their gazes met. Fane needed him. It was plain for Ramsay to see. A swell of emotion washed over him, so big it threatened to leak out his eyes. It lumped in his throat, making it impossible to breathe, especially around the cock in his mouth. Ramsay set a rhythm with his finger but didn't move his mouth. He curled his tongue around Fane's shaft, providing him with a little bit of friction, but not enough to let him come. Adding another finger made Fane moan. Ramsay watched him as his mouth fell open and his eyes closed. It seemed the thing Fane needed because the utter bliss was unmistakable. Ramsay felt the muscles stretch around his fingers and added another one. Fane's muscles tightened and then loosened a second later. The rest of his muscles relaxed at about the same time he moaned, "Monster!" Ramsay made a sound around Fane's cock, letting him know he liked the way Fane whispered the nickname on a breath of air, as if the pleasure was so great it helped push the sound past his lips. The vibrations also gave Fane even more pleasure. "Please." Ramsay let Fane's cock go, moving over him even as he continued with the stretching. He kissed a trail up Fane's body, flicking a tongue over one of his nipples and then under his jaw. When his gaze met Fane's, he saw his own need reflected back. Ramsay pulled his fingers out and coated his cock with the leftover lube on his fingers. He pressed the head to Fane's hole, slipping in just enough to make him hiss when the pleasure was too great. He wanted to ride his instincts out and let his body take over, but he needed to be gentle with Fane. He wouldn't act like some selfish bastard after his own pleasure. Ramsay pressed in a bit more, but stopped when Fane's muscles tensed. Ramsay held Fane's gaze, trapping them both, so he could see if Fane was in pain. Ramsay took a deep breath and let it out slowly, trying to get his breathing under control so he could talk. "Need me to stop?" Fane shook his head. The muscles around Ramsay's cock relaxed, so he pushed in even more. Fane didn't show any signs of pain or stress, so he kept up the assault, going further until he bottomed out. Fane cupped Ramsay's cheeks in both hands, demanding he not look away. "Don't move. Not yet." Ramsay nodded, breathing heavily. The tightness of Fane's body as it engulfed his cock was almost too much. Knowing he was inside Fane, his mate, made a difference. Fane moved his hips down as much as he could, probably testing to see if the pain had turned to pleasure. Ramsay decided to help and pulled out a fraction at a time, and then pressing back in again. Fane's mouth fell open, and pure bliss covered his face. "Yeah, keep moving." Ramsay would have grinned, but his entire focus centered on his cock, and it was impossible to think of anything else. Oh, please, I need to bite." Fane grabbed the nape of Ramsay's neck and pulled him down, his teeth sinking into the scarred-over wound on his shoulder. He moved quicker when he felt Fane's hole tighten, and then wet heat coated their abdomens. Ramsay's teeth dropped, but he fought the urge to bite. It wasn't the right time. Not yet. Not when things with the clan were so fucked up. Even without Ramsay's mark, their mating bond grew deeper. He could feel Fane on the outskirts of his mind, and it wasn't enough, leaving Ramsay wanting more. At the same time, the bond they did have stole his breath. The white-hot electricity worked through his body, and he cried out. His movements grew jerky, and then he pressed in impossibly far, holding it in as his orgasm worked through his body as if playing him like an instrument. He shuddered, and then moved in and out by little fractions, wanting to prolong the feeling. Fane still drank from him in long pulls, so he stayed where he was, even though he wanted to collapse. The last thing he wanted was to crush his mate, anyway. Fane sighed and pulled his teeth out. He licked across Ramsay's wound as if to seal it. "Monster." "Sweet." Fane licked across the bite again. "You didn't bite me." "Not the right time." "Maybe never." "Someday, sweet." Ramsay gathered Fane into his arms, turning them so they both lay on their sides. Ramsay's cock slipped out, and Fane grunted. "You liked it?" "You want a compliment." Ramsay chuckled. "Yeah, but I also want to know if you're okay." "It aches. I'll feel it tomorrow and think back on this." "Is that a bad thing?" Fane giggled, and it wasn't the nervous one he had before, but an honest laugh, because he thought something was funny. "No, I like the memory." "Me too." Ramsay ran his fingers through Fane's hair and studied his gaze. "Come home. Please, sweet." "You're not ready." Ramsay sighed. "The clan meeting is tomorrow. I need you there." "I'll come." The clan might need him to get them through the battle with Stavros, but he wasn't sure he could be alpha for very much longer. He needed Fane first and foremost. Nothing else mattered, including the clan. And everything about his attitude made him an asshole. Chapter 12. Ramsay kept Fane glued to his side as the clan members trickled into the yard one at a time. They talked and joked amongst themselves, and eyed Ramsay with a weariness that hadn't been there before he attacked Tim in the diner. He'd known most of the clan members his whole life, or at least when he first came to Mom as a young child. A few new members moved to St. Lake since, but he still knew them well. More importantly, he knew their problems and helped fix some of them. He had gained their trust over the years. Maybe attacking Tim when they were children could be chalked up to Ramsay's first shift coming early. Everyone knew a shifter didn't have control during that time in life. In their minds, it was a good excuse. But it wasn't one Ramsay could use. He knew the truth. He wanted to ignore it, and had for so long, but he couldn't anymore. Finding his mate just brought the truth out. Ramsay sighed. Josh, Kristen's mate, slid next to them. Ramsay pulled Fane in closer. Josh smiled and kept his hands clasped behind his back. "It's going around that you attacked my father." Ramsay nodded. Having what he already suspected confirmed only made him inwardly cringe. "He needs to learn respect." Josh nodded. "He thinks he's right about everything. He's always been that way. Marshall left to get away from him, and Mom left him. I left him. Now he's pissed at all of us, especially me. But he'll take it out on you. He'll probably get someone to challenge you. Not that anyone can beat you, but still. I'm sorry. Fane stood on Ramsey's other side. He looked around Ramsey to Josh. Only own the mistakes you make, not that of others. Fane looked at Ramsey. Sensei used to say that. Josh smiled in an affectionate way everyone had toward Fane. The whole family looked at him like that. Hell, even the hardened Hasten had taken a protective role with Fane when Ramsey had shown up. Thanks for saying that. I think sometimes I need to remember he doesn't run my life anymore. You are the boss of you. Another thing Sensei used to say, although that one had been said when I was a small child. He thought it made me consider my own actions before I did something stupid. It didn't work at the time, but now I see his point. Josh nodded. Can I get in on those training things you do with Jules? The individual sessions you do, I mean? Yes, we have one in 2 days, in the evening. We're learning a few meditation techniques. Thanks. You need self-defense training, too. I'll be there. Kristen keeps telling me. I keep telling you what? Kristen laced her arm through Josh's. He unclasped his hands and leaned in to give her a kiss. How I need Fane's training? That's because I can totally kick your ass. You need to step up your game, mate. Maybe I like it when you kick my ass. Shut up. Kristen's lips thinned out, and she looked away from them, down at the ground as if there was something fascinating in the grass at their feet. You're blushing, Kristen. Ramsey couldn't help but point out. You shut up, too. If we all shut up, then who would tell you the truth? Fane, who didn't get the humor of the situation at all, pointed out. Good point, sweet. Josh chuckled, and Kristen stuck her tongue out at Fane. Fane looked at Ramsey. I don't understand. Why did she do that? She's just teasing you. Oh. He looked over at Kristen again. I don't get jokes sometimes. Ramsey kissed the creases on Fane's forehead. He leaned down and whispered, You might not get jokes, but I think you're funny. Fane leaned into Ramsey until their cheeks pressed together. He wound his arms around Ramsey's neck and held him close. Being bent over wasn't completely comfortable, but Ramsey didn't care. Ramsey put his arms around Fane's waist and pulled him even closer, lifting him so their bodies pressed together. He wished he could take Fane inside and lock them both behind a closed door. Maybe Ramsey's water monster wouldn't be so close to the surface if they could be alone together for 5 damn minutes. Clan business came first, and a part of him resented it. The resentment grew when he saw Tim across the yard, heading straight for them. His eyes seemed to train on Josh, and with good reason. When Josh left, it meant Tim was alone. If Josh were correct, Tim probably wouldn't see his controlling behavior as driving everyone away. You ready to come home, boy? Tim was feet away from Josh. His stance was open, but angled away from Ramsey and Fane as if they were gum underneath his shoe. Fane turned to look at Tim. His arms dangled at his side, and he pulled away from Ramsey. Ramsey's protective instincts went up, and he wanted to push Fane behind his back, but he fought the urge because he realized Fane prepared himself for a fight. Kristen and I bonded, Dad. I also love her, so no, I'm not coming home. Mating with just anything isn't how our family does things, Joshua. Come home, and I'll help you get through the separation. Josh shook his head. Give up, Dad. I've changed my will. You won't get the farm. Tim looked at Ramsey and Fane, his lips curling. Mate with a female cougar shifter, and I'll change it back. Josh opened his mouth to answer, but Fane held up a hand. Why does mating with a cougar shifter matter? Fane looked at Ramsey. I don't understand. He's a judgmental asshole, sweet. Tim growled. After the diner incident, Ramsey would think Tim wouldn't challenge him, but apparently he didn't know when to quit. Ramsey would put up with his shit for only so long. He shifted all his teeth in warning. Fane looked at Josh. I still don't understand. Paranormal species should stick to their own kind. Josh should mate with another cougar shifter. Tim looked at Kristen like she had shit covering her entire body. Not her. Alphas, in particular, should stick to their own kind and mate with females. Do you know the population of cougar shifters worldwide? Fane looked at Tim, his eyebrows raised. Ramsay suppressed a smile, not wanting to interrupt the schooling Fane was about to give Tim. He couldn't help but think it was sexy, though. 20,000. We're a dying breed. That's why we need to keep the blood pure. That goes against science. There aren't enough of you because you're inbreeding, most likely. Sharing DNA with someone familiarly similar means that if you had a genetic anomaly, then your offspring would have 2 recessive alleles. There would be a higher rate of deformity and genetic abnormalities in the brain or even physically, although that's not as likely. Some believe paranormals instinctively know a mate upon meeting them is the work of fate, but our bodies have a natural mechanism that guards against several things, including inbreeding, so it's not the work of gods, but science. I'm not inbred. You are if your parents were both cougar shifters. Most likely, anyway. Too few numbers. Tim shifted without even taking off his clothing and lunged at Fane so fast, Ramsay was slow to react. Ramsay didn't need to, though. Fane jumped in the air and kicked out one of his legs, connecting with Tim's chest. Tim made a noise somewhere between a growl and cry, landing in a heap on the ground. Fane stood over him, putting his hand around Tim's throat, holding him against the ground. Fane's eyes were red, and his teeth were flashing. He hissed at Tim, and Ramsay wondered if it was because Tim struggled against his hold, or if Fane was truly pissed. Ramsay strongly suspected the former because Fane rarely got angry. He always said anger was a secondary emotion. For Ramsay, his anger felt pretty legitimate. He wanted to rip Tim's head off. Since Fane had it under control, he wouldn't, but the instinct was still there. We're leaving. Ramsay didn't bother whispering it. When half the clan watched them as if they committed some atrocious sin, what was the point? Either most of the clan missed the part where Tim attacked Fane, or Tim had most of the clan as followers. Address the clan. Fane never took his eyes off Tim. No, we're leaving. Address the clan, Alpha. Ramsay sighed and stepped further into the yard. Fane wouldn't let it go unless he did the right thing. Fine. First of all, I think we need to get one fucking thing straight. The next clan member who attacks my mate won't live much longer after. Secondly, I don't give a shit if you don't like the fact that he's a vampire. He's mine. Ramsay flashed his teeth. Several of the clan members gasped and took a step away from him. Gerald was the only one who stepped up. Ramsay raised his eyebrows and smirked at him. You're going to challenge me? Gerald swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. He looked at Ramsay with caution in his gaze. He was still dumb enough to nod, though. Even if you did win the fight against me, which we both know you won't, you'll have to go through Garrison next. And when Layden has his first shift, you'll have to go through him. Even I won't be able to beat Layden when the time comes, but let's go. Ramsay pulled his coat off, handing it to Garrison, who had stood next to him. Gerald took a step back, shaking his head. Garrison put a hand on Ramsay's shoulder, getting his attention. Attacking the alpha mate is a crime punishable by death. What would you like to do, Alpha? Ramsay took a deep breath, willing himself to calm down. He hadn't thought about anything but getting the damn talk over with so he could get Fane the hell out of there. I don't care. Garrison growled so low in his throat that Ramsay was sure he was the only one who heard it. Finish your alpha duties, Garrison whispered. Ramsay would get a fatherly lecture later. He was sure of it. Ramsay turned to Bennett. Put him in the basement. Bennett nodded and walked over to Tim. Fane didn't let him up until Bennett had a hold of him. And even then, Fane tried to tag along. The thought of him seeing the cells under the house made Ramsay nauseous. Fane had lived in a prison unnecessarily for too long. He shouldn't have to see another one. Fane. Fane turned, meeting his gaze. I need you. Ramsay wouldn't give Fane an order in front of the clan. He wouldn't have any of them think that was how their relationship worked, because it was furthest from the truth. Fane nodded and turned to Bennett. "You'll need another person to help with him. He's stronger than he looks." Tim snarled and fought against Bennett's hold. Fane smacked Tim in the face and scowled at him. "Stop it!" If the slap was meant to shock, it worked well, and not just for Tim. The whole clan watched the exchange. "You won't gain control. You never will because you can't learn to open your mind. Your son leaving you should have taught you that. Learn to accept, and things will get better." "I'll take it from here a little bit." Gabriel grabbed Tim right along with Bennett. Fane stepped away. "What's a little bit?" Gabriel grinned. "Your new nickname." "Why do I need a nickname?" "Because you're a little bit of a badass, and you're a little bit of a cutie. I want to put you in my pocket, but you'd kick my ass." "I won't fit in your pocket, Gabriel." "I just mean you're so little and cute." Fane shrugged. "You still don't make sense. Go and get him settled." Fane turned toward Ramsay. "Meditate, Tim. It will help while you're locked away." Chapter 13. Fane folded his hands in his lap and sat in the seat next to Ramsay. He needed to meditate. His mind was so full of the last 24 hours. "Will you come back to my cabin?" Ramsay whispered as he drove. The truck was dark except for the headlights lighting the road and casting shadows on the forested areas on either side of the pavement. The dash lights didn't help light things much. There weren't many instances where he was alone with Ramsay, so he liked the moment. Inside the cab, Ramsay kept one hand on the wheel and the other on Fane's thigh. "Magnus's cabin." Ramsay sighed, and he took his hand away. He turned down a dirt road. Once he straightened out the wheel, he put his hand back. His palm warmed the spot on Fane's leg where it touched. Fane put his hand over Ramsay's. "You know what you told Tim." "About the inbreeding?" Ramsay chuckled. "No, the thing about control." "Yes, Sensei used to say that." "As a way to get you to accept certain things about yourself?" "No. That's what giving up the illusion of control would mean for you. He meant something different for me. He said it during meditation. He didn't want me to force certain thoughts, but let them flow freely." "Think you can teach me to meditate?" "Yes, I can teach anyone that. You need a sensei." Ramsay always had a sparkle in his eyes whenever he looked at Fane. It was visible even in the dark. "Maybe I want you to be my sensei." Fane nodded. "Okay, just don't call me that." "Why not?" "Because then you wouldn't call me Sweet. I like the name better. Only when you say it, though." "I like the name better, too." They grew silent. Fane rubbed a finger across the back of Ramsay's hand. The skin was soft, and he wanted to soothe him. He leaned his head against the back of the seat and closed his eyes. "I just want to be alone with you, not have Jules's asshole mates hanging around, or my family, or the fucking clan. I need a couple of days with you." "So I can teach you?" Fane's voice was husky with the sleep that threatened. "No. Well, yes, but also no. I don't care what we do." "Are you choosing me?" "Yeah, Sweet. I am." "What about being Alpha?" "I don't have an answer. I know the clan needs a leader who will guide them through the battle with Stavros, and the trying times to come. I don't think that person is me. And I know being Alpha doesn't matter as much as you do. I need time to come up with a solution." "And you need me to help you with that? At your cabin?" Fane opened his eyes, turning to Ramsay. Ramsay pulled the car over and then turned to look at Fane. "Yeah. So, will you come? Please?" "Okay." Ramsay leaned forward and kissed Fane. He pulled away again and faced forward. "You're choosing me?" Fane practically vibrated in the seat as those words sank in. He needed to hear Ramsay's response again. Fane had thought for sure Ramsay wouldn't choose him. He would suffer if Ramsay left him, but the past few years had been nothing but that anyway. He had settled for the pain, resigning himself to it. But Ramsay was telling him something else. His heart rate sped up as he waited for Ramsay to answer, and every millisecond felt like hours. Yes. Fane took his seatbelt off and moved past the center console, straddling Ramsey's lap. Fane cupped Ramsey's cheeks and met his gaze. Ramsey's arm circled Fane's waist, holding him in place. I'm sorry I made it hard on you. I'll choose you every time, Fane. From now on. I promise.
Fane leaned in for a kiss. He intended to make it quick, but Ramsey took over, thrusting his tongue in. Ramsey glided his hands up his back, pulling him closer until their chests touched. Fane surrendered, just as he had been. It felt good to let Ramsey take over. Fane's mind emptied, and he let himself feel. Touching Ramsey was a new form of meditation for Fane. Ramsey ended the kiss, only to trail his lips along Fane's jaw. Fane tilted his head to give Ramsey more room. Need you, sweet. Always gonna need you. Ramsey's breath fluttered against Fane's skin when he spoke. Please, I burn. My dick hurts. Fane moved his hips, humping against whatever part of Ramsey he could reach. Ramsey chuckled. The kisses stopped, and he pressed his forehead against Fane's shoulder. Why are you laughing? Keep kissing. That only made Ramsey laugh harder. Let's go home first. The cabin's only a couple miles down the road. Fane moved away. He put a hand over his hard length through his pants. It wasn't the same as Ramsey's touch, especially his mouth. He settled in the seat next to Ramsey and scowled at him. Ramsey snorted out a chuckle. Grouchy. It's hard. I want you to touch it. 2 minutes. Fane pushed his sweats down past his balls and then took his bare cock in hand. Shit, okay, I'll hurry. Yes. Fane didn't move, but held himself in a firm grip. By the time the truck engine stopped humming and keys clinked together, Fane was close to making himself come. Ramsey, watching him, felt like a caress and changed the whole experience of jacking off. Fuck, that's hot. Holy shit. Okay, need to get you inside. A door opened and the truck bounced on its tires a bit. The door closed again, and a second later, his door opened. Ramsey leaned in, pressing his mouth to Fane's. The kiss didn't hold anything back, speaking clearly of Ramsey's need. It matched his own. Fane let go of his cock in favor of wrapping his arms around Ramsey's shoulders. Ramsey pulled back at the same time he lifted Fane out of the truck. The next thing Fane knew, they were moving, but he was too far gone to care where Ramsey carried him. Ramsey ended the kiss a second later, fumbling with his keys. He cursed, and Fane licked the parts of Ramsey's neck that weren't covered by his coat. Keys jingled again, and then a door creaked open. The instant Ramsey's shoes clomped down on a wooden floor, Fane knew the home they were in belonged solely to Ramsey. The smell of the place was almost as strong as the one coming directly from the skin on his neck. Smells good in here, my monster. Mm-hmm. That's right. All yours, sweet. Ramsey didn't have to move them far before he laid Fane down on a bed. Fane's back hit something soft, and the mattress gave underneath him. Fane was up before he let himself get settled, kneeling on the bed. Ramsey already had his coat off and was onto his shirt. Fane attacked the button on Ramsey's jeans, unzipping them next before pushing them down his hips. Shoes. Yeah. Ramsey began kicking off his shoes without unlacing them. You too, Fane. Now. Fane nodded and moved so he was sitting on the side of the bed. He unlaced his shoes and took them off before pushing his sweats and underwear off. Ramsey helped him with his coat, and Fane pulled his shirt over his head. As soon as he did, he lay on the bed and wrapped his legs around Ramsey. He laid his hand on Ramsey's arm, then he turned his body, unsettling Ramsey until he fell over on his back. He grunted, and they both bounced a little before Fane straddled Ramsey's hips. Nice little trick there, sweet. Fane giggled. New move. What do you call it? I don't call it anything. I did it to get you underneath me so I can come on you. Ramsey chuckled. Getting Ramsey underneath me it is, then. Don't teach that to anyone, sweet. Fane laughed. Ha! I did it. I finally made you laugh.
Fane thought about the last time he left and couldn't remember. He had never had a reason to before. "I'm happy." Ramsey's hand cupped the nape of Fane's neck and pulled him down. "Me too, sweet." "We need Slick. I want you in me." "Right, in the drawer." Ramsey pointed to a small blue table next to the bed. It was far enough away that Fane would have to get up. "I have to move." "Yup." Ramsey wanted to laugh. Fane could see it in the way the corners of his mouth turned up. "You don't move." "I'm not going anywhere. The last thing I want to do is stop you from riding my cock. Believe that." "Okay." Fane moved off Ramsey slowly, sliding his ass over Ramsey's cock because it felt good. Ramsey moaned but sat up on his elbows, watching Fane. Fane bent to open the door, and Ramsey moaned again. He grabbed a tube from the door and shut it again about the same time Fane felt hands around his waist. Ramsey kissed him right above his ass crack, licking after the kiss. He licked into the crease next, and the anticipation of where his tongue might go made Fane catch his breath. He moaned when Ramsey went deeper. "Oh, let's do this instead." Fane bent at the waist, wanting Ramsey to lick across his hole. Ramsey didn't disappoint, and the sensation had him tightening his muscles right before loosening up, wanting Ramsey's tongue inside him. Instead, Ramsey licked at him, repeating the process so many times Fane wondered if he even needed fingers to stretch him. "Need you to ride me, sweet." Ramsey's breath fanned across his wet hole, creating an entirely different sensation, making Fane moan louder. Ramsey's finger circled his opening next and pushed inside. With his free hand, Ramsey took the slick, and then Fane heard a cap pop, and the finger in his ass glided in and out with ease, although the lube was cold at first. Ramsey didn't tease him, but worked with a single-minded purpose. Fane felt a second finger enter him, loosening him. He thrust his fingers in and out in a smooth rhythm, making Fane want more. He pushed back, fucking himself. Ramsey pulled him back slightly, forcing Fane to stand straight or lose his balance. "Straddle my lap again, sweet." Ramsey pulled his fingers out, and Fane chased after them, turning at the same time Ramsey lay on the bed. It was the first time Fane took the time to look at him. His body was strong, with lean muscles that still made him look big without the bulk. Part of the bigness came from his height. "You're really beautiful." Ramsey smiled. "So are you." Fane nodded, not sure what to do with the compliment, and not expecting it. Fane climbed on the bed, moving over Ramsey's lap, feeling his hard length against Fane's balls and ass as he slid up. He kept going until he felt the tip on his ass, and then lifted a little. Ramsey handed him the lube. "Stretch yourself a little more." Fane took it and squirted some on his fingers. He reached behind him and entered himself with 3 of his fingers. The feeling of the soft tissue wasn't what he expected. "Gods, the look on your face is fantastic." He knew the tight feeling was giving away ever so slowly, and he wanted more already. He pumped his fingers in and out a couple more times, bracing himself with his free hand on Ramsey's chest. When his teeth dropped down, all he thought about was biting Ramsey. He pulled his fingers out, putting some more lube on them before reaching behind him and coating Ramsey's cock with it. He held it at the base and lifted until the head was against his hole. Sinking down, going at the pace he wanted, was a heady experience, and one he'd want to repeat sometime soon. He breathed in through his nose and out through his mouth as he lowered himself. He braced himself as he lifted a little bit and sank again. Ramsey's eyes changed, becoming reptilian, and his teeth dropped down. Fane savored the feeling, going slowly, not wanting it to end, but apparently Ramsey had other ideas. He grabbed the nape of Fane's neck and pulled him down. Fane thought Ramsey wanted a kiss, but to Fane's surprise, he bit his shoulder at the same time he picked up the pace, jackknifing into him. Fane cried out, and he came without being touched at all. The pleasure moving through him didn't even end after he had nothing left to give, and still Ramsey pumped into him, skin slapped together. Someone whimpered, and then a cry came out again. He didn't recognize himself in the sound, but figured out he was the producer. For the first time, he felt Ramsay inside his mind, and some of those lasers of electricity disappeared. His mind quieted at the same time Ramsay's movements grew shallow. "Monster."
"Sweet."
He wasn't sure how long they stayed like that. Not even the teeth in his shoulder could make him move. Chapter 14. Thane woke surrounded by Ramsay's scent. There was a comfort in knowing he was in Ramsay's space, breathing the same air, and living amongst his things. Thane stretched, the blankets pushing down his chest by inches when he did. He still didn't open his eyes, but rolled onto his side and tried to snuggle Ramsay. The only problem, Ramsay wasn't there. "Monster?"
"In the shower, sweet."
He opened one eye and saw the blue nightstand with their tube of lube sitting on top, next to a rectangular alarm clock with red numbers that read 10 o'clock. A lamp also sat on the table. The light in the room wasn't on, but it wasn't needed. The sun's rays filtered into the room through the curtains. The streaks of light faded out before it got to him. A picture hung on the wall. Thane pushed back the blankets and got out of bed. The air inside the room was cooler than his bare skin, and probably too cold for him to be walking around naked. Still, his curiosity pushed him around the room. He walked over to a large picture hanging on the wall next to the bed. It was a black and white photograph that looked old. The blurriness of it didn't diminish the image. He could tell it was a lake, and in the center was a dark gray hump. The water ripped around it. It could be a picture of Ramsay in his water monster form. It seemed too old, but maybe not. It was hard to tell a paranormal's age. Thane moved on to the dresser against the interior wall. The smaller photo sat on top. There were 8 people in the picture. Thane could pick out which one was Ramsay right away. He hadn't changed much, other than his hair being longer at the time the photo was taken. The other 5 people were Ramsay's siblings. Layden was barely out of the toddler stage. He had an arm around Ramsay's leg and his thumb in his mouth. Ramsay had a hand on the top of Layden's dark head and an arm around Bennett's shoulder. All of them were smiling, including Layden, his lips stretching around the thumb. Beside the picture were Ramsay's wallet and truck keys. When Ramsay had put them on the dresser, Thane didn't know. The last thing he remembered was lying on top of Ramsay, his cock softening in Thane's ass. Thane's cock stiffened, thinking about it. His need for Ramsay rose, and he made his way toward the sound of the shower. When he walked into the bathroom, steam coated his body, opening his lungs. He took a deep breath in, letting the steam and Ramsay's scent cleanse him. He moved the shower curtain back and stepped into the tub, immediately wrapping his arms around Ramsay's waist and resting his cheek against his chest. Ramsay's chest was wet, and the water, cascading down in thin sheets, soaked half of Thane's body. "Hi." Thane smiled. "Hi." Thane sighed in contentment. Touching Ramsay did that to him, making him feel like he never wanted to be anywhere else.
"How are you this morning? Do you feel okay?"
"You mean my ass?"
Ramsay chuckled. "And the rest of you?"
"All of me is content. Except for my dick. I got hard thinking about last night." Ramsay ran a hand down his back and then palmed his ass cheek, covering it in warm water. Thane could feel Ramsay's cock grow hard against his stomach muscles, and he smiled. "You like it when I'm hard for you?"
"Oh, yeah. My goal is to keep you naked for as long as possible."
"I can't stay naked." As much as he would like nothing more, Thane had to train and meditate.
"Why not?"
Ramsay asked it, as if there was laughter behind the words. "I have things to do, and I have to train Jules and help Garrett in at 6 o'clock this evening."
"We're skipping that today."
"No." Living with a routine was something Thane had always needed. Sensei had understood and built one for Thane that worked well. Getting back to it was important to Thane.
"Please, I need a couple of days where it's just us. I'll train with you if you still need it, but no one else."
Thane bit his lip, meeting Ramsay's gaze. "You need me?"
"Yes,
alone with only you.
Okay, but we have to get back to the routine soon.
Ramsay nodded. After the battle, we'll move in here permanently.
This is where you live.
Even though it wasn't a question, Ramsay still answered it like one. Yeah. All of us live at my mom's house because of the danger Stavros presents. I thought it best to stay in the same place most of the time. It's easier to keep everyone safe.
We shouldn't stay here long then. They need us.
I know. Just one more night and I'll be satisfied. Maybe.
You don't sound like an alpha anymore.
Ramsay sighed. I know. I just want to be your mate. I don't need the alpha position. Hell, I don't even want it. But I'm afraid Garrison is going to stick me with it because he doesn't want it either.
Layden should have it.
Layden?
Yes, he'll be good at it. But I don't know his mate. Is he like me?
What do you mean, is he like you?
I mean, is he broken like me?
Ramsay growled. You are not broken. You're fucking perfect, Fane. Absolutely perfect.
I don't make a good alpha mate.
I think you do. You're honest with everyone, which most people might not want to hear, but they need. And you're kind. You're also a fighter, better than anyone in the clan. The clan probably needs you more than it does me right now.
Yes, I know it does, but I have to work to settle my brain.
So, I have to work not to be a possessive prick, or have since I met you.
Ramsay looked at the ceiling.
That's a bad example. It makes me a bad alpha because it's hard to care about anything else but you.
I know.
I might suck as an alpha, but you still make a good alpha mate.
I'll do my best.
Fane didn't want to talk about it anymore.
We were talking about Layden being alpha.
Right. Well, he hasn't shifted yet, and he's very young. Way too young to be alpha.
He has strength. I can feel it. Stronger than you, even. You and Garrison can train him to take your place.
I'll talk to Garrison about it. See if he likes the idea as much as I do.
Layden's mate is gone from the area, right?
Yeah. He's gathering information on a human for me.
He'd make a good alpha mate?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he doesn't have the ability to draw people in the way you do, but they'll warm to him in time.
What do you mean, I draw people in?
I just mean you're lovable.
Love?
Ramsay smiled. Yeah, Fane. People love you.
He leaned down and kissed Fane. The kiss was barely a whisper, and over before he got started.
I love you, sweet.
Fane swallowed down the lump in his throat. I know. I feel it. Fane projected his feelings out to Ramsay. The cabin was one big open room with a small kitchen at one end and a living room at the other. A couch sat facing a stone fireplace. A sword hung over the fireplace, mounted on a piece of polished wood. Fane leaned against the counter across from Ramsay and watched as he chopped an onion to go with their breakfast. He used the knife as if he worked with one daily. Fane looked at the sword mounted above the fireplace and then back at Ramsay. Ramsay smiled at him knowingly.
You have a question, so ask.
Fane nodded his head to the knife in Ramsay's hand. You use that knife as if you're an expert.
Nope. Mom made a point to teach all of us how to cook. I don't get to very often. Someone else is always in the kitchen at Mom's house, and here I was alone. It sucks cooking for one person. Ramsay winked. It's good you're here.
Will you teach me?
Of course, we'll start now. Come over here.
When Fane came around, Ramsay moved back, giving him room to slide in front of him. What about the sword on the wall? Ramsay slid his arms around Fane's waist and held him close.
I found it in a closet when I first moved in. I liked it, so I had it mounted.
You've never used it?
Nope. Wouldn't know how, honestly.
I'll teach you.
First, breakfast. Fane nodded. You saw the way I was cutting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fane couldn't concentrate when he could feel Ramsay's hard length against the small of his back. He pressed against Ramsay, his head falling back against his chest.
I can't think.
Ramsay chuckled. Maybe we'll start the lesson later, because I can't help thinking about taking you over the table, and I'm hungry, so we should eat first.
Oh.
The image hit his mind like a punch, and he couldn't dispel it no matter how much his stomach rumbled from hunger. He moved away from Ramsay and pulled his shirt over his head. The table was small, but would still hold his weight. It sat against the wall opposite the kitchen counter underneath a window. He could see a lake outside. Trees and vegetation crowded around the lake like soldiers. The trees were still bare from winter, and spring hadn't quite set in yet. If he looked to the left, he could see a glimpse of the driveway. Fane pushed his pants and underwear down. He kicked them off and left them on the floor when he sat on the table and lay on his back. He pulled his legs to his chest and waited. He didn't have to wait long. Ramsay cursed. Fane giggled. He heard a belt buckle and a zipper, and then someone pounded on the front door. Ramsay growled, "No." Fane sat up at the same time Ramsay handed him the underwear he had discarded. Ramsay kissed him. "Later, sweet." "Yes." Fane pulled on his underwear and pants as the door opened. Garrison stood in the doorway, huffing out a breath, his eyes that of his dragon. It started. Fane didn't have to ask what Garrison meant. It was in the tension of his body, and the way he was ready to shift and kill the nearest stranger. Fane ran to the sword on the wall and grabbed the hilt. The leather felt familiar against his hand, even though he had never held the sword before. Still, muscle memory was there. He moved it to the other hand and swung it around his body once before pulling it against his side, the blade pointing at the floor. Ramsay nodded at him. His eyes were his water monsters, and his teeth had shifted. And not just the ones that he used on Fane for the mating bite, but all of them, upper and lower. They were big in his mouth and made his words slightly slurred when he spoke. "Let's go, sweet." Chapter 15. Ramsay's hands shook as he gripped the back of Fane's neck. He needed to remember Fane sat crouched safely beside him, that he could physically touch him. Garrison crouched down on the other side of him. Ramsay could practically feel the tension in Garrison's body. He looked at the sea of vampires with a calculation that surprised Ramsay, although he couldn't say why. He shouldn't have been. Ramsay had gone through the battle in his mind countless times, and never once had he thought he'd be on the outside looking in. All he saw was the back of Stavros's soldiers. They stood in Ramsay's way. There were so many he couldn't see his clan inside the perimeter of his mother's land. "How'd you get everyone inside the barrier?" Ramsay whispered the question to Garrison. "I didn't. Hasten and Thomas showed up, and shortly after the clan followed." Ramsay nodded. "So, Thomas did something to make the clan come." "That's my guess. Just thankful he's here, or most of the clan would be dead by now." Up to that point, Fane had remained quiet. "We need inside the circle. Not everyone in the clan can fight. Some need to go inside the house." "I can take one of you by air, and hope like hell none of them have a crossbow or something." Fane grunted. "I can run through them. They'll never see me. Take Ramsay." Ramsay scowled at him. "I'm not leaving you here alone." "Yes, you will. The clan comes first." "Fuck that, Fane. Not fucking happening." Fane grabbed his cheeks, turning his head until they faced each other. "You have to put the clan first, Ramsay. If you don't, we'll all die. There's more of them than us, and we don't have nearly enough fighters. You have to be alpha." Ramsay studied Fane's gaze, wishing he wasn't right. "Sweet." "You'll be my monster after this is over, and I'll let you forget about everything else." Ramsay smiled, but he knew it didn't reach his eyes. The thought of separating, of not being there to protect him for even the few minutes it would take to get past the sea of vampires, brought bile to his throat. "Deal." Garrison tugged on his arm, backing into the forest. Ramsay went with him, watching Fane the entire time. They were only a few feet away, far enough for Garrison to shift without the vampire seeing or hearing him. Garrison was the biggest dragon shifter Ramsay had ever seen, and he looked menacing, even when he wasn't trying. Garrison walked to a clearing, and Ramsay followed. Garrison's big wings flapped, displacing the air, which blew across Ramsay's body. He lifted off the ground and hovered there for a few seconds until Ramsay grabbed onto one of his large feet and hung on with both hands. Ramsay sucked in a breath when his feet lifted off the ground. As a water monster, he was most comfortable gliding through the water, not several feet in the air. From the air, the vampires' numbers looked lower, but their mass was still bigger than his clan's. His clan hovered together, Bennett and 2 of his enforcers standing in front of them. Bennett was already in his dragon form. He bit at the air in front of the vampires, pacing only a couple of feet away. Thanks to Mom's spell, the vampires hovered around the perimeter, unable to breach it. They looked ready to strike at anyone who stepped 1 foot out. On the other side of the property, there were vampire scouts looking out for anyone who might try to make a run for the forest beyond. The ground came to meet his feet, and he nearly plowed into Bennett when he turned at the last minute.
"Where are you?"
He felt a hand on his right arm.
"Right here."
Ramsay turned to see Fane slide beside him. He sighed in relief.
"Thank the gods."
Fane smiled.
"Be Alpha now."
"Right." Ramsay kissed Fane with a quick peck on the lips and then gave his first order.
"Send the ones who can't fight in the house."
Fane nodded and walked away. As he left, he twirled the sword around in his hand absent-mindedly. The hilt looked as if it glided over his fingers.
"Fane," Ramsay called.
Fane turned, lifting his eyebrows in expectation.
"Have someone call Forrest."
Fane pointed to Jules, who stood glaring at Thomas and Hasten. He stood several yards away from them next to Kristen and Josh. Owen stood in front of them. Jules was so engrossed in making a point, he didn't even see Fane point, so Fane called his name. Ramsay focused on something else when Jules ran to Fane. He looked around at the clan. Their numbers looked bigger from on the ground, but the image of them from the air stuck in his mind. There weren't enough people, and they would be even less once they sent those who couldn't fight in the house for safety's sake. Ramsay let the knowledge sink in as he stared at the sea of familiar faces. People he knew and loved would die if he didn't get his shit together. He wiped his hands down his pant legs and took a deep breath.
"Josh."
He beckoned Josh forward. When the man stood in front of him, he ordered,
"Go down in the basement and spring your dad. Last thing we want if this thing goes south is him stuck down there."
Josh nodded and went around the side of the house.
"Mom."
Ramsay met his mother halfway.
"How long will the barrier hold?"
"Endlessly. We just don't have enough food to last more than a day."
Ramsay nodded.
"I need you to help Fane figure out who can fight."
She started over to a small child holding his mother's hand. Mom talked to the woman for a few seconds, and then the woman nodded, her chin wobbling. Ramsay walked to her.
"Do you want to go inside with him? Take care of the children and keep them calm?"
"I want to fight, Alpha."
"All right."
He patted her on the arm and moved to Lucas. Ramsay pointed to Thomas.
"Come here."
Thomas did as ordered, and of course, Hasten came with him.
"Is there a way you can protect the house?"
"Yeah, no problem."
Ramsay sighed in relief.
"Thank you."
"Jules won't leave with us, so we want to make sure he stays safe. We'll help where we can." Hasten's answer made him sound like an asshole, but they gained another fighter, so whatever.
"Right. Well, we appreciate it. Any excuse to kill Nicolono."
Jules came to Ramsay. His shoulders lifted to his ears the closer he got.
"I called Forrest. They're only a little over an hour away. They were on their way here anyway. Forrest called the Wingspan clan. The head of the Paranormal Council is sending enforcers over. That's what Forrest said, but I don't know how Forrest knew if he hadn't talked to him yet."
"Forrest will persuade them. It'll be fine, brother."
Ramsay put an arm around Jules' shoulder and pulled him to his side, giving him the support he needed.
"Now, I want you to go back inside."
Jules' mouth fell open, and he huffed out a sound. He pulled away and cocked his head to the side.
"What? No, I can fight. Please, Ramsay."
Ramsay shook his head, but it was Hasten who answered. "Ramsay's right. You need to stay safe." Jules turned and glared at him.
"Nobody fucking asked you, Hasten. Last time I checked, you refused to mate with me because of my family, so screw you."
Jules pointed his finger at Thomas.
"And you, for going along with him."
Jules's voice broke, and he looked at Ramsay.
"I want to stand beside the rest of you. They already make me feel like an outsider in the mating. If you make me go inside, I won't feel like a part of the family, and I need that, please."
Ramsay sighed and pulled Jules in for a hug. "You are always a part of this family, Jules. Never doubt it." Over the top of his head, he met Fane's gaze. "He wants to fight."
"Let him."
"He'll be able to."
"Better than some of the others. They're not ready."
"I know, sweet."
Jules jerked in his arms, which caught Ramsay's attention. Thomas ran a hand down Jules's back. "You're not an outsider in our mating, either. Don't touch me. You go right along with him, Tommy. It makes me on the outside. Maybe I'm telling you both to stay away." "Jules, come on. We want you." Thomas turned to Hasten. "Would you talk to him, Hasten?"
Hasten's forehead wrinkled, as if the thought of losing Jules worried him. "Now isn't the time for discussion." "He's right."
Ramsay still held on to Jules, mostly because Jules had a death grip on his shirt. But he took a step back, Jules coming with him.
"Thomas, do you think you can work with Mom and Lucas? Maybe figure out some magic that might give us an advantage?"
Thomas sighed and dropped his hand. He nodded, but never took his eyes off Jules. "I can try." Ramsay nodded and turned, moving Jules to the side as he walked across the yard. He stopped when Hasten caught up with him. "I know Nicolono's coven, and at least half of those people don't belong to him. I think they're Delano's men, and if that's the case, they're trained fighters. Your people won't stand a chance against them."
Ramsay already knew the vampires outnumbered them. "Come with me. We'll talk strategy with Garrison and Fane. They'll know better than me what to do."
Hasten sucked in a breath, his eyes wide when he looked at Ramsay.
"You're admitting you have weaknesses?"
Ramsay wasn't sure where Hasten was going with that kind of statement.
"Garrison has been in a war before, and my mate is the best fighter we have, the best by far. I'm just an alpha who comes from a small, peaceful town. I've never been in this situation before. I'll get us killed if I don't listen to others."
"Yes, I just—" Hasten looked at Jules. "I have friends I can call. They'll come and fight if I ask them."
Ramsay nodded. "Jules, will you show Hasten where the phone is in the kitchen?"
"No, I don't want to be alone with him."
"Jules, there are hundreds of people in the damn yard, more than a dozen in the house. No such thing as alone right now."
"Still don't want to."
"He won't do anything you don't want."
Jules lifted his head off Ramsay's chest. A big wet spot coated his shirt. He turned and met Hasten's gaze. "I know. Because if you do, my big alpha brother will kick your ass, so no using your charm to get me to give in." It probably wasn't an appropriate time to laugh, but Jules cracked him up. When he had grown a backbone, Ramsay wasn't sure. It was about time he stuck up for himself. Ramsay wished he wouldn't get so disrespectful, but then Jules was reacting to Ramsay like he was his brother, not his alpha. That, more than anything, said how much Hasten and Thomas's proximity affected him if he was forgetting Ramsay's status in the clan.
"Just do what I ask, please."
Jules let go of him. "I do it under protest."
"Noted. And find Layden when you're finished. I need him in on the strategy talk."
"Okay." Jules started for the house. Hasten tried to touch him, but Jules moved away. "Don't even think about it." The vampires outside the circle grew restless. Part of the reason was the colder temperatures. The sun went into hiding, not wanting to be a part of the war. It wouldn't make an appearance until morning. On Ramsay's side of the barrier, several of the clan members had shifted, using their fur for warmth. Tim stayed human and within feet of Josh and Kristen at all times. He looked at Ramsay as if he didn't know him. Ramsay watched the vampires as they paced outside the invisible wall. One, in particular, touched it with his hand periodically with a cool calculation that scared Ramsay a bit. When Lucas saw the vampire, he ran to Bennett, climbed on his dragon's back, and stayed there the whole time. He would bet money he was Nicolono Stavros.
Thanks to Thomas, they could hear and see the vampires, but the vampires couldn't see them. Ramsay sat on the ground with his legs crossed. Fane came over to him and set his sword down before taking a seat in Ramsay's lap, his back resting against Ramsay's chest. He tilted his face and kissed Ramsay underneath his jaw. Ramsay held him close. "I had naughty plans for you today. I'm sorry they got pushed aside."
Fane put a hand over Ramsay's, resting it there. "This will all be over soon."
"Yeah, but how many of us will be left?"
"Waiting for reinforcements is a good idea."
"Clan is getting restless, and I don't know how long we can wait. Not days, I know that much."
"At least they'll live."
Fane seemed to keep an eye on Jules for some reason. Ramsay was about to ask him when Fane said,
"He's giving them a hard time on purpose."
"Yep."
Fane nodded. "Good. He'll need that fire to get through the fighting alive." Garrison sat down beside them and Hasten a few minutes later. Hasten never took his eyes off Jules, watching him closely.
Stubborn human.
Ramsay had to agree. He had no idea Jules could be like that. His temper had been even, and he had a passive, quiet nature most of the time. "Everyone has a limit. Jules has reached his." Fane wiggled his butt around. Ramsay wasn't sure if it was an attempt to get more comfortable or to tease. Either way, he successfully made Ramsay hard at the most inappropriate moment. Ramsay brought a hand down to Fane's hip and held him steady.
"Be still, sweet."
Fane followed Ramsay's orders, which told him he didn't do it on purpose. Layden came over, Jules following behind him. Layden's eyes weren't human, but instead that of a dragon's. They were green and glowed slightly. Ramsay closed his eyes and breathed deeply. Of course, Layden would choose that moment to have his first shift. "Jules told me you need me? Why am I included in the inner circle? The better question is, why is he?" Layden looked right at Hasten and gave a deep rumbling growl. "You hurt my brother." Ramsay could swear he saw smoke coming out of his mouth. A second later it was confirmed when fire came out Layden's mouth in one great big whoosh. Ramsay could feel the heat lick at his skin and knew Fane could too. He scrambled up, taking Fane with him. He moved Fane so he was positioned behind him, safely out of the way. Surprisingly enough, Jules stayed behind Layden, which wasn't a smart move when he finally finished his shift. Layden wouldn't have much control when the time came, and might knock Jules around on accident. Garrison took a step toward Layden, but Layden blew fire at him. Before Garrison could chastise him for it, Ramsay held up a hand.
"I got this."
Bennett hadn't been nearly as volatile as Layden appeared when he first shifted.
"Shift, now."
Getting a command from an alpha usually worked, and Ramsay hoped the command would spur Layden to shift. The sooner he shifted, the sooner he'd lose the temper. As it was, Layden was probably as dangerous as the vampires outside. Hasten held out his hand to Jules. "Come here, Jules. Please. Please, baby. If he shifts, he'll hurt you." Jules held up his middle finger. Fane stepped in, moving so quickly he was a blur to Ramsay's eyes. He was behind Ramsay a second later, Jules in tow. Ramsay turned back around to focus on Layden, and that's when the shift took over his body. Layden cried out and then fell to the ground. His muscles moved beneath his skin as if something lived underneath the surface. Garrison was the one who went to Layden, whispering to him to get him through the shift. Everyone felt the power radiating off Layden, and Ramsay knew his worries about who would be Alpha were unfounded. The clan would start seeing Layden as Alpha soon enough. Hell, Ramsay already saw him that way. Layden's dragon, when it emerged, was the color of spring leaves. He roared so loudly Ramsay had to cover his ears against the assault. The next time he opened his mouth, it was as if he were trying to speak, but fire came out instead. Garrison jumped back when it hit his feet.
"You can't talk, Layden. You'll have to shift, but that's how you make the fire come."
Layden tried to talk again, and once again blew fire out of his mouth. And another time, before he huffed and lay down. His big dragon head stretched out in front of him. Ramsay was so engrossed in Layden's dragon, he didn't even see Angel carrying Forrest through the barrier.
They came through the woods at the far end of the yard and headed straight for Ramsey. Halfway there, Angel put Forrest on his feet. Angel's sword had blood on it, and looking beyond them, Ramsey saw 2 dead vampires heaped on top of each other, their bodies lying at weird angles. It was a good thing the barrier didn't hinder family and clan members. Forrest stopped short when he saw Layton.
"Holy shit! Bow down to the dragon, you're a strong one!"
Layton huffed and lay there as if he couldn't be bothered with anything. Ramsey gave Angel and Forrest both a hug when they grew close enough. Fane stepped beside him, picking up his sword in the process. Forrest eyed the sword.
"You're sure it's okay to let him carry that thing around?"
Ramsey smirked. Forrest remembered the way Fane had been before Lucas partially healed him, and they completed the mating.
"I know how to use it. Sensei taught me well."
Fane smiled and leaned into Ramsey.
"Wow, you're different."
Forrest took a step closer, hesitating for some reason.
"Can I hug you?"
"Yes."
Fane stepped into Forrest's embrace.
"It's good you're here. You're needed. Greatly."
"Yeah, well, Angel's the one who'll be the most help."
"When the fighting starts, you'll go in the house. Until then, you're needed during the strategy talks, especially when your reinforcements show up."
Forrest's forehead wrinkled, and he pulled away, looking at Fane as if he'd grown 2 heads.
"Go in the house?"
"Yes, you're the council's negotiator. They'll need you after the fighting is over. If it doesn't go in our favor, you'll still need to stay safe."
Forrest's mouth fell open. Even Angel, who didn't seem to be surprised by much, looked shocked. It was over quickly, and Angel grinned.
"Glad you're better, Fane. We'll discuss it another time."
Fane turned to Ramsey.
"We need all of our best fighters in front. Most of the vampires aren't armed. Stavros may send his weaker fighters behind us, so our weaker ones will stay safer."
Thomas chose that moment to come up to them, and Garrison moved in as well.
"I can create a small opening in my barriers, so the vampires will have to trickle in a few at a time."
Lucas climbed off Bennett's back and came over to him.
"I can freeze some of them on the outside as long as they stay in groups, and Mom can take her spell off at the same time Thomas opens his dome."
"Good. Do it when I say."
Ramsey looked from Forrest to Angel.
"How far out are the reinforcements?"
"Should be here any time."
"Fane, do you have an issue with the plan?"
Fane shook his head. "It's sound."
Ramsey looked at Garrison, wanting his opinion as well. "I agree. Eventually the vampires will overtake the entrance, so we'll have to have our best men up front, as Fane said. Hopefully by then we'll have taken out a big portion of their numbers."
Yeah, Ramsey hoped so too.
"Bennett and I can get some on the outside of the barrier." Garrison looked at Lucas. "We'll need Gabriel and a few of the other stronger males to protect Lucas." Lucas rolled his eyes but didn't say anything. "When you can't hold them anymore, you go inside the house." Ramsey held up a hand when Lucas started to argue. "That's an order, Lucas. Stavros can't take you. We can't let him." Lucas sighed.
"Yes, Alpha."
Chapter 16. The second Thomas and Mom did their thing, a flood of vampires came through the opening. Fane stood beside him, which gave him some measure of comfort, but it wasn't enough. Especially when Fane's eyes turned red and he drove forward toward the first of the vampires. Fane ran his sword through one vampire and then pulled it out at the same time he kicked the guy in the chest. The body of the vampires careened into the ones behind him, toppling them like bowling pins. Fane took advantage of their prone state and attacked them, swinging his sword so fast it was hard to keep track of the movements. One vampire slipped past Fane, jumping over the others. Ramsey slithered his big snake-like body forward. The vampire turned, his red eyes and teeth flashing at Fane from behind. Ramsey intended to take the guy out, but Fane turned his sword at the last minute, driving it into the vampire's gut. Unfortunately, it wasn't a kill shot, so Ramsey hovered over the vampire for a second before attacking him, ripping his body apart any way he could. The taste of blood in his mouth spurred him on, the need to protect his mate even more overwhelming than it had been. His human side took a back seat in his mind, and Ramsey acted on instinct, staying behind Fane, cleaning up anyone who made it past the pile of bodies. A group of vampires pulled bodies out of the opening and entered in a wave. There were so many, it was difficult to keep track. Ramsay attacked with a single-minded purpose to kill. Nothing else mattered, and he shut his brain off. He was aware of Fane nearby. Layden, still in dragon form, held his own a few feet to Ramsay's right. He knew it was Layden because a vampire came at Ramsay half consumed by fire. When Ramsay bit him and his teeth sank into flesh, the fire burned the inside of his mouth, so hot he could taste it and feel the flesh melt in one small spot. The smell of burnt flesh and smoke burned his nostrils. He shook his head, trying to get the smoke out of his throat. He didn't see the vampire until it was on him, claws digging into his flesh. Ramsay tried to bite him away, but he clung at an odd angle, and he couldn't get to him. Instead, he focused on the vampire coming at him from the front. He had just bent down to bite it, but Fane stabbed it through the heart. The body crumbled to the ground, making a sick thudding sound. Fane moved on to the vampire clinging to Ramsay's back. Fane yelled in such a way it spoke of what he thought of Ramsay getting attacked. It was a sound Ramsay had never heard coming from his mate before. The vampire didn't stand a chance. Fane sliced his sword through the air, and the vampire's head rolled from his body. The rest of him clung to Ramsay for a second before Fane grabbed the back of the body's shirt and pulled him off, claws leaving his flesh, providing him with some relief. When Fane looked at him, splotches of blood covered him. Fane gave another war cry and attacked another vampire coming his way. "Mine!" Ramsay turned, focusing on the vampires pouring in. So many they would be overrun soon. He bit at one and moved on to another, emptying his mind to everything once again. Ramsay came back to himself when he heard Lucas cry out. They needed to protect Lucas above anyone else. They couldn't let Stavros get to him. If that happened, it could mean the end of all shifters. Ramsay turned, frantically searching for Lucas. He found him kneeling beside Gabriel, who was in wolf form. Lucas had tears on his face and a ball of light in his hand. He pushed it into Gabriel's prone body. Lucas was so focused on Gabriel he didn't see the vampire making its way toward him. Ramsay roared, trying to get Fane's attention. He was slow on land and wouldn't get to Lucas in time. Fane looked at him and then in the direction Ramsay's gaze had been. Fane ran, his body a blur when he grabbed Lucas. Ramsay shifted and ran to Gabriel, the ground cold under his bare feet, the air biting his skin. As soon as he got to Gabriel, he shifted back quickly. Gabriel lay there, his breathing heavy, unresponsive. He killed anyone who came within a foot of Gabriel. He barely paid attention to Sean when he threw himself on top of his mate, protecting him with his body. Ramsay bit at anyone who came close in human form, vampire or not. When Angel came over and fought next to him, Ramsay nearly bit him, but caught himself at the last minute. The only reason he didn't was because Angel smelled like forest. He changed his focus, getting the ones to his right, while Angel went for the ones on the left. "Get up, Gabe! By the gods, get up already!" Between each word, Angel swung his sword, panting and grunting as his blade hit the next body. They were getting overrun right where they stood. A cougar shifter came up from behind some of the vampires, going for the kill even as he kept coming. When he stood in front of Gabriel and Sean, Ramsay realized it was Tim. He guarded them from the front, not allowing anyone near them. Ramsay saw Layden go down at about the same time Fane came out of nowhere, cutting down the vampires attacking Layden. Ramsay roared and fought harder, needing to get to his other brother. "Gods, we're not going to win this, man. Get the fuck up!" Angel's voice hitched, and his gaze met Ramsay's for a second before he watched the scene playing out with Fane and Layden. Fane stood on Layden's back, fighting anyone who came close. Ramsay realized too late that Layden and Fane were both going down. Ramsay shifted quickly, running to them. But halfway to Fane, a blast went off, and the sword fell from Fane's hand. His face screwed up in pain, and he put a hand to his side. Ramsay cried out when he saw blood covering Fane's palm. Fane straightened and held his hands out in front of him, ready to fight. Owen circled overhead a couple of times before diving in, going for the gunman, who stood off to the side with a rifle in his hand. He was sure it was the Stavros bastard, but Ramsay didn't pay enough attention to care. Owen's clawed feet dug into the gunman's arm. The act stunned him, and the gun fell to the ground. Owen turned to leave and fight someone else, but the gunman picked up the gun. He swung it at Owen and actually hit him. Owen fell to the ground, his wings outstretched. The gunman stood, holding the gun up to Owen's head. He was about to pull the trigger when a vampire came through the barrier and shot at the gunman, who fell to the ground again. The vampire stood over Owen in a protective way. While the vampire's behavior was confusing, it was also very welcome, and it gave Ramsay time to focus on his mate and other brother. Ramsay made his way over to Fane just as his knees buckled. Ramsay caught him. Fane's chest heaved against Ramsay's, and he groaned. He lay him against Layden, who lay unconscious but breathing.
"Monster!"
The word came out laced with pain. Ramsay stopped breathing as grief lodged in his throat.
"You stay alive, sweet. Promise me."
"Promise."
Ramsay lay Fane against Layden's big leg, kissing him before letting go. Ramsay shifted, and with it, his brain shifted too. He bit at the air, threatening anyone who came close. Dragons littered the sky like giant birds, and several were on the ground, taking out the vampires one at a time. Bear shifters fought right alongside the dragons, and vampires fought against vampires. They must be the reinforcements Hasten mentioned. The bear shifters were the most efficient. It was clear they had specialized training. Ramsay shifted to his human form when he realized the dragons didn't need him. He turned to Fane. Fane had passed out, his body going limp against Layden. Blood covered his lower right side. Darker blood flowed from a small hole in his skin. Layden's body shifted slowly at the same time he groaned. Fane's upper body rolled to the ground when Layden's green scales became pink flesh. Layden was still out of it enough that he growled and snapped his teeth at Ramsay when he got close to Fane. Layden crawled to Fane as if he were still in his dragon form, standing over him in a protective way.
"It's over, Layden."
Layden growled at him again, but he blinked his eyes as if it were difficult to see. He shook his head.
"Fane is mine. Let me take him."
Layden straightened, and when he did, he held his head. It was then Ramsay saw the blood coating his hair on one side. "Ramsay?"
"Yeah, brother."
Layden sat down then, as if his legs couldn't hold him anymore. Thankfully, he avoided landing on Fane. Instead, he sat beside him.
"What about the others?"
"I don't know. Need to get Fane inside. Someone shot him."
Ramsay lifted Fane into his arms. His body hung limply in Ramsay's arms.
"Can you walk, Layden?"
"Think so."
Layden stood slowly, holding his head and swaying on his feet. Suddenly, Bennett was there, lifting Layden in his arms. Garridan circled overhead. He seemed to zero in on something off to Ramsay's left. Ramsay carried Fane across the yard, Bennett right beside him, carrying Layden. Bennett grunted at the strain.
"Heavy brat. Big asshole."
Layden's head lolled on Bennett's shoulders.
"Is the family okay?"
"We're not sure about Owen. Stavros took him down, but some vampires came to his rescue. Garridan is going to check. Angel has a bite wound that will heal soon enough," Bennett answered. Ramsay saw the same vampire who had saved Owen's life carry Owen to the house, Garridan circling above him.
"What about Kristen and Josh?"
The fact that it was Layden asking about everyone said more than anything could what kind of alpha he would make.
"They're okay. A few scratches and exhausted, but that's it."
"Jules?"
Layden asked without opening his eyes. Bennett hesitated, his eyes darting to Ramsay, and their gazes met.
"What about Jules?"
Hasten and Thomas took off with him about 15 minutes ago.
"By the gods, why didn't anyone stop them?"
Layden asked.
He was passed out, and Hasten had him in his arms. He was protecting Jules, not trying to hurt him. If Jules is hurt, Thomas should have a spell or two that could help. When Lucas is done helping the wounded here and he's rested, I'll take him over to Magnus's cabin. I'm sure that was where they're headed. We needed to make sure you and Fane were okay first. You two are the worst off, I think. Maybe Owen, too." Bennett's plan worked for Ramsay. Ramsay carried Fane into the house. At the same time, the vampire entered with Owen. The vampire's eyes glowed blue, and he held Owen as if he were the most precious thing. Still, Ramsay growled at him. "Put him down and get out."
"He's cool, Ramsay. He's on our side."
Angel, who sat on the kitchen island with his pants off, hissed out in protest at whatever Forrest did to him. Forrest knelt in front of him with a cotton ball, wiping at some bloody wound on his legs.
"Ow! Damn, Forrest.
Stop being a damn baby. It's a little scratch.
It's a bite on my leg near my manhood. It could have been bad for both of us."
Forrest chuckled and shook his head. "You're an idiot." Lucas came running over to Bennett's side and instantly started crying. "Where's my mom?" Mom came from behind several people and walked to him. "He's slipping away. I can feel it." When he said the words, his voice broke. He had to clear his throat and blink away the tears before he spoke again. "The bullet's still inside." Mom nodded.
"Take him to your room."
She looked at the vampire.
"Follow him up."
Ramsay didn't wait for anything else. He did what his mother told him. He heard her talking to Lucas when he left, asking him to go up with her. He heard the vampire on the stairs behind him. Ramsay went into his room and lay Fane gently on the bed. "You can lay beside Fane." Ramsay spoke without looking at the guy. He fell to his knees beside the bed, taking Fane's hand. Fane's skin was pale, and his hand lay limp inside Ramsay's. Ramsay brought Fane's hand to his lips and kissed it. The vampire stood, holding Owen in his arms. Ramsay didn't have enough energy to make an issue out of it. "Who are you?" Ramsay couldn't make himself speak above a whisper. If he did, he would shatter into a million pieces.
"Name's Damien. I've been searching for my mate for a long time. Had a vision about him, so when I heard about Stavros starting a fight in St. Lakes, I came. I just hope I wasn't too late." "You're not with Stavros?" "No. I defected even before Angel did."
"Thanks for saving my brother."
"I would do anything for him."
Ramsay kissed Fane on the cheek. "I'm Ramsay. Alpha. For now."
"Nice meeting you. Wish it was under different circumstances."
"Intentions with my brother?"
"Taking him with me while I look for my siblings. We were separated long ago."
Ramsay smiled. "Good luck getting him to leave the family. And you'll have two fighting you because Kristen will throw a fit."
"You'll let him go?"
"I'm not that kind of alpha. Owen can do what he wants. He knows that."
Mom came into the room, Lucas following behind her. Bennett and Layden behind him. "Put Owen down. I can heal him, but you can't be touching," Lucas said, and started over to Owen, but Bennett growled, not wanting Lucas close to the vampire. Ramsay couldn't blame him. He wouldn't let Fane close to the guy either, even though he seemed all right. He could be full of shit for all they knew. And Ramsay wasn't in his right mind. Even he knew that. Damien did as Lucas ordered, laying Owen next to Fane on the bed. The second his hands left Owen's body, a ball of light went into Owen. Owen's body jerked, and he gasped before laying so still he could have been dead for all Ramsay knew. Mom pushed Ramsay on his shoulder, which redirected his focus. "Move out of the way." Ramsay stood, giving Mom room to work. She put something in the hole on Fane's side, chanting the whole time. Whatever she used smelled faintly of some type of flower, although what type, Ramsay had no idea. His heart pounded in his chest when Fane's eyes flew open and he screamed. Ramsay growled and went over to him. He might have caused physical damage to anyone else. Thankfully, it was his mother. Ramsay went to his knees again, staying out of Mom's way.
"Shh. It'll all be over soon. Mom and Lucas are going to fix you."
Ramsay ran his fingers through Fane's hair.
"You promised you'd stay alive, sweet."
Fane settled again, at the same time Ramsay couldn't feel him anymore. Ramsay wasn't aware of anything but the fact that Fane wasn't breathing.
"No, sweet. Please keep your promise."
"Move."
Lucas pulled on his arm, pulling him away from Fane.
Move back, Ramsey.
Ramsey jerked his arm out of Lucas's hold. Someone lifted him away from Fane, and he fought with everything he had. His elbow connected with flesh, and he heard Bennett grunt. "Let me go! I need him!" "Shit, he's getting ready to shift." Bennett was the one who spoke from right behind him. He saw Layton, blood still covering one side of his head. Layton growled right before his lips moved, as if he spoke, but Ramsey couldn't make out the words past the pounding of his heart in his ears. "I need him." Ramsey could feel part of his body shifting, and then he settled when he realized he could feel Fane within him again.
"You can let him go."
As soon as Lucas said it, Bennett released his hold. Ramsey went right over to Fane and lifted him off the bed, away from everyone who might keep them separated again.
"Oh, geez, you're worse than anyone, Farrell,"
Lucas spoke. Ramsey ignored him as he carried Fane to a chair in the corner. Lucas came over to him, and Ramsey growled, "Get away."
"Just want to tell you he'll need blood when he wakes up."
"Okay, now go, please."
Lucas smiled. "I won't keep you separated anymore. He's healed completely, just exhausted now."
Ramsey could feel Fane's heart beating steadily as their chests pressed together.
"Thank you."
"Yep, I gotta crash now. Fading fast after all that healing."
Lucas turned and went to Bennett, who practically carried him out of the room. Layden went over to the bed and laid down next to Owen. Damon growled at him. "We're brothers, idiot. Plus, I already have a mate. One I need to find now that I shifted. Anyway, I don't know you, so you're not staying in here alone with any of my family members." Mom looked at Layden.
"You're bossy now that you shifted."
"I'm gonna be alpha, I think." Mom met Ramsey's gaze, but he still couldn't talk about anything coherently. The last couple of minutes came to Ramsey as if through a tunnel. He closed his eyes and held Fane to him as tightly as he could without causing pain. Chapter 17. Fane knew he was safe because he could feel Ramsey surround him. Ramsey's chest moved in a steady rhythm, his heart beating beneath Fane's cheek. Ramsey wrapped his arms around Fane, holding him close, his grip firm but not painful. There was no way Fane could get away, not that he was eager to leave. Still, Fane wondered what happened. The last thing he remembered was getting shot and Ramsey coming to get him. Before that, he had been keeping Layden safe because someone had hit him in the head and he fell unconscious. He had to find out if Layden made it.
"Monster."
Ramsey didn't even stir. "Ramsey?" Fane poked Ramsey in his side. It seemed to get his attention. He came awake with a start. The next thing Fane knew, Ramsey was growling in his ear, holding him in a corner. Ramsey had his back to the room, protecting Fane from anything that came at them. Fane would have looked to see if there was a threat, but Ramsey wasn't letting him get even that far away. "Monster?" As soon as the word was out of Fane's mouth, Ramsey's body shook, and it took Fane a second to realize Ramsey had tears on his face. Fane's arms came around Ramsey, and he gave him as much comfort as he possibly could.
"Monster."
Ramsey let out a watery laugh and kissed him on the top of his head.
"Thank the gods."
"What happened? Is Layden okay?"
The springs of a bed mattress squeaked.
"I'm good, thanks to you."
Layden's voice sounded husky. "A little weirded out because I'm in bed with a stranger and my brother, so emotionally scarred for life, but otherwise peachy." "What?" Something about what Layden said didn't quite register as making sense in Fane's brain. "Layden's being a whiny dick." Okay, why was Owen in their room? "I'm not the one snuggled up to a complete stranger." For that matter, why was Layden in there? "He's my mate, asshole." "You know what? When Ramsey makes me alpha, I'm gonna totally make you do all the chores for calling me names." "That day hasn't come, so shut up." "Do you two always argue like this?" That voice he didn't recognize, and he stiffened.
"That's Damien, Owen's mate."
Ramsey wiped at his cheeks.
"Who died?"
Someone had to if Ramsay was crying. Fane knew his mate well enough to know that.
You did, for about a second, but Lucas saved you.
Oh, I don't remember.
No, sweet, you had passed out by then.
You're not hurt?
Ramsay chuckled. You would ask that. Fane, I'm fine. Everyone in the family made it through, although Lucas had to save 3 of you and a few of the clan. Several more are still injured, and we lost some. We won this battle. Had a few casualties. Nicolono got away, but he was injured. For now, it's over.
Where's the sword?
On the dresser. Josh brought it in a while ago, found it in the yard.
Shower? Ramsay lifted him and walked out of the room. Fane really should put a stop to being carried around so much, but he liked it. Still, he felt compelled to make at least one point. I feel good. I'm not hurt anymore.
I know.
I'm also not as delicate as I look.
Damn, do I know that well. You kicked major ass, sweet.
Ramsay sighed in frustration, and it didn't register why until he heard the shower going.
Downstairs bathroom might be free.
If not, I can wait.
Are you hungry?
Yes, and I need blood. Ramsay carried him down the stairs and then stopped short. When Fane turned, he found out why. A dozen big shifters sat around the living room. Half of them watched them, and the other half watched a basketball game on television. Ramsay cleared his throat.
You guys, waiting for me?
Nah, we're waiting for the boss to release us. Soon as he does, we'll be out of your hair. Should be in a few hours, one of them answered. He sat in the center of the couch, taking up most of the room. He had dark hair and probably towered over everyone when he stood.
You're the bear enforcers the council sent? Ramsay asked.
Yep. Boss will release us as soon as he knows you're safe. Forrest already gave us one of his cabins. No television in them, though, so we came back here to watch the game.
Thanks for coming to our rescue.
It's what we do. Sorry we got here so late. The big guy met Fane's gaze. You're the little vampire I heard about, ain't you? I don't know. Fane, right? Fane nodded. That got everyone's attention. Fane held each one of their gazes, even though he wanted to turn away and hide against Ramsay's chest. Each one of them stood and bowed to him. He had no idea why, but he pulled away from Ramsay's arms, put his arms down to his side, and returned the gesture. A door opened, and another guy walked into the room with a towel wrapped around his waist. He turned to the other guys. This the little dude who took out half the coven by himself?
Yup.
Fane didn't take out half a coven on his own. That was an enormous exaggeration. He shook his head. Not that many. Have you seen the body count, man? The thought of seeing all the bodies littering Mother Estelle's yard turned his stomach. He would go out and look because Sensei would want him to, but he wouldn't like it. I'll look later. Give them last respects. The guy looked at him, blinking his eyes. That's not what I meant. Ramsay grabbed him around the waist and guided him past the guy with the towel and into the bathroom. Ramsay shut the door behind them, clicking the lock closed.
That was weird.
Yes, it was. Can we go back to our cabin? Ramsay smiled.
Just as soon as I get all my alpha shit done.
I'll help. It'll get done faster.
Layden will help too.
You mean when he finishes annoying Owen?
Ramsay chuckled. If we waited for that, we'd be here forever.
It's going to be years before he can take over. He's still a child in a lot of ways. Fane let Ramsay undress him, even though he could do it himself. Then there's the situation with his mate. How long will Layden wait for him to come back now that he has shifted? Ramsay pulled Fane's shirt over his head and then his own. He wasn't sure when someone put a shirt on him, but he hadn't been wearing one throughout the whole battle. It was the cleanest thing on him, though.
Never thought of that, and you're right. Layden didn't like the separation before he shifted. Now that he's come into his own, his instincts toward Magnus will be stronger. They are for the family already.
As it should be. Ramsay pushed down Fane's pants and underwear.
The need to protect you is stronger now.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, I'm not going to try fighting it anymore. Ramsay took off his own pants and underwear. He turned and bent to adjust the shower knobs. All thoughts fled Fane's mind as he stared at Ramsay's muscular ass. He felt as if he were crazy again, unable to focus on anything. Only, instead of having too many thoughts, he had one. Fane touched one of Ramsay's smooth ass cheeks, running his hand over one firm globe. Gods, his body was beautiful. Fane hadn't been able to explore it the way he had wanted to until then. Fane leaned down and kissed Ramsay on his lower back before laying his cheek there. He slid his hands down Ramsay's legs and then up to his back again. "I'd say we're done talking about Layton." Fane made a non-committal sound low in his throat and didn't move. "You want in the shower?"
"Yes."
Fane moved his hands around to Ramsay's front, gliding his fingers over Ramsay's cock a couple of times before taking it into his grasp. Ramsay's grunt made him smile. He pumped a couple of times before letting go and straightening. "You little tease." Ramsay rounded on him. Fane giggled and backed against the sink. He wished his laugh sounded manlier, but it had always come out a bit childlike for some reason. Ramsay crowded Fane, his eyes reptilian, and a wicked smile on his face. Fane gripped Ramsay's shoulders. "It's not teasing if I make you come." Fane's teeth dropped, thinking about all the ways he could give Ramsay pleasure. He needed to be clean first, though. Fane slid away and stepped into the shower. He held out his hand for Ramsay, who took it. Finding an empty room was next to impossible in a house so full of people. They ended up in the office with the door locked. Fane pushed Ramsay down on the couch and straddled his lap. He leaned in for a kiss when someone knocked on the door. Ramsay growled, which made Fane laugh. "Go away."
"Mom sent me to ask if you guys were hungry."
Kristen said it like she had been laughing right before asking. "No." Ramsay rolled his eyes and then growled when he heard Kristen laugh. Someone else was with her. "Probably Lucas or Vaughn put her up to it. Those two were assholes." Fane put a hand over his mouth when he couldn't contain the laughter anymore.
"Are you sure?"
"Kristen, knock it off."
"I'm just doing what Mom told me, sheesh."
Fane kissed Ramsay on the neck, even though he was still laughing. He slid his hand down Ramsay's chest and was inches from the waistband on his pants when Ramsay put a hand over Fane's, stilling him. "They aren't done." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Kristen said,
"Lucas wants to know if Fane's okay."
"Lucas can stop with the teasing, because if Lucas doesn't, he's going to be so busy training with Fane he won't have any time to spend with Bennett."
"You mean no time to spend with Bennett's dick?" Lucas yelled through the door.
"That's disturbing to think about." Ramsay shuddered and made a face like something in his mouth tasted bad.
"You find that disgusting?"
"Yeah."
Fane climbed off Ramsay's lap, eyeing him critically. "Undo the button on your pants and take off your shirt."
Ramsay grinned and did what Fane said. "I like the way you think, sweet." Ramsay spread his legs wide and placed a hand at the opening of his pants, as if he were about to take his cock in hand.
"Oh, you look sexy."
"Come here. I'll suck on your lips and make them all swollen so they'll see what we've been up to."
Fane nodded and bent down slightly, placing his lips over Ramsay. The kiss went straight to his dick almost as soon as they touched. Then Ramsay's lips covered his, and he sucked on Fane's bottom one, giving it a playful little bite before switching to his top lip. He climbed back onto Ramsay's lap, suddenly needing some sort of friction on his cock. Ramsay gripped him through his pants, and he moved into the touch. That's when the knocking came again. "Hey guys, we need to know something else, just one more thing." Lucas chuckled. Ramsay ended the kiss, his hand leaving Fane's cock. Fane leaned his forehead on Ramsay's chest. "I forgot."
"Me too."
Ramsay patted him on the ass.
"Go tell Lucas to fuck off. He's getting as bad as Vaughn."
Fane nodded and lifted off Ramsay's lap, walking to the door. His cock was still so hard he could use it as a hammer and build a house. He put his hand over it. He had his other hand on the knob and turned, making sure Ramsay was still okay with their brand of teasing.
Ramsay moaned and licked his lips. "You look debauched." Fane grinned and turned back, opening the door so wide they'd be able to see Ramsay sitting on the couch. Lucas and Kristen stood in the doorway with their mouths hanging open. Lucas grinned a second later. "So, what have you two been up to?" "You interrupted Ramsay jacking me off." Kristen gagged and moved away from the door. "I can't anymore. You're on your own, Lucas." "Don't you want to hear about how I was just getting ready to suck his dick?" Fane yelled after her. If there was anyone else in the kitchen, he couldn't see them past the short wall blocking the view, but they certainly heard him. A second later, Bennett came into view and grabbed Lucas around the waist. "Come on, troublemaker. You've had enough fun." Lucas chuckled and then waved to Fane after Bennett threw him over his shoulder. He smacked Bennett on the ass playfully as they moved out of sight. Fane shut and locked the door. He discarded his clothes as he made his way over to Ramsay again. Ramsay unzipped his pants and took them off. He reached in between two of the couch cushions and pulled out a bottle of lube. Fane stopped. "When did you put that there?" "I didn't. It's one of the others. Probably Gabriel's, because he and Sean fuck like rabbits. Could be Bennett's, though. Very doubtful it's Garridan's. He's way too careful. Found it by accident a month or so ago and left it in there." Ramsay popped the top and coated his cock with the stuff, spurring Fane to move in on him. Fane's teeth dropped down before he even finished straddling Ramsay's lap. Fane didn't settle right away. He wanted Ramsay inside him first. Ramsay moved his cock away when Fane would have positioned himself over it. Fane hissed and took Ramsay's cock in hand. Ramsay raised his eyebrows and he smiled. "I don't want to hurt you, sweet." "I need it too much to wait." "You need blood. You waited too long." Ramsay scowled at him. "Yes, I need you." Fane positioned the head of Ramsay's cock at his hole and sank down until Ramsay was partially inside. He let go and placed his hands on Ramsay's chest, lube smearing into Ramsay's skin, but he didn't seem to care. The scowl changed over to pleasure. Ramsay even smiled when Fane sank a bit more, although he had to stop again to let himself adjust. Fane smiled back, but then the pleasure took over his entire body, so he moaned. Fane sank even more and then lifted. He moved on Ramsay, up and down in a slow, almost lazy rhythm. The only thing he wanted for the rest of his life was to feel good all the time. Ramsay gripped his waist, moving him at a faster rhythm. When Fane took the hint, Ramsay rewarded him by taking his cock in hand, jacking him off. Ramsay tilted his head to the side, and Fane couldn't wait any longer. He struck, his teeth sinking into Ramsay's mating mark. Ramsay cried out and then stiffened, his cock in Fane as far as it would go. Fane took long pulls of Ramsay's blood, the taste of it washing over his tongue. He grunted when he became full, and then bit down harder when his own orgasm slammed into him. Ramsay cried out again. Whether in pain at the renewed force of the bite or in pleasure, Fane didn't know. He couldn't think past the white-hot pleasure. He pulled his teeth out and let his head fall back, his eyes closing as the pleasure kept coming at him like a train. He could feel wet liquid at the corner of his mouth, so he looked at it. It was a bit of Ramsay's blood. He licked the rest off his mouth as he came down from his orgasm. He collapsed onto Ramsay's chest, breathing heavy, so tired he could sleep for a week. Ramsay panted. His breath was as harsh as Fane's. Fane could feel it moving the strands of his hair. Fane took a deep breath when he could, calming himself. "What happened?" "I think when you came you could feel me come again, because I certainly felt yours. Nearly passed out, it was so good." "Yeah." Ramsay kissed Fane on the top of his head. "I'm gonna lay you down."
"Okay."
Fane was already half asleep. When he felt his body fall to the side, he straightened his legs. Unfortunately, Ramsay's cock fell out of his ass when he did. "Gonna get something to clean us up." Fane didn't comment. He felt a blanket cover him and heard the rustling of clothing, which was probably Ramsay getting dressed. He wasn't sure how many minutes passed when Ramsay wiped a warm, wet cloth across his ass. Then it was gone, and Ramsay slid behind him. His big arms curled around Fane. Chapter 18. Ramsay kept his hands in his pants pockets as he stood, waiting for the clan to file into the yard. It would be one of the last clan meetings he would call. The clan didn't know it yet, and he wasn't sure how his statement would settle with them, especially after the battle. Ramsay thought about waiting, but changed his mind. Ramsay scrubbed a hand down his face. Gods, was he doing the right thing? St. Lake's had never experienced so many deaths all at once in the entirety of its existence until the battle. Maybe he should let things settle before making such a big announcement. He held out his hand for Fane without looking in his direction. Fane took it and slid next to him. Ramsay laced their fingers together. Fane smiled. The one silent show of support was all Ramsay needed to calm his nerves. He cleared his throat and began to speak. All those graves, all at once. Well, I guess I don't have to say how sorry I am for the lost. And I thank the gods for Lucas, who saved as many as he could. Ramsay looked over at Lucas and smiled. Lucas smiled. Ramsay sighed. For a clan who had never experienced a battle, we did well. We won because we worked together. We forgot our differences and fought for each other. Ramsay met Tim's gaze, who nodded. Whatever rift they had mended. The people we buried sacrificed so we can live. I will forever be grateful. Ramsay's heart beat in his chest, and he had to pause to calm himself down. He closed his eyes and focused on his breathing. Fane squeezed his hand, and it was all the reminder he needed to get him talking again. I can't say we'll never have another battle. We're still caught in the middle of a much bigger war that hasn't even begun escalating yet. We all need to stay vigilant and fight when the time comes. I'll be fighting next to you. I promise you that. Ramsay took a deep breath. Just not as your alpha. His comment was met by complete silence, as if the words didn't register. And then they were talking at once. Ramsay waited them out, and eventually someone let out a high-pitched whistle. When they quieted again, Ramsay continued. Layden will take my place. Because he's so young, I'll be close at hand for everything. Garrison will, as well. We'll be his betas for the time being, and when he's comfortable leading, he can hold a challenge or pick others if he chooses. If he wants us to stay on indefinitely, we're both willing. The transition will go as smoothly as possible. If you're stepping down, shouldn't we all get a chance at the alpha position? Tim spoke. Ramsay turned to Layden. Come here, brother. Layden came forward and stood beside him, his hands clasped behind his back. The challenge isn't appropriate. Not today, after so many of us need time to grieve properly. We'll hold a challenge 6 months from now. Ramsay will stay alpha until that date. The winner of the challenge will take over. Layden looked right at Tim, his eyes narrowing. Satisfied? Tim's eyes widened, and Ramsay knew they could all feel the power Layden gave off. Thanks for that, asshole. 6 months? It'll feel like 6 years, Ramsay whispered to Layden. Layden smirked. Serves you right for throwing me out there like that. Not going to do jack crap without talking to Magnus anyway, and you know it. Yeah, we need to talk about him. Later, though. Layden nodded. His eyes changed and he growled, the sound low and menacing. Ramsay redirected his focus back on the clan members. Thank you all for coming. He wanted to say more about the losses they sustained, but didn't think there was anything left to say. As alpha, the clan was his responsibility, and he let them die. Logically, he knew the battle wasn't his fault, but his emotions said differently. It would take a while to work through the guilt. Tim walked up to him. His eyes darted to Kristen and Josh, who stood next to Gabriel near the house. He didn't address them, but cleared his throat when his gaze met Ramsay. You proved yourself. You're a good alpha, and I don't think you should quit the job. Ramsay smiled. Thanks, but my time is done. Tim nodded. I can respect that. His hands went into his pockets, and he looked at the ground before meeting his gaze again. "Look, I still don't approve of your mating, but you're both good leaders. I guess that's what really matters."
Fane squeezed his hand right before speaking. "My sensei died in front of my eyes. A man held a gun to his head and pulled the trigger. It didn't even take seconds for him to die." Ramsay let go of Fane's hand and drew him in for a hug.
"I think what Fane's trying to say—"
Tim held up a hand.
"I know what he's trying to say. Get my head out of my ass."
"No, it's impossible to put your own head up your butt. I'm telling you because you seem to think Josh will live forever. He won't. Everyone dies. No one is exempt from it."
Fane held on to Ramsay's waist and pressed his cheek against his chest. "Right. Well, I'm going to apologize. Come to dinner next week. Mom cooks for the whole family every Sunday."
Ramsay wasn't sure why he offered. He didn't like Tim, even with the apology. Something told him Tim had finally learned how isolating his judgmental attitude was, and he didn't want that for himself. Maybe being around so many different kinds of people would open his mind and heart. He would understand they were a normal family, like anyone else. Tim smiled and nodded.
"I'd like that. Thank you, Alpha."
Tim moved on, heading to Kristen and Josh. "I'm sorry about your sensei, Fane. It's awful you had to go through that." Layden kept close to them for some reason unknown to Ramsay. Maybe he understood Fane had a difficult time talking about it. Before Fane could respond, he heard several loud motors pull up in front of the house. It sounded as if 3 race cars pulled into the driveway, but then the motors shut off. Fane was still latched to Ramsay's chest, unmoving, so Ramsay nodded to Layden.
"Take care of that, will you?"
"What? I'm not even Alpha yet." Layden rolled his eyes and started around the side of the house, mumbling about how he'd get bossed around for the next 6 months. "I'm not leaving Magnus out there alone, so that you know." He never turned around, but kept on around the side of the house. Ramsay didn't comment because he didn't expect Layden to sit on his thumbs and wait for Magnus. As soon as they had a free moment, they would talk, and Ramsay would give him as much information as he had as to Magnus's whereabouts, which wasn't much, but he would have something to go on. It didn't take long for Layden to come around the side of the house with 3 shifters all dressed in black leather and sunglasses. One had a bandana on his head. Layden led them over to Garrison. Sage curled into Garrison as soon as they came over. Garrison smiled and hugged one of the guys, which put Sage in the hug mix as well, but he didn't seem to mind. Garrison called Sean over, and with that, Ramsay knew the 3 men were the investigators they needed. Ramsay pulled Fane into his side and walked over to them. Layden fell into step beside him. To his surprise, Garrison was the one to make the introductions.
"Rocky Lawson, Bandos, and Sully."
He pointed to each one.
"This is my Alpha, Ramsay, and Layden, who will take his place as soon as we find his mate. It's one of the things we need your help with."
Layden looked from Garrison to Ramsay, but he couldn't ask any questions because the 3 men bowed their heads to them both.
"I'm sorry I couldn't meet you before now. I'm newly mated, and then with the war, time got away from him."
Ramsay smiled.
"No worries, Alpha,"
Rocky said. Sean clapped his hands, glee covering his face. "I get help. One of you knows how to do computer shit, right?" Bandos raised his hand. "That would be me. I feel like it's Christmas." Sean waved his hand and started walking away. "Come on, I'll show you the computer." Bandos looked at Ramsay and then Layden. Ramsay nodded.
"Guess we're getting started right away."
Chapter 19. A chill hung on the breeze. The night sky held stars and the moon, and not much else. Ramsay sat in a chair with Fane on his lap, his back to Ramsay's front. A blanket covered the front of them.
"Do you guys always sit out here in the middle of the night?"
Tim stood next to Josh and Kristen. He eyed the 3 investigating bikers as if they were serial killers. Ramsay was pretty sure Tim thought they were dangerous, and that was why he stuck around. They seemed harmless, and Garrison trusted them, but then Ramsay didn't know them, so he appreciated the extra security. "It's 10:30 at night, Dad.
Not everyone goes to bed when the chickens do. Josh had his arms around Kristen, and he held her close. Kristen looked at Ramsay and smiled. Ramsay winked. It seemed they were both content. Maybe for the first time in their lives. "You've gained a smart mouth since you made it." Tim smiled, which told Ramsay he wasn't seriously angry. "That's because he's been around us Somersets too long. We're a whole family of smart mouths." Vaughn wiggled around on the lounger. Layden lay on it, and Vaughn sat beside him. Layden nudged Vaughn with his leg, trying to get him to stop, but Vaughn grinned and wiggled some more. "I'm not giving you the lounger, so knock it off. And Josh is a Somerset now. He's got to survive us all somehow." Layden pushed Vaughn in the shoulder when the wiggling got worse. Vaughn chuckled. "You're not as much fun since you shifted." Yeah, Ramsay had to agree, although he wouldn't have called Layden's pissy attitude fun. Still, Layden had calmed down considerably. "Thanks, I think. Are you guys always like this?" Bandos had the green eyes all dragon shifters had, only his eyes were such a light green they were almost spooky-looking. He also looked young, but wasn't. Not when Garrett knew Bando from before. Bandos barely looked old enough to be out of high school, but he was at least 60 years old at the very minimum. He held himself as if he were much older, though, and the way he looked at everyone was a lot like Angel's friend Zadimus, who was also much older than he looked. A chorus of yeses came all at the same time, but they were disjointed. Bandos looked over at Vaughn. "You're the worst one, aren't you?" Vaughn narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean by worst?" "He means the most annoying, and yes, he is." Of course, Layden had to say something. He might be calmer since shifting, but he was still the little brother, and still young enough not to see the way Bandos and Vaughn looked at each other. Vaughn grinned. "I'm definitely that." Bandos chuckled and winked at Vaughn. Ramsay could see those two were going to cause all sorts of trouble together. Either that, or they'd be all over one another inside of a week. "So, are we going to talk about the elephant in the room or not?" Layden crossed his arms over his chest and met Ramsay's gaze. Ramsay raised his eyebrows. "What are you talking about?" "Jules. He's not here, and neither is Magnus." "We're looking for Magnus. When we find him, we'll bring him home." "And Jules?" "Layden is right," Owen said from where he stood next to Damien. Since they stood about a foot away from each other, Ramsay figured they were on the outs about something, although he didn't want to know enough to ask. "One of us should go get Jules. He doesn't want to be with his mates." Owen refused to look at Damien, and he crossed his arms over his chest. "I went to heal Jules. He's physically fine, just really pissed off," Lucas explained. "What Jules is telling himself and what he truly wants aren't the same things. Jules is right where he needs to be. He's not in danger. In fact, Hasten would give his life for both his mates." Fane had a way of speaking that made his audience think sometimes. Ramsay kissed Fane on his temple. "My thoughts exactly." "I'll go to him tomorrow so we can continue his training. If he's not safe, I'll bring him home," Fane told the group. "Wait, we still have to train?" Lucas looked a little panicked at the thought. Ramsay chuckled. "Learning never stops, Lucas." Fane took one of Ramsay's hands, and he brought it to his lips, exposing it to the elements for one brief moment before letting Ramsay have the warmth of the blanket again. Lucas groaned and turned. He wrapped his arms around a laughing Bennett. Ramsay decided to change the subject. He looked over at Forrest. "When are you two heading out?" "In the next couple of weeks." Ramsay nodded. "Makes me worry less when you're home." "You and me both," Mom whispered. She probably felt the worry worse than he did. The parental instinct was far stronger than any other. Forrest looked at Fane and seemed to study him. "Did your sensei have any family, Fane?" Fane shrugged. "Just me." He seemed to shrink into Ramsay even more. Ramsay tightened his hold. "Are you okay, sweet?" Fane nodded. "I miss him." "Do you want to talk about it?" Fane shook his head. "No." Okay, but if you change your mind, I'm here if you need me.
I'll meditate sometime tomorrow.
Do you mind if I do it with you?
Ramsay could use some of whatever kept Fane's mind quiet.
You should do it with me every day, monster. It will help you with your control.
You want me to control all my primitive urges, or just some of them?
Fane giggled and tilted his head. He kissed Ramsay under his jaw.
I like most of them.
Ramsay chuckled.
I'll show you all the fun ones later.
This concludes Begin Again by April Kelley, narrated by Simon Dornay. Copyright 2017 by April Kelley. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Hard Rose Publishing and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.